Yeah, Danita, from a grandmother to her grandkids, all of these people arrested for buying and selling are family. Talk about a family business.
This family has been selling drugs in Elyria in Lorain County for decades.
You're not texting and driving on your phone or anything.
When Ohio Highway Patrol troopers pull over the truck, the man behind the wheel says he's on his way from Oklahoma, headed to Pennsylvania.
What are you hauling?
I'm moving.
Oh, you're moving?
Yeah.
Can we look in the back?
Yeah.
Except troopers don't find furniture in the moving van. Instead, they discover 12 plastic tubs filled with marijuana.
The feds say the Chinese nationals and Chinese companies marketed and shipped drugs to the U.S. that they knew were going to be mixed with and sold on the streets.
This is probably one of the most impactful operations on drug supply.
Law enforcement went into a home along Roy Avenue in the Plains for suspected drug trafficking. Deputies seized large amounts of suspected heroin and paraphernalia often used with meth. Scales, cash, and a loaded handgun were also seized.
Much meth inside a Summit County warehouse. It's believed to be the biggest bust of its kind in Ohio history.
Investigators uncovered more than 140 pounds of meth in Boston Heights, that's near Hudson, and the street value could be in the millions.
Well, Danita, 3 men were arrested on federal charges, and the feds believe they were actually part of a Mexican drug cartel active in Northeast Ohio.
Noel Mott is just one of 43 people who was arrested Thursday morning in several raids across Mansfield. According to the FBI, he was the ringleader for one of the drug trafficking organizations that bought drugs from Detroit to sell in this area.
The 11 suspects were arrested between June 29th and July 1st. Most of them are from Columbus. The U.S. Attorney for Southern Ohio calls getting to this point a milestone in what's been a 2-year investigation.
Ohio's drug game isn't moving like it used to. It's moving like an entire distribution network, with supply chains that stretch from overseas chemical suppliers to neighborhood dealers, and from warehouse cook sites to highway shipments disguised as everyday moves. In this video, we're connecting the dots across some of the biggest Ohio cases on record: Operation Box Cutter and its alleged China to Ohio precursor pipeline, massive meth seizures tied to cartel-style logistics, Fentanyl pill operations producing blue M30 counterfeits, and multi-county sweeps that pulled dozens of suspects off the streets from Cleveland to Columbus, Dayton to Marion, Mansfield to Elyria. From wiretaps and undercover work to task force raids and traffic stops that turn into million-dollar seizures, these cases show how the drug economy adapts, hides in plain sight, and keeps expanding until the enforcement phase finally hits.
A major drug bust in the heart of downtown San Antonio. Bexar County deputies say they seized roughly 10 kilos of meth. 2 suspects are now in jail.
Tyler, man in custody, accused of running a dangerous drug operation right near schools and daycare. Tyler, police say this man right here on your screen, 39-year-old Sumatras Forge, ran a years-long drug operation.
Charges were filed against Min Su Fang, a Chinese national who's accused of being a supplier of the chemicals. Agents say these chemicals are shipped from China to the U.S., where Fang's associates would alter shipping labels and send the chemicals to Mexico.
The U.S. Attorney's Office announcing dozens of charges in a major drug trafficking investigation in Houston and also several other states across the country. Officials say that they all operated under the control of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel.
The woman's bond has been set after Beaumont police say she was caught with more than 1,000 pounds. Say their narcotics unit found it during a traffic stop on I-10.
County Sheriff's Office just made a major drug bust. 22 people from around Central Texas have been indicted now for meth trafficking.
And this just into our newsroom as well. $2.5 million worth of drugs are off the streets tonight. It comes after a major drug bust on San Antonio's south side.
Texas drug bust headlines aren't just isolated raids, they're snapshots of a statewide supply chain that keeps shifting under pressure. One week, it's a downtown hotel room tied to a bulk meth load allegedly mixed with fentanyl. Another week, it's a multi-county corridor like Seguin, New Braunfels, Guadalupe County getting hit in a coordinated sweep. Zoom out further, and the pattern gets even bigger. Precursor chemicals moving through international shipping lanes. Cartel-linked indictments stretching from Houston to out-of-state hubs. Apartment complexes accused of operating like drive-through markets. And highway stops where a K9 alert turns a routine pullover into a record-level seizure. This breakdown pulls those cases into one timeline, showing how investigators say the product moved, where it was staged, and why the enforcement phase often hits fast once warrants and intel line up.
Deadly drugs.
4 men from California were busted in Bensalem with more than $1 million in drugs.
Authorities arrested the organization's alleged 5 leaders: 29-year-old Tyrone Baker of East Lansdowne, 27-year-old Shaquem Johnson of Philadelphia, 31-year-old Joshua Quiles of King of Prussia, 21-year-old Jameer Winans of Exton, and 28-year-old Ricky Evans of Los Angeles.
For a year and shared this photo of the players allegedly involved in the ring. Sunday says there were several drug packaging sites in the city. Jimmy Torres is the alleged ringleader. He's not yet in custody.
Well, new at noon, a traffic stop on I-95 in Ridley Township turns into a drug bust. Take a look here. Pennsylvania State Police say they found 40 pounds of...
According to the Attorney General's office, Jeff Krause and Melissa Woodling are facing separate charges for their roles. The investigation started when officers pulled over a car in Clearfield County and arrested the driver under suspicion of DUI.
County, state, and federal officials announced the arrest of 17 people during Operation Postal Storm.
Attorney General Dave Sunday has announced that law enforcement has seized 41 pounds of fentanyl.
Well, Sean, several local officials joined Attorney General Dave Sunday and his staff at the Johnstown Police Department for the announcement today. The AG calls this drug ring, quote, sophisticated, but says after about 4 years of investigation, 10 people are being charged for their alleged involvement, 7 of those with felony drug charges.
In our state of addiction coverage, the Pennsylvania State Police says that it seized nearly $14 million in illegal drugs during the second quarter of 2023.
State and federal officials say they've broken up a major drug dealing ring in western PA and across the country. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the years-long investigation started with a simple drug buy and led to several raids on suspected drug houses.
Pennsylvania has become a major hotspot in the fight against drug trafficking, where routine investigations often uncover much larger criminal networks operating behind the scenes. From major cities like Philadelphia to smaller communities across the state, authorities are seizing large amounts of drugs, often tied to organized groups moving drugs across state lines. What starts as a traffic stop or local case can quickly turn into a multi-agency investigation involving dozens of suspects, firearms, and millions of dollars in narcotics. In today's video, we're breaking down some of the most significant Pennsylvania drug busts, showing how these operations were uncovered and what they reveal about the growing reach of drug trafficking networks. In Bensalem, Pennsylvania, authorities arrested 4 men from California after uncovering a significant drug operation involving large quantities of narcotics. The suspects are Toro Avila, Alex Zaragoza, Anthony Gonzalez, and Ramon Caro were taken into custody with approximately 40,000 Fentanyl pills, 11 pounds of meth, and 5,000 in cash. Investigators say the group was involved in drug distribution activities, with the quantity of seized substances indicating intent to supply rather than personal use. Each of the men now faces multiple drug-related charges, including possession with intent to deliver. The case highlights ongoing concerns about interstate trafficking networks bringing large volumes of dangerous drugs into Pennsylvania communities.
Documents say Jose Rodarte Garcia was traveling on I-55 in Will County, Illinois, when he was pulled over for a cracked windshield on September 20th. After some conversation, the deputy who pulled him over was prompted to search Rodarte Garcia's van. The deputy's K-9, Edo, gave a positive alert for narcotics. After a search of the van, 15 tinfoil packages were found behind a panel.
Result of 3 major investigations. With a street value of $116,000 was seized, $86,000 worth of heroin.
One man is behind bars after 10,000 grams of cocaine was found during a traffic stop in Henry County.
State police stopped a truck on Interstate 80 and made one of the biggest drug busts in state history. Troopers stopped a Volvo truck tractor semi-trailer in Henry County. That's in the western part of the state. Inside that truck, they found more than 1,100 pounds.
Illinois sits at the crossroads of America's map with Chicago's freight network, the I-55 corridor cutting north-south, and I-80 running coast to coast. And that geography is exactly why so many big cases keep popping up here. Traffic stops that turn into multi-kilo seizures, long investigations that end in coordinated raids, and citywide initiatives aimed at shutting down open-air markets. In this breakdown, we're touching everything from the Joliet area I-55 stop tied to a suspected delivery run toward Grand Rapids, to massive I-80 Henry County semi-seizures, to Chicago takedowns in Pilsen, Austin, Little Village, plus Springfield, Rockford, Lake County, and Belvedere cases where investigators say cash, scales, guns, and large quantities of narcotics were recovered. These aren't street rumors, they're the paper trail moments. Traffic stops, warrants, task forces, and charging documents where allegations still have to be proven in court.
Midnight Thursday morning, people in the area said in recent weeks it has become a hub of drug activity. Kenny, who frequents the area, said he was out and saw officers gathering shortly before the bust.
The sting targeted drug sale hotspots around 16th and 17th Streets, K and C Streets, as well as areas along Imperial Avenue and Broadway. Investigators documented 34 people openly selling.
Ferris Narcotics Enforcement Unit says it helped conduct one of the largest domestic meth seizures in U.S. history.
2 major drug busts in our area. Customs and Border Protection
People have been charged in connection with a major bust, and authorities say the drugs had a street value of $55 million.
Huge drug busts in the Central Valley. Some of the drugs hidden in carne asada beef.
47 alleged members of the Sinaloa cartel indicted.
At about 10:30 p.m., residents started seeing a swarm of police lights around Jefferson Square Park near the city's Japantown. Dozens of San Francisco police and sheriff's deputies moved in and began making arrests.
On Wednesday, federal, state, and local law enforcement serves 20 search warrants in Yuba, Tehama, Sutter, and Butte counties. The task force says they took down 2 drug labs, found and seized guns, ammunition, and drugs.
California has become one of the biggest battlegrounds in the fight against large-scale drug trafficking, with authorities uncovering massive shipments, dismantling organized networks, and making dozens of arrests across the state, from Northern California seizures of more than 2,000, even 2,700 pounds of meth, to a $55 million Fenty bust in Los Angeles. These cases reveal just how widespread and sophisticated drug operations have become. Investigators also uncovered trafficking rings exchanging drugs for EDT benefits in Salinas, airport smuggling attempts intercepted in Chicago, and multi-county networks moving narcotics across California and beyond. In San Diego, dozens were indicted in undercover operations targeting open-air drug markets, while San Francisco raids led to 41 arrests and nearly 90 suspects taken into custody during enforcement sweeps. Authorities also seized meth hidden in food shipments, intercepted drugs during traffic stops, and dismantled networks tied to cartel-linked distribution systems. In this video, we break down these major California drug busts, the arrests behind them, and how law enforcement says these operations expose the scale of drug trafficking across the Golden State.
County deputies found themselves in church, but they weren't there to worship. They were there to arrest the pastor and his son for allegedly selling large amounts of drugs right out of the fellowship hall.
Tonight, 30 people are under arrest, accused of illegal drug distribution in Onslow County.
These are the pictures of just some of the defendants facing state and tribal drug charges for drug activity in and around the Cherokee Reservation.
Blocked off just a few moments ago. Now, I do want to show you where we are. Take a look at this hotel. And as you mentioned, Evan, the FBI and police raided this hotel for prostitution and drugs.
Half an hour ago, deputies brought out 2 of these men and walked them to a van in handcuffs, taking them to Swain County. Because the jail here is at capacity, Macon and Clay County jails are also being used to house some of those arrested tonight. The arrests are for men and women charged with possessing, dealing, and trafficking prescription pills. Some were also charged with dealing methamphetamine.
These 6 men are behind bars tonight, accused of running an elaborate drug trafficking operation in Mecklenburg and Iredell counties. From Shopper 9, you can see this luxury home in Statesville, complete with a pool and a trampoline.
Patrick Allen making his first appearance in Durham County Court on Friday.
Mr. Allen did possess 28 grams or more of opioid. The defendant also did possess, with the intent to manufacture, sell, deliver, 10.69 pounds of fentanyl.
Handler. 5 people are in custody after a raid early this morning. All of them are facing charges involving possession and sale of cocaine.
Sheriff says there was something different about how the alleged dealers were doing their job, taking orders by phone.
8 people ranging in age from 21 to 37 have been arrested. They've been charged on more than 100 felonies combined.
A traffic stop leads police to a major drug bust in Rocky Mount this weekend during a search of a car pulled over Friday.
Fox News Alert now, the feds busting a drug ring they say was run by current and former students at the University of North Carolina, Duke University, and Appalachian State University. They say they charged 21 hardened drug dealers.
On Friday, Johnny Pettigrew and Reginald Washington were each charged with 13 counts of drug-related charges. The owner of PRD, Pravin Bun, and 2 employees were arrested.
Off Reagan Drive when the feds and CMPD moved in, arresting 10 people who they say used the hotel as a farmer's market for drugs.
Sarah, breaking news in Forsyth County. 3 people are in custody this afternoon and charged in a massive drug bust.
While serving a search warrant, investigators say they seized 70 pounds of cocaine and a firearm from a building on West 32nd Street earlier this week.
It's a neighborhood where you wouldn't expect anything out of the ordinary. Lawns on Castle Pines Drive are well kept. A number of neighbors are retired, and several tell us they know the man who lived in this house.
In Springs, you will see more cotton fields than you will homes. But according to the DEA, at least one of those homes was full of cocaine and cash.
These 4 men who police say were trafficking thousands of dollars, all behind bars, and those drugs off the streets.
I really don't even know what's going on here, but so I got to reduce my bond. On WBTV, new video sheds important light on the devastating consequences of a federal task force bust gone wrong.
Yeah, the video comes as a result of WBTV fighting and winning for its unsealing in federal court.
North Carolina is known for its Blue Ridge Mountains, Atlantic coastline, major universities, and fast-growing cities like Charlotte and Raleigh. But behind that image, law enforcement agencies have spent years confronting drug trafficking operations that stretch from crowded urban neighborhoods to college campuses, rural highways, and small mountain communities. These investigations have involved local police departments, county sheriff's offices, the SBI, DEA, FBI, Homeland Security investigations, and specialized narcotics task forces working across jurisdictional lines. In this documentary, we examine dozens of major drug busts from across North Carolina. The cases include a federal university trafficking investigation, large fentanyl and meth seizures, coke concealed inside trailer wheels, suspected distribution operations connected to hotels, residences, stores, and even a church, as well as Operation Spring Cleaning, a massive enforcement surge that resulted in federal charges, fugitive arrests, and the recovery of hundreds of pounds of illegal drugs and more than 100 firearms. From Charlotte and Raleigh to Winston-Salem, Rocky Mount, Asheville, Tabor City, and rural counties across the state. These cases reveal how widespread and organized the illegal drug trade can become and how investigators work to disrupt it.
A police source says authorities took at least 1 man into custody after they found drugs in the apartment building at 780 Garden Street in the Belmont section of the Bronx, which also houses multiple
30 federal prosecutors and the FBI say they've shut down what they're calling an open-air drug market at a NYCHA complex in Harlem. 12 people were taken into custody. Investigators say the group ran its operation for years.
You can see the gates of this smoke shop down. Investigators say what was happening inside there was a pretty wild setup. They say it's connected to an apartment above here by a secret chute used to move illegal products without anyone noticing.
Down a sophisticated drug trafficking operation across from a school.
Yeah, police say it was so large it had the potential of supplying drug networks throughout the entire Northeast.
Drug bust in a Bronx apartment. Police recovered more than 26 pounds of and $3 million.
CBS News New York exclusive. A rainbow variety of deadly pills and trap doors to keep the stash a secret. It was all part of a multi-million-dollar drug bust that went down inside a Manhattan residential building, and neighbors say they had no idea.
Down of a massive drug ring. It involved 3 interconnected groups responsible for sourcing and selling. across 7 counties.
And we are charging 48 people for their roles in operating this ring.
Several men were arrested following a year-and-a-half-long investigation resulting in numerous drug and gun seizures in Brooklyn, Queens, and Nassau County.
Connected to Washington Square Park.
Federal prosecutors have filed charges against 19 people, accusing them of running an open-air drug market.
All right, Fox 5. New York's drug trade doesn't operate like a street hustle anymore. It operates like a supply chain. What looks normal on the surface can be a cover story. A tractor trailer that appears to be delivering papayas turns into one of the city's biggest meth seizures. A luxury high-rise in Hell's Kitchen becomes a stash point for bulk narcotics. And a Bronx investigation turns urgent when authorities say fentanyl is being stored in a building that also houses daycares. From hidden compartments in furniture to secret chutes in smoke shops, from pill press operations to park-based open-air markets that allegedly run all day, every day. The pattern is the same. These networks adapt, camouflage, and expand, and the map is bigger than the 5 boroughs. Federal and local task forces describe pipelines that stretch from the West Coast into NYC, then out toward Long Island and upstate, while other cases focus on hotspots like Washington Square Park, East Harlem, and Rufus King Park, places investigators say were treated like territory, managed in teams, and protected with warnings and counter-surveillance. This video pulls those cases together into one story. Not just who got arrested, but how the shipments move, where the markets operate, and why the methods keep getting more sophisticated. Major drug bust connected.
They ignore the criminal justice system. They ignore society. They don't care if your children die as long as they can wear their drip. You see $50,000 in drip, where you see, oh, that not so dangerous drug of cannabis. You see guns.
Put your hands up! Come to the front door now!
Drop it!
Drop it! Get your hand up now!
You are watching the moments. Lee County deputies arrested more than 60 people accused of selling drugs.
Wednesday, in the early morning darkness, police SWAT teams found out across South Florida to round up alleged drug traffickers.
Occupants of 2641 Northwest 16th Fort. This is a Fort Lauderdale Police SWAT team. We have a search warrant. Come out with your hands up.
The case is nicknamed Operation Trackside. Authorities arrested 19 people.
Nice.
A traffic stop for one Lee County deputy led to a 2-kilo bust. Right now, Jesse Freeman is in jail. Deputies found drugs, guns, and a lot of money.
These are the moments captured on deputy body-worn cameras of the takedowns of 17 people accused of trafficking throughout Central Florida. Called Operation Burn Baby Burn, officials say this investigation took a year of surveillance and undercover operations to build this case.
These are just some of the key players accused in a multi-county drug trafficking ring, stretching from West Palm Beach to Fort Lauderdale.
While they were searching a storage unit, deputies say they found this entire cart full of cash, more than $1 million, and nope, that's not all.
Tonight, a drug raid in one Southwest Florida neighborhood leaves some living in the area shocked. 4 people were taken into custody, and detectives tell us they discovered a huge stash of drugs along with weapons and more than $20,000 in cash.
11 guns, $43,000 in cash, and hundreds of grams of heroin and other drugs, all seized in a series of 16 major narcotics busts today. It's all part of an operation that began in December.
We're learning new information about a major drug bust in Ocean Way where 60 people were arrested, and police are still looking for 11 more. Here's a look at just some of the mugshots. The bust, called Lockdown in O-Town, referring to Ocean Way.
This is a result of their Operation Unplugged. Arrests of over 100 people, majority of them drug dealers working throughout Palm Beach County.
The Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office unplugs the plugs.
Here for 20 years, I've never seen one this big.
During a 3-month undercover drug buying operation, police arrested 20 of the 37 people on this board. The rest have warrants out for their arrest. Chief Mike Chitwood says these drug dealers are repeat offenders. Some even arrested up to 50 times.
Between West Palm Beach and Belle Glade, as well as other areas of the county.
RICO targets individuals engaged in criminal enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity requiring at least 2 qualifying offenses within a 10-year period.
Florida's drug economy doesn't move like street corner hustles anymore. It moves like a statewide logistics system, where a traffic stop can expose $1 million pipeline. A drug home can pull first responders back again and again, and a single overdose can become the thread that unravels an entire network. In this video-style breakdown, we connect the dots across the biggest Florida crackdowns you listed, from Operation Candyman's mass arrests and gun seizures, to Trackside and Big Boy multi-agency takedowns in Palm Beach, to Polk County's wiretap and Bartow investigations where detectives say a violent distribution chain fed tragedy, to turnpike interdictions, tattoo shop wiretap cases, and pipeline sweeps that hit neighborhoods from Jacksonville to Daytona, New Smyrna to Crestview. Different counties, different names, but the same pattern: long investigations, coordinated warrant days, and enforcement phases designed to break the supply chain.
From coast to coast, America's drug crisis isn't slowing down, it's evolving. In the last 18 months, law enforcement has dismantled trafficking networks, intercepted record-breaking seizures, and arrested thousands of suspects tied to some of the biggest drug operations the country has ever seen. But here's what most people don't realize. These aren't random busts. They're pieces of a massive puzzle, a supply chain that moves from overseas labs through American highways, into neighborhoods, and back out as profit. In this documentary, we're connecting the dots across 8 states: California, Texas, Florida, New York, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, and Arizona, showing you exactly how law enforcement is fighting back, what they're seizing, and why the war on drugs keeps ramping up. From Fendi pills made to look like Oxy, to multi-million-dollar meth warehouses, to cartel-linked operations moving cocaine across state lines. This is what the front lines actually look like. Stay tuned as we break down the biggest drug busts, the investigations behind them, and what happens when the pipeline finally gets cut. Let's go.
In September.
Talk about a family business.
This family has been selling drugs in Elyria in Lorain County for decades.
Investigators just busted a huge ring wide open. 34 people behind bars in Lorain County. They include 67-year-old Grandma Grace Milton to her grandkids, all of them related in some way.
This is a generational problem.
Working together, police in Lorain and Elyria, plus the Lorain County Sheriff's Office, charged these 34 people from the Burns, Milton, and Tillman families.
In mid-March 2015, Lorain County investigators announced a major takedown they said dismantled a family-linked Coca-Cola network in the Elyria area, often referred to in coverage as the Burns, Milton, and Tillman drug trafficking organization. Investigators said the case was built using years of intelligence and accelerated in the final 2 months, culminating in arrests after law enforcement executed nearly 20 search warrants across the area. According to investigators at the press conference, 2 Cleveland men, Christopher Craig and Bernard Washington, were allegedly transporting about 3 kilograms of Coca-Cola from Cuyahoga County to Elyria for a large delivery. Police said the Coca-Cola was being delivered to Jarvis Burns and Travis Milton, and that Burns and Milton had $43,000 in cash to complete the purchase. Investigators said the plan was for the kilo load to be broken down and redistributed through other members of the network for street-level sales. Authorities said a key location in the case was the home of the suspect grandmother, Grace Milton, where they said major transactions were taking place. She was charged with conspiracy to traffic cocaine, according to investigators. Police also said the alleged leadership core included Jarvis Burns, Travis Milton, and Donald Tillman, and they described Burns as the suspected head of the organization, facing, among other charges. In terms of what was seized, officials reported recovering about 3.3 kilograms of Coca-Cola, estimated around 400,000, plus 20 grams of H, 97.9 grams of Mary, 5 guns, 10 automobiles, and $84,163 in cash.
Just 50 miles up 75 here is Tip City, Ohio, and a couple from there has been indicted, along with one other American, 22 Chinese nationals, and 4 Chinese chemical companies. The FBI is calling this Operation Box Cutter. Investigators say Eric Michael Payne of Tip City had been buying illegal cutting agents from online Chinese chemical and pharmaceutical companies. Cutting agents would then be mixed with to increase the drug's yield, leading to more deadly drugs on our streets and bigger profits for these drug traffickers. And the FBI says these Chinese chemical companies received payments either in the form of cryptocurrency or through traditional financial institutions. The FBI says one of the 4 Chinese companies has been sanctioned by the United States.
What about the 22 Chinese nationals? They've been indicted, but what are the chances that they'll be brought here to America to face the charges?
The U.S. does not have an extradition policy with China, so they're over there. Unless they go to another country, another area that does have an extradition process, it's likely they won't be brought back here. But
in September 2025, the FBI and DEA announced the results of a nearly 2-year investigation known as Operation Box Cutter, which authorities said targeted an international supply chain moving illicit chemical precursors from China into southwest Ohio. Prosecutors said the case led to charges against 3 U.S. citizens, 22 Chinese nationals, and 4 Chinese chemical companies. And investigators reported seizing a large quantity of fentanyl powder along with additional material allegedly intended for pill production. Investigators identified 2 people from Tip City, Ohio as central to the U.S.-based side of the operation. Eric Michael Payne, described as the main supplier who allegedly bought cutting agents online from Chinese sources, and Ariane Trezin Rayford, his significant other, who was indicted for allegedly helping transfer cryptocurrency payments and allowing drugs to be stored at her residence. A third American, Chandria Brian Davis of Atlanta, was also indicted for allegedly helping transfer more than $60,000 in cryptocurrency to the network. Authorities further alleged that the international side involved Chinese companies knowingly marketing and shipping dangerous chemicals to the U.S. while disguising shipments as legitimate goods to evade scrutiny, and claiming the network handled substances, including synthetic opioids and other dangerous additives. Officials said the payments were made via cryptocurrency to reduce traceability, and they noted that while the U.S. defendants were arrested, the 22 indicted Chinese nationals were unlikely to face trial unless they travel to a country that can extradite them to the United States.
It started out as a routine traffic stop last month for a driver behind the wheel of a U-Haul truck just outside of Cambridge.
Reason I'm stopping you is you were driving over the edge line. Want to make sure you're not texting and driving on your phone or anything.
When Ohio Highway Patrol troopers pull over the truck, the man behind the wheel says he's on his way from Oklahoma headed to Pennsylvania.
What are you hauling?
I'm moving.
Oh, you're moving?
Yeah.
Can we look in the back?
Yeah.
Except troopers don't find furniture in the moving van. Instead, they discover 12 plastic tubs filled with marijuana. 700 pounds of marijuana with a street value of $3.5 million. Discovered, troopers say, when drug-sniffing canines are brought to the scene. More than enough drugs to charge 33-year-old Ivan Fortunato with felony drug charges.
A routine traffic stop outside Cambridge, Ohio turned into a major seizure after Ohio State Highway Patrol troopers pulled over a U-Haul on Interstate 70 in Guernsey County. Troopers said the driver, Ivan Fortunato, was stopped after the truck crossed the edge line, and body cam video shows the trooper explaining he wanted to make sure the driver wasn't texting or impaired. Fortunato told troopers he was traveling from Oklahoma and said he was moving to Pennsylvania, and he agreed to let them look in the back of the U-Haul. Instead of furniture, troopers reported finding 12 large plastic tubs and additional bags containing about 700 pounds total, which they valued at roughly $3.5 million.
Dave Dasick was stunned when federal agents surrounded a dingy green warehouse next to his Boston Heights home last week. Before that day, he never saw anything unusual there.
It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable because agents found this: 82 pounds of meth and 60 more pounds of meth. U.S. Attorney Justin Herdman says the location was a huge meth facility. The drug made and packaged there for distribution on the streets. 2 Mexican nationals, Hector Ramos Navarez and Gilbert Treviso Garcia, along with a Cleveland man, Tyrone Rogers, are charged in the federal drug conspiracy. After the meth was seized, agents monitored phone calls in which Rogers got the green light to the person he believed stole the drugs. Herdman says Rogers didn't realize it was the feds who confiscated the stockpile of meth.
Investigators are telling us tonight the suspects may have actually rented that warehouse, which is off of Old 8 Road in Boston Heights.
Federal authorities said what became known as Ohio's largest meth bust unfolded in Summit County in late March 2018, when DEA agents searched a warehouse in the Boston Heights-Hudson area and seized more than 140 pounds of meth, a mix of crystal meth and liquid meth, in amount investigators described at the time as the biggest meth seizure in state history. Officials said the enforcement action happened in the early hours of March 24, 2018, and the drugs were tied to a trafficking operation using warehouses to store and process large shipments before distribution across the region. In the initial case announcement in early April 2018, federal prosecutors identified 3 defendants: Tyrone Rogers of the Cleveland area and 2 Mexican nationals, Hector Manuel Ramos Navarez and Gilbert Treviso Garcia, each accused in a conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute meth. Prosecutors said the operation involved significant planning and logistics, and later summaries described liquid meth being transported into northern Ohio and then converted into crystal meth at warehouse locations before being pushed out for resale, with money and coordination tied back toward Mexico.
An Ohio man is facing multiple drug charges after a search warrant on Tuesday. Law enforcement went into a home along Roy Avenue in the Plains for suspected drug trafficking. Deputies seized large amounts of suspected and paraphernalia often used with meth. Scales, cash, and a loaded handgun were also seized. Chaz Jones of the Plains was arrested for aggravated possession of drugs and aggravated trafficking in drugs.
On July 28, 2020, the Athens County Sheriff's Office Criminal Interdiction Unit executed a court-authorized search warrant at a home on Roy Avenue in the Plains after investigators suspected drug trafficking. During the search, deputies reported finding bulk amounts of suspected H along with suspected meth-related drug paraphernalia, plus digital scales, 495 in cash, and a loaded handgun. Authorities arrested Chaz Jones of the Plains and said he was charged with aggravated possession of drugs, aggravated trafficking in drugs, and having weapons under disability.
We're by Burroughs Elementary School in the Hilltop, and these suspects are accused of dealing drugs within 1,000 feet of this school. The 11 suspects were arrested between June 29th and July 1st. Most of them are from Columbus. The U.S. Attorney for Southern Ohio calls getting to this point a milestone in what's been a 2-year investigation. Residents in the area have not wanted to go on camera out of fear some people connected to this ring are still out here, but they say this group has been causing a lot of problems for the neighborhood and are glad these arrests have been made. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, more than $1.5 million and 44 guns were also seized.
Federal prosecutors said the $1.5 million Hilltop drug bust was the result of a 2-year investigation into a trafficking ring accused of selling Coca-Cola and Fendi on the west side of Columbus, including alleged drug activity within 1,000 feet of Burroughs Elementary School. Authorities said arrests were made between June 29 and July 1, 2022, and that the enforcement phase included 14 search warrants carried out by a mix of local, state, and federal agencies. In the initial federal case, 11 people were charged with conspiracy-related drug offense. Officials also reported seizing more than $1.5 million in cash, 44 firearms, and vehicles, describing the takedown as a major disruption to neighborhood-level trafficking.
Tonight, Charles Crosby, Brian Nisnick, and Malcolm North are all off the streets and in jail following a pair of drug raids in Youngstown. Police say it was at North's house on the south side where they found more than 20 pounds of marijuana,
which is estimated street value on that is probably around $33,000.
Investigators say the pot-selling operation had been going on for close to a year, but authorities weren't aware of it until several weeks ago when neighbors complained about it to officers with the city's community policing unit.
Based on what's publicly accessible about the Cadillac, Benz, 22 pounds of pot seized in Youngstown drug raids story. Police said they hit 2 separate locations in Youngstown during drug raids and recovered about 22 pounds of Mary, along with more than $40,000 in drugs and cash, and seized luxury vehicles as part of the cases. Investigators credited information from residents as a key reason the investigations got traction.
19-year-old has now been indicted on multiple charges, accused of trafficking more than $130,000 worth of drugs out in Claremont County. According to the Claremont County Sheriff's Office tonight, David Goodwine was indicted on 20 drug trafficking and possession charges. So he's accused of trafficking out of his home in Williamsburg Township. During a search of his house, investigators say they found more than 30 pounds of guns and multiple phones.
Toward Mexico, a Claremont County grand jury indicted David Goodwine of Williamsburg Township on 20 counts tied to alleged drug trafficking and possession after investigators say he was selling drugs out of his home, including activity near the 5,400 block of State Route 133. Authorities said the Claremont County Narcotics Task Force opened the case after receiving a tip, then executed a search warrant and seized a large haul of drugs and evidence. Reported seizures included $6,009 in cash, about 31.86 pounds of Mary, large quantities of THC vape carts, THC edibles, about 5.90 pounds of THC wax, about 1.91 pounds of psilocybin mushrooms, and LSD. Investigators also reported recovering 2 firearms and 4 iPhones, and estimated the total street value at about $132,140.
Sentence for a major drug offender. The man found guilty on 13 felony drug charges is set to spend more than a century in prison. 40-year-old Troy Luck was busted on drug charges after a 6-month investigation. Prosecutors say he preyed on addicts distributing deadly drug. He was convicted on October 1st, then Luck was sentenced to 112 years.
40. A Columbus man named Troy Lee Locke was sentenced to at least 112 years in prison after a Franklin County jury found him guilty on 13 felony drug-related charges. Prosecutors said the case came out of a 6-month investigation that involved the rare use of a wiretap in Franklin County drug cases. They allege Locke led a drug trafficking organization distributing large amounts of drugs in Franklin County, and that he pulled friends and family into the operation, with some ending up with felony convictions. Prosecutors also alleged he targeted sales to people already addicted, and said there was no evidence he personally used narcotics. On May 13th,
all of this starting back in March 2024 when a citizen filed a complaint about drug activity. That led authorities to uncover an organization distributing illicit drugs to neighborhoods on Cleveland's west side. The search warrants were executed in the 3200 block of West 131st Street and on McGowan Avenue in Cleveland.
On May 13, 2025, the Cuyahoga County Sheriff's Department Narcotics Unit executed 2 search warrants, one in the 3200 block of West 131st Street and another on MC Gowan Avenue on Cleveland's west side after what officials described as a year-long investigation that started with a citizen complaint in March 2024. Investigators said the case targeted an organization they believe had been distributing drugs into West Side neighborhoods, and the warrant service led to the seizure of about 25 pounds of suspected meth that day, along with other narcotics and firearms. A sheriff's spokesperson told local media that, over the course of the case, investigators seized 28 pounds of meth, 2,443 grams of Coca-Cola, 480 grams of Fentanyl pills, 247 grams of H, 20,707 in cash, and 2 firearms.
New on WLWT, more than 80 pounds of fentanyl seized by the FBI Cincinnati.
Take a look at this picture they posted on social media. The FBI working alongside the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. They say along with the drugs they found, they also found guns, cash, and other illegal substances from a major drug trafficking ring.
In August 2025, the FBI's Cincinnati field office said agents intercepted about 84 pounds of fentanyl near Dayton in what local outlets described as a massive drug bust. The FBI said the seizure was made with the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office Regional Agency's Narcotics and Gun Enforcement Task Force, and that agents also recovered other drugs, guns, and cash tied to a major drug trafficking organization.
More than $9.5 million worth of drugs are off the street right now after one of the biggest drug busts in Cuyahoga County's history. 2 people, a 40 and 43-year-old, are in custody. Pills were recovered, along with 3 pistols, 2 rifles, and additional evidence relating to narcotics trafficking.
$3.5 million. 2 people were arrested and over $9 million worth of drugs were seized by police during an operation in Cleveland, Highland Heights, and Westlake. On May 14, 2024, Cleveland police and the FBI-led cartel gang Narcotics and Laundering Task Force served multiple search and arrest warrants across Cleveland's 2nd, 3rd, and 5th districts, plus Highland Heights and Westlake, capping a 6-month investigation that Cleveland officials called one of the biggest drug seizures in Cuyahoga County history. Police said the operation resulted in the seizure of roughly 65 kilograms of suspected fentanyl pills and powder, 3 pistols, 2 rifles, and a pill press pill manufacturing machine, along with additional evidence tied to narcotics trafficking. Investigators said lab totals were still pending, but they estimated they recovered nearly 600,000 counterfeit Blue M30 oxy-style pills containing fentanyl, with an estimated street value of about $9.5 million. Authorities initially described the suspects only by age and said they were taken into custody on federal arrest warrants. Federal court tracking later identified the 2 defendants as Shantez Moore and Kevin Lanier. https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=1 31 people arrested in Marion-based drug trafficking operation bus.
What makes this difference is the goal was to take out not just the individual players or parts of the drug trafficking operation, but the entire operation itself. So during the news conference here at the sheriff's office, they spoke about that 2-year-long monitoring and observation of 2 drug trafficking operations that concluded with a total of 31 arrests, 21 of which took place in the early hours yesterday morning here in Marion. According to the U.S. Attorney, the defendants obtained a range of drugs from distributors in Chicago and Columbus and focused the redistribution on the Marion area.
On June 22nd, 31 people were charged in 2 separate federal indictments tied to drug trafficking conspiracies operating across Marion, Wyandotte, and Lorain counties. Officials said 21 defendants were arrested during an early morning roundup and taken to federal court in Cleveland. The enforcement action also produced major seizures. Investigators reported taking 3 kilograms of fentanyl, 2 kilograms of Coca-Cola, more than 1 kilogram of meth, 15 firearms, and $25,546 in cash.
Or behind bars tonight after police seized over $1 million worth of illegal drugs and firearms. The Muskingum County Prosecutor's Office said that 39-year-old Cody Starkey and 36-year-old Chiquita Rush were arrested and face multiple drug trafficking charges and having weapons under disability.
In Zanesville, Ohio, a case that made headlines was detailed by the county prosecutor as an enforcement action in which investigators filed major felony charges after a search warrant raid uncovered what they estimated to be 700,000 to 1 million in illegal drugs and related contraband.
Noel Mott is just one of 43 people who was arrested Thursday morning in several raids across Mansfield. According to the FBI, he was the ringleader for one of the drug trafficking organizations that bought drugs from Detroit to sell in this area. Close to 300 officers from different agencies were out Thursday morning, going into homes and making arrests. You can see the door frame of Mott's home is bent. His father tells me he was at the house at the time of the bust. And what was it like this morning?
It was crazy, but I don't want to speak no more.
And he claims he had no idea his son was involved in this, especially because Mott has been dealing with heart problems.
I'm surprised because,
43 people were indicted in federal court for drug trafficking, and 36 were charged in state court. The FBI says 2 drug trafficking rings were involved, and the drugs have been sold throughout the area since at least 2015. Authorities say the drug houses were operating on several streets throughout the city, such as Bowman Street and West 3rd Street, where
federal and local agencies announced a major takedown in Richland County that they said targeted 2 separate drug trafficking conspiracies operating from 2015-2016 through 2019. 43 people were indicted in federal court across the 2 cases, 23 defendants in one indictment and 20 defendants in the other, and that the enforcement action included early morning raids in the Mansfield area and in Detroit. Authorities said the first case, the 23-defendant indictment, focused on a group accused of trafficking drugs, and prosecutors identified Noel Mott as the leader. They alleged the group sourced drugs from Detroit and Mansfield, including trips to Detroit to obtain large quantities of pills, then redistributed the drugs in Mansfield. Prosecutors also said Ma faced firearms-related charges tied to drug trafficking, including allegations he possessed guns despite being prohibited. The second case accused a separate conspiracy allegedly led by one Westbury of distributing drugs in the Mansfield area. At the press conference, officials said Westbury had not been captured yet, while Mott had been taken into custody during the sweep.
Since 2021, officers have been following a gang known as BL-800, and they've been instigating crime on the west side of the city, specifically in Wedgwood and South Park apartments.
They weren't the traditional drug dealer on the corner and operating a trap house street gang. In fact, this gang was so violent that other drug dealers wouldn't even deal with them.
Klaus says the group relied on theft.
They mount up in cars full of guys, and there'll be several cars at a time, and they go to Easton, Tuttle, Polaris, all the different parking lots all around Columbus, and they just go through like a swarm of locusts and track car handles, car handles, car handles.
Detectives say they've arrested 21 different members and charged them with gang-related crimes.
In an aggressive effort to curb gang violence in Columbus, Ohio, law enforcement officials have made major strides against the BL-800 gang, also known as Band to Life 800. Originating from the 800 block of Wedgwood Drive, the gang primarily operated in the Wedgwood and South Park apartment complexes on the city's west side. Composed mostly of individuals aged 14 to 25, BL-800 has been linked to theft, drug trafficking, armed robbery, and a series of violent crimes. Authorities launched a multi-agency investigation into the gang's activities, culminating in the arrests and indictments of at least 21 individuals by early 2024. The gang's control over its territory was maintained through threats and intimidation, often preventing witnesses from coming forward. One of the most high-profile cases involved the August 2022 fatal shooting of 32-year-old Miguel Oriola, who met his demise in a drive by shooting linked to gang retaliation.
2 men will now be in prison for at least the next 15 years. The prosecutor's office says in August of 2022, the men shot a man inside his vehicle on Wicklow Road in the Hilltop. Both suspects are a part of the BL-800 gang, which terrorized the Wedgwood apartment complex for years.
2 gang members, Hussein Bilal and Abdulkader Shindi Ahmed, later pleaded guilty to involuntary manslaughter and were sentenced to 15 to 20 years in prison. Another key figure, Bush Salat, was sentenced to 18 to 21 years after pleading guilty to multiple crimes, including participating in a criminal gang robbery and 2 separate shootings that occurred in early 2023.
Now, 16 violent criminals are facing charges as part of a years-long investigation. CPD's gang unit arrested members of the Livingston-Lonsdale Blood Gang, and police say they're responsible for trafficking drugs near schools and violent crimes.
We got one for your arrest, bub.
This is body-worn camera video of arrests of what police call violent Livingston-Lonsdale Blood Gang members earlier this month.
Born and raised out here, and my parents still live out here.
Chandler Tennant saw a poster CPD put up of the suspects this afternoon explaining how many charges each are facing.
I was kind of shocked because I'm just like, I grew up with him, and we used to play together, and, you know, we used to play curveball and basketball together. I didn't even know, you know, they were doing that type of stuff, and it kind of shocked me.
In November 2024, the Columbus Division of Police announced the successful conclusion of a major 2-year investigation, Operation Pocket Aces, which targeted the Livingston and Lonsdale Bloods, a violent subset of the National Bloods gang operating within Columbus, Ohio. The operation resulted in the indictment of 16 individuals on a sweeping 149 felony charges, ranging from drug trafficking and weapons offenses to attempted murder and felonious assault. Authorities uncovered an expansive drug distribution network operated by the gang, involving trafficking. Many of these transactions were conducted near schools, intensifying the legal consequences and further endangering local communities. During the course of the investigation, police executed more than 20 search warrants, seizing 56 firearms, including 2 modified to fire as fully automatic weapons, along with over $156,000 in cash and large quantities of illicit narcotics. Assistant Chief Lashana Potts described the Livingston and Lonsdale Bloods as one of the most dangerous and disruptive criminal organizations in our community. She emphasized that the success of Operation Pocket Aces reflects the department's unwavering commitment to combating organized gang violence and restoring public safety.
Some breaking developments on a major crime bust right here in Cleveland. A violent gang has been brought down after a massive operation by local, state, and federal law enforcement.
Yeah, we're talking RICO, racketeering charges that involve sexual assault, kidnapping, and drug distribution. Authorities say it originated and happened right here in Cleveland's Cedars Central neighborhood. They even say drugs were sold right here in this very vicinity, like an open-air market. They also told us that the alleged kingpin of this gang called himself the Godfather. 18 members of the fully blooded felons gang indicted.
Active in Northeast Ohio for over a decade and had a significant presence in Cleveland, particularly in the Cedar Central neighborhood.
The gang started as a branch of another gang known as the Heartless Felons. Leading this reign of terror, the alleged kingpin, Raven Mullins, who officials say referred to himself as the Godfather. He allegedly established a strict hierarchy within the gang, complete with rules, fines, and brutal punishments for anyone who disobeyed.
FBF held meetings to discuss gang business and were required to abide by Amaretta, meaning a code of silence.
The criminal enterprise even extended into the Ohio prison system, where they attempted to smuggle
drug-soaked paper and other contraband,
stash houses, torture, guns, and drugs. This organized crime ring has been operating right under our noses.
In a sweeping federal operation targeting organized gang activity, 18 individuals alleged to be members of the fully blooded Felon Street gang have been indicted in Cleveland, Ohio. Active primarily on the city's east side since 2012, the fully blooded felons now faces a second superseding indictment that outlines a wide range of serious charges, including racketeering conspiracy, deletion, kidnapping, assault, drug trafficking, and firearms violations. The charges stem from a 2-year investigation led by federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies and were unsealed in late 2024. According to prosecutors, the fully blooded felons operated as a hierarchical criminal enterprise under the direction of its founder, Raven Mullins, allegedly known within the group as the Godfather. Mullins and his commissioners are accused of overseeing violent enforcement tactics, internal discipline, and revenue-generating activities through narcotics sales and territorial control. The gang's influence reportedly extended beyond Cleveland into cities like Akron and Youngstown, as well as the Ohio correctional system. One of the most alarming events detailed in the indictment involves a September 2023 deletion on Cleveland's west side. Authorities allege Mullins and 2 other members, Henry Burchett and James Clemens, carried out a fatal shooting, then fled in a stolen vehicle that was later set on fire to conceal evidence. In a separate case from June 2022, Mullins and several associates were charged with the abduction of a woman suspected of cooperating with law enforcement. The woman was allegedly held captive for 6 days, during which she endured threats and repeated sexual assault. The fully blooded felons' drug operations were extensive and brazen. Prosecutors say the gang ran multiple open-air drug markets throughout the Cedar Central neighborhood, trafficking large amounts of drugs. Evidence also pointed to attempts by gang associates to smuggle narcotics into jail facilities, with some individuals allegedly positioned in or seeking employment with law enforcement and corrections.
Tonight's a historic set of indictments against suspected members of the Short North Posse. For the first time, nearly a dozen gang members are eligible for the death penalty.
Police, prosecutors, and federal agents voiced their concerns about witness intimidation. They say the people who saw something or knew something about this case have been threatened, beaten, and even.
The feds say they went by names like the Cutthroat Committee and Homicide Squad.
A lot of these homicides were planned.
And they were the ones who enforced gang laws governed by the Short North Posse. For 7 years, between 2005 and 2012, the feds say one or more of these 17 faces robbed, stole, and up to 13 people.
Even if this is drug dealer to drug dealer, they all matter to us.
And while the feds say members of this crew were hired, other drug dealers, rival gang members, or others with lots of cash and guns they were also told to off people who they knew. One victim, Crystal Fife, dated alleged ringleader Brandon Ledbetter. The indictment claims he shot and killed her in 2011 so she wouldn't talk to the cops.
The Short North Posse, once one of the most feared and entrenched street gangs in Columbus, Ohio, was brought to its knees through a sweeping federal investigation that led to numerous indictments and convictions between 2014 and 2017. Operating primarily in the Short North and Wineland Park neighborhoods, the gang was responsible for a broad range of violent and illicit activities. Their criminal enterprise included drug trafficking, armed robberies, extortion, illegal firearms possession, and a series of homicides that left a deep scar on the community. In October 2014, a federal grand jury handed down an expansive indictment charging 20 individuals linked to the Short North Posse under the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. The charges connected the gang to 14 previously unsolved deletions, numerous attempted deletions, and a range of offenses related to narcotics and weapons trafficking. The indictment outlined a highly structured organization that operated through violent subgroups like the Cutthroat Committee and the Homicide Squad, factions specifically created to enforce the gang's rule through targeted deletions and intimidation. Among those convicted, Robert B. Ledbetter, known as Killer B, was sentenced to life in federal prison without the possibility of parole. He was found guilty of multiple deletions, including the highly publicized murders of Alan Johnson and Crystal Fife. Another prominent member, Christopher A. Harris, also known as O-Dog, received a life sentence for his role in several gang-related deletions. Additional figures, such as Rashad A. Liston Buckwheat and Deount Ushery Frog, also received life terms for their participation in the gang's violent operations. Altogether, 6 members of the Short North Posse were convicted at trial, while 13 others accepted plea deals. One individual died before sentencing. The sentences ranged from 7 years to life imprisonment, highlighting the severity of the gang's crimes and the determination of prosecutors to seek maximum accountability.
Crips are one of the largest street gangs in the country, and prosecutors now say members have been doing business in Butler County. WLWT News 5's Karen Johnson joins us live now with what's being done to take down this gang operating in our area. Karen.
And Cherie, 8 suspected Crips were just indicted here in Butler County, charged with participating in a criminal gang. Prosecutor Mike Moser says these men conducted their business on and around Sycamore Street in Hamilton. Indicted were Toriano Ross Jr., Eric Ross, Embry Ross, Nathaniel Riggins, Jordan Jones, Brian Jones, Corbin Jenner, and Henry Lee Williams Jr. Moser says they've been behind some of the violence and drug dealing. WLWT has reported on at least 2 of these men in the past. Last year, police said Toriano Ross was being shot at when bullets tore through the windows of the Boys and Girls Club. 30 children were inside at the time. In Labor Day weekend of 2013, both Toriano and Eric Ross were shot multiple times outside of an apartment complex on Chestnut Street.
In a decisive move against gang violence, Butler County law enforcement officials have announced the indictment of 8 suspected members of the Crip Street Gang, signaling a major step in efforts to dismantle organized criminal activity in Hamilton, Ohio. The charges, centered around participation in a criminal gang, are the result of a collaborative investigation between the Butler County Prosecutor's Office and the Hamilton Police Department. Prosecutors allege that the group operated primarily in and around Sycamore Street, an area that has seen ongoing issues with violence and drug trafficking. Prosecutor Mike G. Moser described the suspects as highly dangerous, stating they were responsible for distributing drugs and contributing to escalating violence in the community. They are truly violent, G. Moser said. They fight among themselves and with rivals, but their ultimate goal is to control territory and maintain a marketplace for their drugs and other criminal enterprises. They're not afraid to harm anyone who stands in their way. Among the most alarming incidents linked to this group was a shooting involving Toriano Ross, in which bullets struck the Boys and Girls Club of Hamilton while 30 children were inside. Both Toriano and his cousin Eric Ross were also shot multiple times outside a Chestnut Street apartment complex during Labor Day weekend in 2013, an incident highlighting the gang's volatility and disregard for public safety. While specific details of the charges remain sealed, Authorities confirmed that 6 of the 8 suspects are already serving prison sentences for unrelated offenses.
Today, a Mahoning County judge sentenced the man investigators say was the leader of Youngstown's Vic Boys to 10 years in prison. Darrell Mason Jr. pleaded guilty to 13 felony charges, including drug trafficking.
Investigators say Mason led Youngstown's Vic Boys gang. Back in 2013, a grand jury indicted him along with 10 other adults and 3 juveniles on drug and gang charges.
This was a long investigation into these guys. There was quite a few of them that we were able to apprehend and prosecute.
Since the indictments of the Vic Boys, Mahoning County Assistant Prosecutor Marty Desmond says his office has received positive phone calls from residents and even the security department of Victory Estates on Youngstown's east side where the members lived.
In August 2013, a coordinated law enforcement operation led to the indictment of 13 individuals linked to the Vic Boys, a violent street gang based in the Victory Estates neighborhood of Youngstown, Ohio. The indictments were the result of a year-long investigation that focused on dismantling the gang's drug trafficking operations and curbing its involvement in weapons-related crimes. The Vic Boys had long been associated with drug distribution, as well as violent acts that destabilized the community.
More than 50 charges and a street gang dismantled, all the result of Operation Legend, a more than year-long effort in Cuyahoga County.
But prosecutors say that didn't stop members of La Flexico.
There are a couple incidents in which we know for a fact those triggers were pulled. Shootings that happened during broad daylight, 2 of the incidents, broad daylight shootings, residential areas in which anybody can be the ultimate target of one of those bullets.
After a year-long investigation, 7 members of the La Flexico gang are in custody, one of which was booked late this afternoon. 1 more member remains at large, but an arrest warrant has been issued. A grand jury indicted the teens and 20-somethings on more than 50 counts, including criminal gang charges.
In March 2021, a Cuyahoga County grand jury indicted 8 individuals suspected of being members of the La Flexico gang, a group operating primarily on Cleveland's west side. The indictment encompassed over 50 felony charges, including participating in a criminal gang, felonious assault, improperly discharging firearms into habitation, drug trafficking, and weapons offenses. The La Flexico gang was linked to multiple violent incidents between December 2019 and March 2021. Notably, on April 24, 2020, members were involved in a shootout near West 31st Street and Clark Avenue, during which numerous shots were fired, striking several residences occupied by children. Another incident occurred on November 12, 2020, near West 6th Street and Marquardt Avenue, where gunfire from gang members struck a nearby residence. In addition to these shootings, the gang was implicated in various other criminal activities, including illegal possession of firearms, fleeing from law enforcement, and trafficking narcotics.
When you stack these,
Javier Salazar says it was a tip that led deputies to the True by Hilton Hotel off East Houston Street downtown. A stakeout and a search warrant uncovered 2 separate rooms, a common trafficking tactic, the sheriff says, where deputies along with DPS troopers discovered a massive stash of drugs. 39-year-old Yolanda Ramos Ponce and 22-year-old Tomas Hernandez were arrested in connection to the bust. Sheriff Salazar says the 2 may be tied to drug cartels that cook the drugs in Mexico, then smuggle them across the border into the U.S. He says
deputies in Bexar County say a routine tip about a drug deal led them straight into a downtown hotel room where they found a bulk load of narcotics, about 10 kilograms of meth that investigators said was mixed-laced with Fendi. Officials estimated the street value at roughly $500,000 to $800,000, calling it the kind of seizure that can supply a lot of street-level distribution. According to reporting, the investigation pointed deputies to the True by Hilton on East Houston Street near downtown. Bexar County Sheriff Javier Salazar said investigators received information about a suspected deal happening out of a hotel room, moved in, and recovered the narcotics during the enforcement action. Authorities said 2 people were arrested.
41 people are charged for drug trafficking in major cities across the U.S. 23 of them are already in custody. 16 remain at large and 2 have died. Officials say that they all operated under the control of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel.
Federal prosecutors say a 50-count indictment charged 41 people in a Texas drug trafficking case they linked to CJ&G, alleging the network moved various drugs through Houston, Galveston, and out to cities like New Orleans, Pensacola, Atlanta, Nashville, and Chicago. Authorities said 23 defendants were already in custody, while 16 were still being sought, including Roxamudio Mendoza, described as a cartel-linked source believed to be in Mexico. Officials also listed major seizures tied to the investigation, hundreds of kilos along with guns, cash, and valuables.
And son are under arrest after authorities say they were found in possession of illegal drugs and guns, one of which was stolen. According to Marshall Police, a search warrant was executed today at a home along North Fulton Street. During that search, police say illegal narcotics, multiple firearms, cash, and items connected to a previous aggravated robbery were discovered.
Cruz Rodriguez Sr. and his son Cruz Rodriguez Jr. were taken into custody.
Son are under arrest after authorities say they were found in possession of illegal drugs and guns, one of which was stolen. Police in Marshall, Texas said a drug investigation turned into a wide-ranging evidence haul after narcotics officers served a search warrant at a home in the 1600 block of North Fulton Street. According to the Marshall Police Department, officers reported finding illegal drugs, a substantial amount of cash, and multiple firearms, including 1 gun reported stolen. Police also said they recovered items tied to an aggravated robbery, which is why the case was described as more than just a narcotics bust. Investigators said the evidence they collected was consistent with drug sales distribution, not simple possession.
39-year-old Sumatra's Forge ran a years-long drug operation using 9 people to sell homes across the city, many of them within 1,000 feet of schools and child care centers. Forge now faces charges of manufacture and delivery of a controlled substance and organized criminal activity. He's being held on a $1.15 million bond. Messages showing Forge was involved in cooking and selling the drugs. One alleged dealer, Tommy Spikes, was found dead in May at a known drug house tied to Forge. Investigators say several suspects are linked to that 5-2 Hoover Crip gang. The investigation is ongoing and more arrests could follow.
An investigation in Tyler, East Texas, where authorities say an undercover informant helped identify and build a case against a man they described as the leader of a drug ring. The public write-ups around the video say investigators believe the group was operating close enough to everyday spaces to raise the urgency. And one summary also claims investigators connected parts of the case to a 5 Deuce Hoover Crip affiliation.
Beaumont police say their narcotics unit found it during a traffic stop on I-10 Thursday morning. Officers stopped a van with a trailer for a traffic violation. One of their canines started barking at that trailer. Then detectives opened it to find roughly 579 kilos.
What looked like a routine traffic stop on I-10 East near mile marker 832 turned into one of the biggest Coca-Cola seizures ever publicly linked to the Beaumont Police Department. Investigators said a 15-passenger van towing a U-Haul trailer was pulled over after an alleged traffic violation, and a K9 named Rip alerted during the stop, leading officers to search the trailer. Inside, police reported finding 12 large totes packed with Coca-Cola, about 1,276 pounds. Authorities said the driver was a 43-year-old Florida woman, Kedra Parker, and they booked her into the Jefferson County Jail after the seizure.
Take a look. These are the 5 men arrested. 2 other people involved are now in custody. Constable Alan Rosen says this group set up shop at an apartment complex in Northwest Houston. They allegedly saw 30 customers an hour, but after more than a year of investigation, the operation was busted.
Constable Alan Rosen said they confiscated drugs, dozens of firearms, and more from an apartment complex in Northwest Houston. A year-long undercover investigation in Northwest Houston ended with what Harris County Precinct 1 Constable Alan Rosen described as a drive-through style drug operation being shut down at an apartment complex near On 1 Drive and Tidwell Road. Authorities said the setup functioned like a high-volume street market cars pulling up, making quick buys, and rolling out sometimes at a pace Rosen described as many as 30 cars an hour, which is part of why investigators framed it as organized, repeat business, rather than isolated dealing.
The Bexar County Sheriff's Office showing off their seizure in just the last hour. Up to 30 kilos or 66 pounds of meth were found in a home on Fitch Street, according to deputies. That's between I-35 and Pleasanton Road. The sheriff says some of the drugs were initially uncovered during a traffic stop. Information then led investigators to the home where they say the drugs were found in a diaper box. Tonight, a man and a woman are being booked into the jail, but more charges could be coming.
Bexar County deputies said a daytime traffic stop on San Antonio's south side turned into a major narcotics case. Investigators stopped a vehicle in the 300 block of Stonewall Street near Pleasanton Road and reported finding 2 kilograms of meth inside, which they said gave them probable cause to push the investigation further. Deputies then obtained a search warrant for a home in the 700 block of Fitch Street and said they recovered about 25 to 30 kilos of meth, 1 kilo of Coca-Cola, and roughly $20,000 in cash. When you stack these cases side by side, the real story isn't only the weight totals or the dollar estimates, it's the methods. Hotels and rentals used for short-term deals, rural and border routes feeding inland markets, cash hidden in everyday freight, and operations that range from local street distribution to networks big enough to trigger federal conspiracy charges.
Announcing one of the largest drug seizures ever in the state after 2.2 tons of fentanyl ingredients were seized. Charges were filed against Min-Soo Fang, a Chinese national who's accused of being a supplier of the chemicals. Agents say these chemicals are shipped from China to the U.S., where Fang's associates would alter shipping labels and send the chemicals to Mexico, where they would then be made into counterfeit pills. Hamdani says these chemicals end up in pills that lead to fatal overdoses, sometimes in children.
Centers on Min-Soo Fang, who federal prosecutors say was part of a conspiracy involving more than 2,000 kilograms of fentanyl precursor chemicals shipped from China into the U.S. and then moved onward toward Mexico. The U.S. Department of Justice described it as the largest amount of fentanyl precursors found in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of Texas, and one of the largest in the country. According to the indictment summary, Fong and others allegedly shipped the chemicals in about 100 separate shipments between August and October 2023. Prosecutors say the shipments were designed to reduce scrutiny by declaring a de minimis value, under 800, and mixing the boxes with other low-value imports so they could enter without detailed inspection of each package.
All right, thank you, Jamie. Well, 4 people are now behind bars in East Texas after a several months-long drug investigation dubbed Operation Crystal Ball. The Sabine County Sheriff's Office says deputies began the operation in March, targeting narcotics distribution across the county. Over 16 suspects were identified, with some facing federal charges.
Operation Crystal Ball in Sabine County, Texas case. Deputies framed it as a slow-build investigation that started in March 2025, then rolled into an enforcement phase later in the year after investigators said they developed narcotics leads across the area. When the sheriff's office went public in mid-November 2025, officials said the operation had already produced arrests and major seizures tied to meth trafficking. In that initial announcement, authorities reported seizing about 495 grams of meth and about 13 grams of Coca-Cola, and described the investigation as ongoing, with more suspects expected. Over the next few weeks, the Crystal Ball arrests continued to stack up.
Wrapped up in Seguin over the weekend. 21 people were arrested in Operation Low Key, a months-long investigation. Seguin police say the felony drug charges include distributing in Seguin, New Braunfels, and the surrounding area.
A multi-agency narcotics investigation that authorities called Operation Low Key culminated when investigators moved in across the Seguin, New Braunfels, Guadalupe County corridor. Officials described it as a coordinated effort aimed at narcotics trafficking networks operating in the area, not a single traffic stop or one stash house case. According to reporting, the enforcement phase resulted in 21 felony drug arrests and 31 felony charges filed across those cases, with investigators pointing to seizures. Operation Crystal Ball.
Operation Long Reach has been going on since October of 2019. In 2021, his team finally got the evidence to the DEA. The people indicted are from Dallas, Hamilton County, Arlington, Irving, Texas, and more. They are being found responsible for possessing $24 million worth of meth. Caraway says their social media evidence consists of photos dealers posted of meth to pictures of guns.
The Hamilton County Sheriff's Office began the investigation in October of 2019. In October 2019, investigators with the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office said they opened a case that would grow into a multi-county trafficking investigation, one that authorities later described as having ties to a Mexican cartel supply line. For nearly 3 years, the case built quietly in the background, the way large trafficking probes usually do, identifying who was moving product, who was storing it, who was distributing it, and how the money and communications flowed between counties. More than 20 people were indicted in what was described as a multi-county drug trafficking ring connected to cartel-level sourcing.
All the cars that were there, the coming and going early in hours in the morning and everything else, and they zooming up the street.
News of illegal drugs and an illegal firearm being found on this Northwest Side street was disheartening, but not shocking. Neighbors sounded off against the alleged activity, but didn't want to be identified.
I've seen all the traffic, and I've raised it to a police officer before.
After numerous tips, the Bexar County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant yesterday at this house on Erskine and Babcock, the alleged drug house right around the corner from Maverick Elementary School. CSO says this man, Jose Luis Martinez, is responsible. He was arrested and charged with felony possession of narcotics and felony possession of a firearm. But the alleged active member of the Texas Syndicate gang is already on probation for family assault. Neighbors somewhat relieved by his most recent arrest.
A short-term probation case on San Antonio's northwest side reportedly turned into a much bigger problem when deputies stopped or contacted a suspected gang member and ended up seizing drugs, a weapon, and $5,421 in cash. Federal prosecutors say a 50-count indictment charged 41 people.
According to the Polk County Sheriff's Office, the group was arrested after a search turned up more than 80 grams of meth and stolen property linked to local burglaries. This is what we know so far. The suspects range in ages from 20s to 70s, right there all on your screen. Each of the 13 are facing felony drug charges, but some also wanted on parole violations and other warrants.
The East Texas drug investigation hit its enforcement phase when deputies served a search warrant at a residence where 12 people were reportedly present at the time of the search. Authorities said 13 people were arrested in total, and that everyone taken into custody faced drug possession charges along with additional charges tied to what investigators said they found during the warrant service. On a Monday in Long Beach, San Antonio investigators said they shut down a Coca-Cola smuggling network rooted in San Antonio, with ties stretching into Floresville and Eagle Pass, after a case that started with informant tips in summer 2005 and built into a major enforcement action. The DE said the takedown led to 29 arrests, the seizure of 210 kilograms of Coca-Cola, and about $4.5 million in cash, with officials warning that retail distributors across the region would now be scrambling because they believe the organization's leadership had been captured. Authorities said the Coca-Cola was allegedly smuggled from Mexico and then distributed beyond Texas-named destinations, and reporting included Tennessee and Ohio, showing how a South Texas pipeline can feed markets far away. Investigators also described a money laundering and cash movement method aimed at hiding proceeds in everyday-looking freight. The cash was allegedly smuggled inside containers of powdered detergent and large buckets of construction material, a hide-it-in-plain-sight tactic they said was part of the group's logistics. One reason the case drew extra attention was who authorities said was involved. Reporting said an elementary school teacher was accused of helping with money laundering, and an 81-year-old woman was arrested in a role investigators described as drug transportation. What looked like a routine traffic
We are learning more tonight about a raid last week that resulted in charges for 8 members of an East Texas gang.
Arrest affidavits allege these men are all members of the 59 Bounty Hunters Bloods gang. And court documents obtained by KLTV7 reveal several of these men are linked to a Kilgore from earlier this year. These arrest affidavits include more details about the raid conducted last week at this home along Stone Road in Kilgore. The home belonging to the man police say is the ringleader, 32-year-old Michael Wilson, a man police say was feared around town. In the early hours of last Tuesday morning, local and federal law officers seized several guns, vehicles, trailers, ledgers, and drugs, along with close to $24,000 in cash. The affidavits also reveal a link to the fatal shooting of Gregory Williams along North Street in Kilgore back in April. The documents claim video surveillance from the day after shows Wilson at this house on Parkwood Drive holding a mop. The video also shows Kevin Ross Tenney Jr. using a rag to wipe down a glass door that Wilson used following the night of the. Investigators believe Wilson and Tenney were likely using the rag to, quote, tamper, fabricate, or conceal evidence in connection with the murder. They later found that mop and rag partially burned. The documents also show that Wilson's clothing in the video is consistent with descriptions from witnesses.
Arrest affidavits have provided further insight into the recent apprehension of multiple gang members of the 5'9" Bounty Hunter Bloods in the Kilgore area, linking some of them to an unsolved deletion. A law enforcement raid conducted on Tuesday, September 1, at a residence on Stone Road in Kilgore. According to the affidavits, the home belonged to Michael Wilson, who authorities identify as the leader of the group. The documents allege that all 8 men charged in the case are members of the 5'9" Bounty Hunter Bloods gang. Officers confiscated multiple vehicles, ledgers, illegal drugs, and nearly $24,000 in cash. The affidavits also establish a connection between the suspects and the fatal shooting of Gregory Williams on Kilgore's North Street in April 2020. Williams suffered multiple gunshot wounds, and witnesses reported seeing the suspect flee the scene. Newly obtained arrest records indicate that surveillance footage from the day after the deletion captured Michael Wilson at a residence on Parkwood Drive, west of Kilgore, holding a mop. The footage also reportedly shows Kevin Ross Tenney Jr. using a rag to wipe down a glass doorway that Wilson had used the night of the deletion. Investigators believe Wilson and Tenney were attempting to tamper, fabricate, or conceal evidence related to the crime. Both the mop and rag were later discovered partially burned. Additionally, Wilson's attire in the surveillance video closely matches witness descriptions from the crime scene. A search of the Parkwood Drive residence led officers to seize drugs, along with cash believed to be proceeds from drug sales. Kilgore Police Chief Todd Hunter described the gathered evidence as a treasure trove of intelligence on the gang, including more than 40 seized cell phones.
Targeting members of and affiliates of the Chuco Tango gang. It's all part of a large-scale drug trafficking investigation.
Estela, Thursday morning's operation resulted in the arrest of 21 individuals related to the Chuco Tango gang. That is according to the U.S. Attorney Jaime Esparza. All these individuals suspected of serious drug and firearm offenses. Now the arrest taking place across the borderland in southern New Mexico and West Texas, targeting El Paso, Socorro, Horizon, Las Cruces, and Anthony, New Mexico. The operations conducted in conjunction by federal, state, local, and tribal law enforcement agencies.
Across the borderland, FBI agents arrested 21 members of the Chuco Tango gang in multiple early morning raids. Some of the raids happened in West El Paso. One was on the 600 block of Westway Boulevard.
The other on the 7300 block of Lakehurst Road. The announcement was made during a news conference about 1 hour ago.
I want to show you video of the scene that we got earlier this morning in West El Paso. That is of Lakehurst Road, as FBI agents were searching a home, which we now know was connected to these arrests. Officials say the individuals arrested today were suspected of serious drug and firearm offenses associated with the local gang known as Chucotangos. They are charged with a combination of statutes related to possession with intent to distribute cocaine.
A coordinated operation targeted the prison-born gang known as Chuco Tango in raids across El Paso. the operation resulted in the arrest of 22 individuals, including accused Chuco Tango gang members, associates, and drug dealers. They face charges related to the distribution of various drugs and illegal firearms. The arrests occurred in multiple locations, including El Paso, Horizon City, Socorro, and Las Cruces and Anthony, New Mexico. Due to the high number of arrests, detainees were processed at the El Paso County Coliseum. Charges against the suspects range from drug conspiracy and possession with intent to distribute to unlawful possession of firearms by felons.
In other news, according to the El Paso FBI, in a successfully multi-agency-led operation, Michelle Angelica Pineda, known as La Cheli, was arrested in El Paso on Thursday. Pineda was wanted by the Mexican government for her alleged involvement in multiple in Ciudad Juarez. Law enforcement says Pineda had entered the U.S. illegally and was allegedly operating a drug trafficking ring for a gang out of Mexico.
Michelle Angelica Pineda was arrested yesterday. She's wanted in Mexico for her alleged involvement in fire and is suspected of multiple other Ciudad Juarez. Local law enforcement, including the FBI Safe Street Gang Task Force, learned that Pineda had entered into the United States illegally and was allegedly operating a drug trafficking ring from a gang from Mexico.
Chuco Tango has been linked to Michelle Angelica Pineda, also known as La Cheli, a Juarez-based leader of the Aristas Asesinos Street Gang. Pineda is accused of leading a violent group that mutilated victims in ritualistic deletions dedicated to La Santa Muerte. Intelligence from the El Paso Police Department revealed communication between Pineda and Chuco Tango members, leading to her February arrest at an East El Paso motel. She was subsequently deported to Mexico, where she faces multiple deletion charges. Chuco Tango, named after the local nickname El Chuco for El Paso, is the city's faction of the larger Tango Blast gang, which operates in major Texas cities. Unlike hierarchical prison gangs like Barrio Azteca and the Aryan Brotherhood of Texas, Chuco Tango functions with a decentralized leadership structure. The gang does not enforce a blood-in, blood-out rule for membership and operates in loosely organized cells outside of prison. The gang has been involved in violent conflicts with the Barrio Azteca gang, particularly due to its refusal to pay a street tax for drug trafficking operations in El Paso. Tango Blast originated as a prison self-protection group and has grown into a network of loosely affiliated factions across Texas. The original Tango groups, known as the Four Horsemen, include Houston, D-Town, Dallas, Cerritos, Fort Worth, and ATX, Austin. Other factions include Tango Orijon in San Antonio, West Texas, Carpitos, Corpus Christi, and the Valucos from the Rio Grande Valley. Law enforcement agencies continue to monitor the expansion of Chuco Tango and other Tango Blast factions, focusing on their role in drug trafficking and violent crime in Texas and beyond.
If you take a look over at where it happened, it's a very different scene than when we first found everything that went down. Now, after an operation happened in those early hours, we have a better idea of who exactly was taken into custody. The new task force from the FBI and Homeland Security says that they had court-authorized approval to address what they called public safety concerns after this lot right here was used as what they say was a frequent gathering place for people the task force believe are associated with Tren de Aragua and other criminal elements, including where federal law enforcement says an individual had sold to officers on multiple occasions. After a search warrant, the HSTF South Texas says it took 143 people into custody.
A late-night enforcement operation on San Antonio's north side turned into a massive immigration-linked raid. Authorities served warrants at a property near Bass Road and San Pedro Avenue that investigators said was tied to an unauthorized nightclub and suspected criminal activity. Officials said 163 people were detained and 143 were taken into ICE custody. After additional processing and review, the FBI and Homeland Security investigations said 51 of the 143 had confirmed ties to Tren de Aragua. Records later reported by local media said investigators also seized 3 handguns, small amounts of Coca-Cola, Mary, and about $27,014 in cash during the operation.
The operation marks a significant development in an ongoing crackdown on the Venezuelan transnational organization Tren de Aragua that has been operating in San Antonio for months, according to the San Antonio Police Department. More than 150 SAPD, Texas's Department of Public Safety, Homeland Security investigations, state and federal agents helped in the sweeping of hundreds of vacant apartments allegedly being used by Tren de Aragua. The movement of law enforcement as they found those who were using empty apartments allegedly to commit their crimes. Crimes which we are told include prostitution, distribution of cocaine, and human trafficking. In all, 19 people were charged, according to the chief of police.
San Antonio police and partner agencies launched a pre-dawn sweep at the Palacia Apartments on the north side in an operation they called Operation Aurora. Authorities said 20 people were detained and 19 were charged, and teams also checked hundreds of vacant units while investigating allegations tied to suspected Tren de Aragua activity. Police framed it as a footprint case, not one apartment, saying the investigation involved complaints and intelligence about ongoing criminal activity at the complex, with some suspects also facing immigration holds depending on status. In San Antonio, federal agents and local authorities announced a major crackdown on the Texas syndicate on December 8, 2011, saying suspects were being rounded up and taken to federal court to face racketeering, RICO, deletion, attempted deletion, and drug trafficking charges. Investigators said 17 San Antonio members of TIAS were indicted in a federal RICO conspiracy, and that 6 of them were arrested that morning, while the rest were already in custody on other charges. Prosecutors alleged the group operated as an organized criminal enterprise beginning around January 2008, and they tied the case to a list of violent racketeering acts along with conspiracy plots and ongoing drug distribution. The public allegations included the demise of George Escobedo and George Davenport, attempted deletions in March 2011, the demise of Troy Lamberth, and the demise of Priscilla and Vidori, plus additional deletion conspiracy claims tied to rival targets and internal disputes. Authorities also claimed some of the violence was committed to gain entry into TIAS or build rank inside the gang, pointing specifically at allegations that Andrew "Dirty" Vidori was involved in multiple deletions as part of trying to elevate his status. Investigators said other defendants were tied to the July 2, 2011 demise of Priscilla and Vidori and described that incident as connected to TIAS status and internal pressure. Federal authorities said the sweep targeted alleged leaders, members, and associates of the Latin Kings as part of a racketeering and drug distribution investigation that prosecutors said had been operating in Central Texas since 2005. Prosecutors framed it as an enterprise case, not just individual drug arrests. The federal RICO conspiracy allegations included violent crime and weapons-related acts alongside drug distribution.
5 alleged members of the money-chasing Forever Crip gang have been arrested in connection with an ongoing THC and Mary J trafficking operation in Abilene, Texas. On Monday, Crip members were taken into custody as part of the investigation. They face charges of possession of Mary J, manufacture delivery of a controlled substance, and engaging in organized criminal activity. According to court documents, all 5 suspects were present at the April search warrant execution, which led to the discovery of 13 pounds of Mary J, 90 grams of THC oil, 2 AK-47 firearms, and nearly $7,000 in cash inside a residence in North Abilene. Authorities also confiscated cell phones from the suspects, revealing conversations about organizing and completing drug sales. Investigators found thousands of images of large amounts of Mary J, THC oil, and cash stored on the suspect devices. Additionally, messages on Thompson's phone referenced plans to assemble a team to rob another local drug dealer. Several of the suspects were arrested on additional charges during the course of the investigation. including offenses related to large cash transactions and evading arrest. 3 of the 5 gang members were sentenced to probation, while the other 2 received jail time for their involvement in the operation.
On a Monday in Longview, investigators say a drug case that had been building behind the scenes went loud when the Gregg County Organized Drug Enforcement Unit and the Longview SWAT team served a search warrant at a home in the 200 block of Osborne Street. Inside, officers reported finding a mix of suspected narcotics along with cash, the kind of seizure investigators often point to when they believe drugs are being held for distribution rather than personal use. By the end of the operation, 6 people were arrested and booked into the Gregg County Jail. Some cases are still at the arrest and charging stage, while others grew into sweeping indictments that span counties and states, but the takeaway is consistent. Texas sits at the center of multiple pipelines, and when one lane gets shut down, investigators say another tries to open somewhere else. That's why these busts keep coming in waves, not because the problem is small, but because the network is always adapting.
Through months of investigation, officers uncovered what they call a sophisticated operation led by a married couple, Matthew and Karen Loggins of Salinas, who distributed a large amount of drugs throughout the city of Salinas in the Chinatown area. They profited on the most vulnerable residents and accepted EBT cards in exchange for drugs. Drugs were being transported from Southern California to Salinas. On October 27th of this year, the police task force conducted 3 search warrants, all connected to the couple, who were then taken into custody without incident. Many items were found and taken, from dozens of pounds of drugs, purses, vehicles, firearms, jewelry, and even over $400,000 in cash. Monterey County DA's office started working with law enforcement back in June of this year and reviewed 45 search warrants in the investigation.
The first case unfolded in Salinas, California, where a husband and wife were charged in a drug trafficking operation that allegedly exchanged narcotics for electronic benefit transfer, EBT, benefits. Investigators reported that the couple operated a scheme in which customers would use food assistance cards to purchase items at inflated prices, while secretly receiving drugs in return. Authorities described the operation as a calculated abuse of public assistance programs intended for low-income families. Law enforcement officials executed search warrants and uncovered narcotics, financial records, and digital communications that allegedly tied the couple to a wider distribution network. Prosecutors emphasized that the case demonstrated how drug trafficking organizations sometimes exploit government benefit systems to move drugs while appearing legitimate.
Well, good evening again, Cherie. Yes, among those arrested and now charged with drug possession, a California-based rapper known as Geechee Gotti. His real name is Marcus Fantroy, and police say he was driving down I-75 last week in Westchester when police made this stop. The initial traffic stop on I-75 in Westchester was short-lived. The suspects weren't getting far.
It did hit sticks. It did hit sticks.
One exit south near the streets of Westchester. 4 men bailed.
Get down on the ground right now! Get down on the ground!
But police caught up.
I will shoot you! Get your hands in the air!
Westchester police arrested 4 men from California.
Why are you arresting me? Because your name's Anthony Ellis and you've been breaking into pharmacies all over the place.
And searched the rental car they were in. Detectives say they had their eyes on the men since one of them landed at CVG last week. Tyrus Crew, Anthony Ellison, Laquan Miller, and Marcus Fantroy, also known as rapper Geechee Gotti, all now face drug possession charges. Detective Kevin Berger said in court today, these men, quote, do this quite often.
In Westchester, police arrested a California rapper following a string of pharmacy thefts that raised concerns among investigators. Authorities said the suspect allegedly targeted multiple pharmacies, stealing controlled substances such as prescription opioids and other regulated medications. Surveillance footage and witness statements helped investigators track the suspect's movements across different locations.
8 people are in federal and state custody. The investigation targeted an alleged drug trafficking network operating across multiple counties. More than 100 officers executed high-risk search warrants at residential properties in Valley Springs, Turlock, and Modesto.
A major operation in Northern California resulted in the arrest of 8 individuals after authorities seized more than 2,000 pounds of meth. Officials said the investigation targeted a multi-county trafficking network operating across Northern California.
This is video of a meth lab they found in Valley Springs. They say the operation also included locations in Turlock and Modesto. They arrested 8 people, including one on the National Terrorist Watch List, and they seized more than 2,700 pounds of meth that had a street value of $40 million.
Another massive bust occurred just days later, when authorities seized approximately 2,700 pounds of meth in Northern California. Investigators also discovered nearly 2,000 Mary plants, more than 100 pounds of processed Mary, and a dozen firearms.
A Southern California couple was caught with almost 500,000 lethal doses of during a traffic stop near the Oregon border. A Siskiyou County deputy pulled over a car for a mechanical violation. During the stop, officers noticed things weren't quite right and they searched the car. They found about 10 pounds of and 2.2 pounds of fentanyl. A 44-year-old woman and a 32-year-old man from Early Mart were arrested.
During a traffic stop in Northern California, police arrested a woman after discovering over 150 pounds of meth in her vehicle. Investigators also uncovered additional narcotics, including authorities stated the drugs were likely intended for distribution across multiple regions.
Authorities say that they've dismantled a major drug trafficking operation that was working out of Sacramento, Stanislaus, and Calaveras counties. Take a look. The sheriff's office says that roughly 2,700 pounds of meth were seized. That's more than a ton. The search warrants were served at homes in Valley Springs, Turlock, and Modesto.
Authorities dismantled another large trafficking ring tied to 3 Northern California counties. Investigators seized 2,700 pounds of meth, Mary plants, processed Mary, and firearms. Multiple agencies coordinated search warrants and arrests across several cities. Officials described the operation as a major blow to organized drug distribution networks operating in Northern California.
New at 4, 2 women are facing serious charges after being accused of trying to smuggle cocaine in their luggage. Chicago's Drug Enforcement Administration says that these women were traveling from California to O'Hare when they were flagged. Agents found roughly 48 pounds of cocaine between their 2 suitcases.
2 California women were charged with drug trafficking after authorities discovered cocaine at Chicago O'Hare International Airport. Investigators said the suspects attempted to transport kilograms of Coca-Cola through air travel. Federal agents intercepted the drugs during screening procedures. Authorities noted that airports remain key transit points for drug trafficking organizations.
The arrest of 3 accused fentanyl traffickers with ties to the Mexican cartel. Prosecutors say investigators seized more than 50 pounds of fentanyl in Downey tied to the trio on January 22nd.
This is our biggest bust yet.
In Los Angeles, authorities arrested 3 individuals accused of trafficking fentanyl in a $55 million drug bust. Investigators seized millions of lethal doses of fentanyl, along with H and meth. Officials described the seizure as a significant effort to combat the fentanyl crisis. Law enforcement emphasized the deadly nature of fentanyl and the importance of disrupting distribution networks.
So now the nickname of this operation, Operation Hotline Bling, that actually began late last year. And Operation Hotline Bling did uncover Riverside County Sheriff turned Sinaloa drug smuggler, 25-year-old Jorge Argueta Rocha. Police finding 4 trash bags in his trunk stuffed with more than 100 pounds of fentanyl. Rocha is a U.S. citizen and a California native who have been employed by the Riverside County Sheriff's Department since 2019.
On May 5, 2024, Operation Hotline Bling led to the arrest of 15 individuals, including a Riverside County Sheriff's deputy, Jorge Oshiguera Roca, a 25-year-old Riverside County deputy, in connection with a large-scale drug trafficking investigation. Authorities reported the seizure of approximately $16 million worth of drugs, including nearly 200 pounds of meth, 100 pounds of fentanyl tablets, and over 1 kilogram of Coca-Cola.
After noticing a rise in drug activity on the west side of San Jose, patrol officers say they spent a month trying to track down those involved. Officers searched a home on Rubino Drive and then arrested 24-year-old Omar Box and 19-year-old Linnea Santos, both from San Jose.
San Jose police confiscated nearly $1 million worth of street drugs and busts. On July 25, 2023, San Jose police arrested 2 individuals after seizing nearly $1 million worth of street drugs. The operation also uncovered illegal firearms and significant amounts of cash linked to narcotics activity. Officials stated that the seized drugs were associated with multiple overdose deaths in the area, underscoring the public health risk posed by the trafficking operation.
Just this past Thursday at the Otay Mesa port of entry, our team supported seizure of, get this, 3,389 pounds of meth in one seizure. It's almost $30 million of street value of that narcotic.
On February 2, 2026, Gavin Newsom announced major fentanyl and narcotic seizures during a press conference in San Diego, highlighting California's ongoing efforts to combat drug smuggling. State officials reported that law enforcement agencies had confiscated large quantities of fentanyl and other illegal drugs as part of coordinated operations targeting trafficking networks.
Who announced the arrest of 4 men from our area who authorities say trafficked at least $5 million worth of cocaine from California to Pennsylvania. Christian Garwood, Khalid Kemp, Joseph Byrne, and his brother Matthew Byrne have all been charged in the operation along with 2 other suspects who reside in California. According to authorities, the drugs were shipped through the mail and eventually detected by U.S. Customs and Border Protection agents. Through the course of an investigation, Matthew Byrne was identified as the alleged ringleader. Investigators say he would travel to California monthly to buy the narcotics and then ship them to residences in Philadelphia, Levittown, and Flourtown.
On August 7, 2024, 4 suspects were arrested in connection with trafficking approximately $5 million worth of narcotics from California to Pennsylvania. Law enforcement officials stated that the suspects coordinated shipments and distribution across state lines, moving drugs. Authorities conducted surveillance, intercepted communications, and executed arrests in multiple locations.
The sting targeted drug sale hotspots around 16th and 17th Streets, K and C Streets, as well as areas along Imperial Avenue and Broadway. Investigators documented 34 people openly selling. Officials say the operation started after growing community complaints over open drug use and public safety.
On February 10, 2026, authorities announced that 34 individuals were indicted following an undercover operation targeting open-air drug sales in San Diego. Investigators conducted surveillance and undercover purchases to identify suspects involved in street-level drug distribution. After gathering sufficient evidence, law enforcement officials carried out coordinated arrests to dismantle the network. Authorities reported that the operation focused on reducing visible drug activity and improving public safety in affected neighborhoods.
Finding in just one of the busts, 30,000 blue pills. Drugs smuggled in Easter eggs, finding more than 700 pounds of meth plus significant quantities of cocaine and heroin.
On June 6, 2024, federal authorities indicted 47 individuals in a major California-based drug trafficking investigation with alleged ties to the Sinaloa cartel. Among those arrested was a U.S. Border Patrol agent accused of participating in meth trafficking. Investigators reported that the organization operated a large-scale distribution network, moving narcotics across multiple regions.
Charles Hernandez is a content creator who interviews people on the street in West Hollywood.
I go out there every Friday, Saturday to do street-style interviews.
But this weekend, things didn't go as planned.
They have just been going into the clubs and grabbing people.
Charles shared video on his Instagram that shows LA County Sheriff's deputies, some in plain clothes, detaining several people outside the Abbey around 12:30 Saturday morning. We blurred the faces of those detained as it's not known who was ultimately arrested.
I just see all these agents rushing around, people screaming. It was very chaotic.
Charles was among many who thought the deputies were ICE.
They're not claiming to be ICE, but these are unmarked vehicles.
But the LA County Sheriff's Department said federal agents were not involved.
On October 20, 2025, law enforcement officials conducted a drug enforcement operation in West Hollywood that resulted in multiple arrests. Video from the scene showed officers detaining several individuals as part of the investigation into suspected drug activity. The operation sparked concern among community members, with some fearing that immigration agents were involved in detentions. However, authorities clarified that the enforcement action was focused on drug-related offenses rather than immigration enforcement.
New at 6, 2 major drug busts in our area. Customs and Border Protection agents seized nearly 150 pounds of during a traffic stop on the 5 freeway near the San Clemente Border Patrol checkpoint. The drugs had a little street value of over $1 million.
On February 25, 2025, authorities in Southern California announced 2 separate drug busts that resulted in the seizure of more than $1 million worth of Coca-Cola. Law enforcement officials reported that the operations were conducted as part of ongoing efforts to disrupt drug trafficking across the region. During the investigations, officers identified suspicious activity, leading to vehicle stops and searches that uncovered large quantities of cocaine intended for distribution.
We have drug use all the way from Market as well.
San Francisco police and sheriff's deputies swept into the intersection of Van Ness and Market after midnight Thursday morning. People in the area said in recent weeks it has become a hub of drug activity. Kenny, who frequents the area, said he was out and saw officers gathering shortly before the bust.
I'm walking through heading to my boyfriend's, and next thing I know, I look behind me, I hear sirens. I look back, and there's like 5 cop cars pulling into that area.
Officers say by the time they were done, they'd arrested 41 people on a variety of drug-related charges.
On March 20, 2025, San Francisco authorities conducted a large-scale enforcement operation targeting open-air drug markets, resulting in 41 arrests. Officers from the San Francisco Police Department coordinated with other local agencies to identify individuals suspected of drug sales and related criminal activity. During the raid, authorities seized narcotics and gathered evidence connected to street-level trafficking.
2 men are now in jail on $1 million bond each after officials found them with 48 pounds of suspected meth and about 1 pound of suspected cocaine. This morning at 8:30, a CHP officer stopped a car traveling northbound on I-5 in Lakehead, identifying the driver as 26-year-old Victor Ramirez and the passenger as 46-year-old Justin Mack, both of Oregon. The officer.
On March 23, 2025, a routine traffic stop on Interstate 5 led to a major drug seizure by the California Highway Patrol Northern Division. Officers stopped a vehicle near Chico and became suspicious during the interaction, prompting a search with the assistance of a K-9 unit. During the inspection, authorities discovered approximately 48 pounds of meth and about 2 pounds of Fentanyl concealed inside the vehicle.
On Wednesday, federal, state, and local law enforcement serves 20 search warrants in Yuba, Tehama, Sutter, and Butte counties. The task force says they took down 2 drug labs, found and seized guns, ammunition, and drugs. Officers arrested 20 people. More than 125 law enforcement officers took part in this operation. And Marysville police officer Osmar Rodarte was one of them, and he was killed. The task force says he was helping secure a home in Olivehurst when Rick Oliver ambushed officers. Officer Rodarte was hit. They say Rodarte and another officer returned fire and killed Oliver. Rodarte died later at the hospital.
On March 28, 2025, authorities released new details about a multi-county drug trafficking investigation that turned deadly during a SWAT operation in Olivehurst, California. Officer Osmar Rodarte of the Marysville Police Department was part of a coordinated effort involving multiple agencies targeting a suspected drug trafficking operation. When the SWAT team entered a residence on Kestrel Court in Yuba County, gunfire erupted between officers and a suspect inside the home. The shootout resulted in the deaths of Officer Rodarte and 60-year-old Rick David Oliver.
At about 10:30 p.m., residents started seeing a swarm of police lights around Jefferson Square Park near the city's Japantown. Dozens of San Francisco police and sheriff's deputies moved in and began making arrests. So many, in fact, a sheriff's bus was used to take all the suspects to jail. Neighbor Sebastian Luke shared his photos of the arrests last night. He doesn't want to show his face on camera because he's worried the drug dealers will return, but he's happy about the raid.
On February 27, 2025, San Francisco police officers and sheriff's deputies conducted a large-scale enforcement operation at Jefferson Square Park, resulting in nearly 90 arrests and the seizure of over a pound of narcotics. The operation targeted open-air drug sales and sought to reduce criminal activity in the area. Authorities reported that coordinated efforts between local law enforcement agencies enabled officers to identify and apprehend individuals involved in drug distribution.
Late Wednesday night, between 10:30 p.m. and 1 a.m., San Francisco law enforcement undertook a massive enforcement effort targeting the drug trade in Jefferson Square Park.
Get back in the park!
Frisco Live 415 captured the moment as dozens of officers and sheriff's deputies surrounded the park, taking dozens into custody. By the end of the bust, 86 people had been arrested. Chief Bill Scott said the crackdown in the park came after enforcement in other parts of the city pushed the drug trade here, and he said it won't be the last.
In March 2025, federal authorities dismantled a major drug trafficking operation that transported drugs from California to Louisville, Kentucky, using the U.S. Postal Service. Investigators discovered that traffickers had established a sophisticated pipeline, concealing narcotics in mailed packages to evade detection. The operation involved multiple individuals coordinating the shipment, receipt, and distribution of illegal drugs across state lines. Federal agents conducted surveillance, package inspections, and arrests to dismantle the network.
Two huge drug busts in the Central Valley, some of the drugs hidden in carne asada beef. CHP found 15 pounds of meth hidden in that beef during a car stop along the 5 in Fresno County.
In October 2024, the California Highway Patrol seized approximately 15 pounds of meth hidden inside packages of carne asada during 2 separate traffic stops in Northern California. Officers became suspicious during routine enforcement and conducted vehicle searches, leading to the discovery of the concealed narcotics. Authorities said traffickers often hide drugs inside food products to mask odors and avoid detection by drug-sniffing dogs.
The seized narcotics in these pictures are 89 kilos of cocaine, 821 pounds of meth, and more than 20 pounds of pills. It only takes as much as 2 milligrams of fentanyl to be a lethal dose. That's why police in California say there are enough fentanyl pills in this picture to kill 4.7 million people.
In April 2022, authorities in California seized approximately 20 pounds of fentanyl pills during a major drug bust, highlighting ongoing concerns about the spread of synthetic opioids. Law enforcement officials reported that the seizure occurred during an investigation targeting suspected drug trafficking activity. Officers discovered thousands of fentanyl pills, which authorities noted could represent a significant number of potentially lethal doses due to the drug's extreme potency. Investigators believe the narcotics were intended for distribution within local
of cocaine during a traffic stop. There's a photo of them there, the bricks stacked up. This happened along I-5 in Merced County. Officials say the cocaine has an estimated street value of $1.3 million. Officers arrested 2 men as a result, ages 24 and 20, both from Oregon. They now face multiple felony charges.
On September 15, 2024, police arrested 2 individuals during a traffic stop after discovering approximately $1.3 million worth of Coca-Cola. Officers conducted a vehicle search following standard enforcement procedures and detected suspicious activity leading to the seizure. Authorities reported that the Coca-Cola was likely intended for distribution across California or to neighboring states.
Guns, drugs, and cash. Police seized all that and more during a raid of this home along North Butler Avenue on Monday, leading to the arrest of 29-year-old Khalil Shelton, who police say repeatedly transported large amounts of drugs across the country. In addition to Shelton's home, police raided a second home here on North Edmondson Avenue that belongs to the suspect's grandmother. Because that home is under construction, Shelton allegedly stored more guns and drugs at this third home across the street on Edmondson. A family friend at that home told police he didn't know what was being kept at the home before he too was arrested on drug charges.
On December 11, 2024, federal authorities arrested a 29-year-old individual following a more than 2-month investigation into drug trafficking from California to Indianapolis, Indiana. Investigators tracked shipments of narcotics across multiple jurisdictions using intelligence gathered from law enforcement databases and surveillance. The suspect was taken into custody after sufficient evidence was collected linking them to the trafficking operation. Authorities indicated that the drugs were intended for distribution within the Indianapolis area. On August 10, 2024, multiple Bay Area counties reported a series of criminal incidents involving drug trafficking, fatal shootings, and arrests. Authorities stated that coordinated operations between local police departments led to the apprehension of suspects involved in illegal narcotics distribution. Investigations included surveillance, community tips, and targeted enforcement actions. In several cases, firearms and narcotics were seized, and suspects were charged with related criminal offenses. Law enforcement officials emphasized that addressing drug activity across multiple counties requires interagency collaboration to monitor trafficking networks and prevent violence.
Officers say they spotted a young suspect carrying a large Ziploc bag of marijuana. And when they tried to make contact, officers say the suspect fled, grabbing at his waistband as if he was concealing a weapon. After a brief chase, the suspect surrendered, and they say a loaded pistol was found in his waistband. The suspect was booked into juvenile hall.
On June 27, 2025, authorities in Central California conducted a multi-agency crackdown across Fresno and Kings counties targeting violent crimes and drug trafficking. The Fresno County Sheriff's Office executed search warrants at several homes, employing SWAT teams who used loudspeakers, flashbangs, and tactical entries to apprehend suspects. Residents reported observing law enforcement activity, including side door breaches, while faces of arrested individuals were blurred in videos due to federal involvement.
New at 4, nearly 20 people are facing charges for shipping more than 255 packages of drugs from California right to our backyard.
A new investigation revealed members of the group were flying to California and having drugs shipped back to the Rock Hill and Charlotte area.
On January 29, 2024, authorities reported that a drug trafficking group operating out of California was responsible for shipping narcotics back to South Carolina. After receiving the shipments, the organization distributed the drugs to local dealers throughout the region.
The bust happened at Desert Center on Monday. Border Patrol agents pulled over a car that was speeding, and in the back seat, they saw a spare tire that didn't match the vehicle. So they looked into it. A canine sniffed out the drugs inside a gas tank. Agents found more than 60 packages floating inside.
On October 26, 2023, law enforcement officials intercepted a vehicle carrying approximately $1 million worth of fentanyl en route from California to Arizona. Officers located the drugs about 51 miles west of the Arizona-California state line during a traffic stop. 2 individuals in the vehicle were taken into custody. Authorities stated that the fentanyl, given its potency, posed a significant public health threat, and that the seizure prevented potentially thousands of lethal doses from entering communities.
Drugs are off the streets this morning in Brentwood. Brentwood police and the DEA seized more than 60 pounds of methamphetamine. Officers say the street value is estimated at $120,000, and 3 suspects were taken into custody.
On August 24, 2021, police in Brentwood, California, seized approximately $120,000 worth of methamphetamine during a local traffic enforcement operation. Officers conducted vehicle inspections based on intelligence and routine checks, resulting in the discovery of narcotics intended for distribution. The seizure demonstrated the ongoing role of local police in intercepting drugs before they reach communities. Authorities emphasized the importance of proactive enforcement, traffic stops, and interagency cooperation to prevent illegal substances from circulating in the region.
This after the Alameda County Sheriff's Department raided a lab in Oakland where the dangerous drug was being made. The CDC says now the primary cause of overdose deaths in the U.S. One suspect is in custody, and deputies now searching for a second person.
On April 24, 2022, authorities in Alameda County, Northern California, recovered 92.5 pounds of fentanyl and 2 illegal firearms during a targeted law enforcement operation. Officials indicated that the seizure was part of ongoing efforts to combat the distribution of highly potent synthetic opioids within the county.
Tidwell was in court today. The sheriff's office says he had 132 pounds of marijuana worth between $400,000 and $600,000 if sold on the street.
On May 30th, 2017, law enforcement disrupted a California to Cincinnati drug network when a North Side man was found with 132 pounds of high-grade Mary and assault weapons in his vehicle. Authorities reported that the bust interrupted an organization transporting Mary from California to Ohio for distribution. The suspect entity was charged with drug possession, trafficking, and possession of a defaced firearm.
A massive marijuana bust in San Bernardino County. Sheriff's deputies served a search warrant Monday at a home in Oak Hills. They say a 5-acre property had a newly built metal building containing over 3,000 trash bags filled with processed marijuana.
On December 12, 2024, authorities conducted a large-scale drug bust in Southern California, seizing over 100 million worth of Mary. Investigators reported that the operation targeted a major trafficking network responsible for cultivating, processing, and distributing illegal cannabis. The operation involved multiple law enforcement agencies and included arrests of several key suspects. On March 7, 2026.
Well, this is new tonight out of Tuolumne County. 6 people were arrested in a drug raid. That raid took place at a home on Willow Springs Drive in Soulsbyville today. The sheriff's office posted this video of that raid. Deputies say inside the home they found more than 100 grams of meth as equipment that was used in the sale of drugs.
Tuolumne County authorities arrested 6 individuals during a drug raid at a home on Willow Springs Drive in Soulsbyville. Deputies reported discovering more than 100 grams of meth and equipment used to package and sell narcotics. The arrests were part of a targeted operation to dismantle local distribution networks and reduce the availability of illegal substances in the community.
And deputies say that they had been getting a number of reports about a home on Bardew Lane in South Sacramento that had been selling. So here's some video from last night as SWAT teams raided that home. Inside they found what looked like basically a store, and you can see what looks like out there for sale with the price tags and everything. Look at the setup with the jars and all the products. They say the owner likely advertised online. The primary suspect in this case, Joseph Marquis, was not home during the raid. The sheriff's office says that he actually owns a security company called Sacramento Elite Patrol and had armed security on site.
On December 6, 2025, Sacramento County deputies dismantled a large illegal Mary operation in South Sacramento, recovering over $2 million worth of drugs and weapons. Authorities indicated that the operation involved multiple suspects, though the primary individual responsible remained at large. The seizure disrupted a significant local distribution network, with deputies uncovering evidence of large-scale cultivation and storage of narcotics.
First here, Only News 5 was there as federal agents started a drug roundup before dawn this morning. Federal agents say they broke up a California to Cleveland drug conspiracy. 17 people indicted in this.
On August 20th, 2019, federal authorities dismantled a California to Cleveland drug ring. Investigators stated that the organization trafficked narcotics from California to Ohio, distributing illegal drugs across state lines. Arrests were made, and authorities seized quantities of narcotics intended for sale.
This home on Elder Avenue were a low-key family with kids, the kind who'd ask for help occasionally for a flat tire.
This is the FBI. Come to the front door. We have a search warrant for the resident.
It is also where the FBI served one of more than a dozen search warrants early this morning as part of Operation Horse Collar.
On July 14, 2021, the FBI indicted 19 individuals in Orange County for involvement in H distribution and money laundering. Investigators reported that the group used fake call centers and coded language to facilitate drug sales. Law enforcement officials emphasized that the operation disrupted a sophisticated criminal network using deceptive methods to conceal narcotics trafficking.
44 people have been charged across the San Francisco Bay Area. The FBI says the operation resulted in one of the largest meth seizures in Northern California history.
Thousands of pounds of drugs seized. 44 people charged in South Bay drug investigation. On February 11, 2021, a South Bay drug investigation led to the seizure of thousands of pounds of illegal narcotics and the charging of 44 individuals. Authorities indicated that the operation involved multiple jurisdictions and targeted large-scale trafficking networks.
A months-long gang sweep in Stockton leads to more than 30 arrests. Police dubbed it Operation Kryptonite Takedown. After serving 55 search warrants, investigators arrested 34 suspected gang members. Charges range from assault to gun trafficking to EDD fraud.
On October 15, 2020, the Stockton Police Department announced the results of Operation Kryptonite, a collaborative effort to combat street gang activity in Stockton, California. The operation was launched in response to a significant increase in violent crime involving documented street gang members between 2018 and 2020. During the investigation, law enforcement officials executed 55 search warrants, resulting in 34 arrests for various criminal violations. Authorities recovered 38 firearms, seized approximately $40,000 in cash, and confiscated various drugs. Several significant arrests were made during Operation Kryptonite. Authorities found 21 firearms in their vehicle during the arrest.
Police here in Stockton are calling it Operation Mustang, and we went along for the ride during the takedown.
No, keep going, keep going.
It's a major gang crackdown, one arrest after another, mainly in the northeast Stockton area.
This is a very sophisticated as well as a very vicious gang.
The vicious street Stockton gang seen on this chart are the target of the state attorney general and California law enforcement.
We pretty much wiped out, as of today, the hierarchy of this gang.
More than 300 officers hit the streets today. 32 people were arrested.
The tentacles of this gang cancer certainly spreads throughout the city, the state, and as you can see, all the way across the nation.
Some of those states include North Carolina, Ohio, Philadelphia, and Rhode Island. Investigators say this gang was using FedEx, DHL, and UPS to transport the drugs. Sweep started at 7 o'clock this morning, and several houses that we pulled up to had bullet holes from previous drive-bys. Police hope this gang...
A criminal grand jury on Friday indicted 12 suspected members of the Loketown Crips, a Stockton-based gang, on charges related to a nationwide drug trafficking ring and a series of violent crimes that disrupted otherwise quiet neighborhoods. The indictments follow a major law enforcement sweep that took place, which more than 30 alleged gang members were arrested. The Loketown Crips, an ethnic Cambodian gang, are accused of shipping illegal drugs through commercial couriers to fellow gang members in states as far away as North Carolina. The San Joaquin County Supervising Deputy District Attorney, Ron Freitas, noted that this is the first time in recent memory that such a large group of suspected gang members has been indicted simultaneously by a San Joaquin County criminal grand jury. "I think these defendants now realize what they're facing," Freitas said. "I hope they do." The charges against them include participation in a criminal street gang, being felons in possession of firearms, drug sales, firing weapons, and transporting drugs. One significant outcome of the indictments is that the defendants will go directly to trial, bypassing the preliminary hearings where a judge would typically review evidence to decide if a trial is warranted. In total, the grand jury indicted 13 men.
With multiple state and local agencies looking into a pair of rival street gangs from Del Paso Heights and Strawberry Manor. And today they announced that they have arrested 20 gang members from the Strawberry Manor neighborhood. Charges include attempted human trafficking, robbery, narcotics, and firearms. And they believe this could lead to more arrests.
This mother wears her only son's initials on her neck, a daily reminder to keep living for JJ.
Until my last breath, I'll live for him and I'll speak his name.
Nicole Clavo sat in a court hearing Tuesday, blindsided to learn her son's has finished his 4-year sentence 6 months early. On November 13th, 2015, 17-year-old JJ Clavo and friends just left Popeyes to fuel up for their football game at Grant High School. While at an intersection in the Strawberry Manor neighborhood, Kimonte Lindsay walked up and started shooting into the car Clavo and injuring a teammate. Prosecutors called it a gang-motivated, unprovoked, and premeditated ambush. Well, and the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office fought to have Lindsay tried as an adult, but changes made to a state law during Lindsay's court proceedings kept him in juvenile court.
A Sacramento Police Department investigation into the Strawberry Manor gangster bloods has led to the arrest of 20 suspected gang members involved in crimes such as attempted deletion, human trafficking, robbery, narcotics, and firearms offenses. The operation, named Operation Challenger, was launched in November 2015 following increased violence between the Strawberry Manor gangster bloods and the neighboring Del Paso Heights bloods. A key factor in the probe was the high-profile demise of 17-year-old Yolanda J.J. Clavo, a Grant High School football player, who was shot in the neck while riding in a car on November 13, 2015. Police had previously arrested 16-year-old Kimonte Lindsay, charging him with deletion, shooting into an occupied vehicle, and a gang enhancement. Authorities later stated that Lindsay was affiliated with or acted on behalf of the Strawberry Manor Bloods. As part of Operation Challenger, police executed 20 search warrants and seized 11 firearms believed to have been used in crimes. Police estimate that the Strawberry Manor gangster bloods have up to 100 members. 3 members of the Strawberry Manor gangster bloods were sentenced on Friday for the attempted deletion of a Del Paso Heights Bloods member, according to the Sacramento County District Attorney's Office. They were convicted of premeditated attempted in August for their role in the October 2016 shooting of a rival gang member in Del Paso Heights. The group drove into the neighborhood and shot the victim as he exited his car. The man was struck once but survived. Stray bullets also hit a parked car and a nearby school that was in session. During the investigation, law enforcement intercepted a phone call to GI, which led to the seizure of one of the firearms used in the shooting. The second gun was found after officers executed a search warrant at Ackerson's residence. All suspects were arrested by early 2017.
The court-ordered enforcement against West Sacramento's Broderick boys has officially ended.
That really broke everything up because it cracked down on everything, you know. Everybody started going to jail.
Darwin Massey did hard time for his involvement within the gang.
I wasted so many years of my life.
Joining a life of crime so young.
I'd say 13, 14.
The infamous gang expanding across generations began terrorizing the community.
In fact, these guys are going around shooting at grandma's house.
West is talking about the permanent gang injunction, a 3-square-mile area known as the safety zone, stretching from the Broderick to Bright neighborhood. Young gang members would get picked up for curfew, weapons, drugs, and graffiti violations.
The injunction.
Indicted by a grand jury and charged with multiple crimes, including attempted. 4 alleged gang members made their first court appearance today. The charges stem from an attack on an Amtrak engineer back in April in West Sacramento. 5 suspects are being charged. 3 of them are teenagers and are being tried as adults.
They're being charged as adults, but these defendants who are facing 12 years in prison both look and act their age. So you believe the defendants were trying to kill this engineer?
Yes.
These 3 boys are teenagers. We can show you their faces because they're being charged as adults. Who is your son?
My son is Austin Nunez.
He's 17. This defendant, Orlando Ramos, is only 15. The 3 juveniles, along with 2 adults, are charged with attempted.
The Broderick Boys are a street gang based in the Broderick area of West Sacramento, California. The gang emerged in the 1970s and has been linked to drug trafficking, assaults, and deletions. Over the years, law enforcement agencies have taken steps to curb their influence, including the use of gang injunctions to restrict their movements and activities. One of the most notable incidents involving the Broderick Boys occurred on April 16, 2007, when Amtrak engineer Jacob Keating stopped his train near the I Street Bridge in West Sacramento to remove a trespasser from the tracks. As he exited the train, Keating and the conductor were ambushed by a group throwing rocks and bottles. Keating sustained serious injuries in the attack, and 4 Broderick Boys members were later convicted for their involvement. In response to ongoing gang-related violence, the Yolo County District Attorney's Office implemented a gang injunction in 2005, restricting the activities of suspected gang members within a designated safety zone in West Sacramento. However, the injunction faced legal challenges, with critics arguing it violated civil liberties. Despite this, the injunction remained in effect for over a decade before expiring in 2018.
There's a new buzzer on the front door at the Camp Transformation Center in Riverside, after the gym says a homeless man brought all his belongings inside, refused to leave, and turned violent.
He did punch me in the face in the lobby, and then when we went outside, he proceeded to pull out a knife and threatened to poke me multiple times.
Eric Salgado owns the gym. He's one of many small business owners along the Magnolia Corridor in Riverside who've made complaints to police about an increase in crime. The Northgate Market says shoplifting has been out of control for years. Riverside police are trying to keep everyone safe too. They just arrested over 100 people here in a 3-day sting called Operation Street Sweeper. 44 people were arrested for selling narcotics. Riverside Police Chief Larry Gonzalez says state laws like Prop 47 and 57 have made it much harder for police to do their jobs and minimize jail time, allowing people out committing crimes to fall deeper into addiction and homelessness. He says most of the people they just arrested were homeless, struggling with substance abuse issues.
In spring 2024, the Riverside PD Narcotics Unit targeted open-air drug sales along the Magnolia Avenue corridor between Van Buren and Pierce Street. Dubbed Operation Street Sweeper, this undercover sting aimed to dismantle a homeless-driven drug market in several motels. Over 3 weeks, officers made 46 separate purchases of various drugs from the suspected dealers. Each buyer was typically a transient motel resident. After gathering evidence, police conducted a multi-day raid on May 2024. They identified 44 drug-selling suspects. 33 were arrested and booked for narcotics sales violations. In addition, 71 other individuals were taken into custody for unrelated charges, including parole and probation violations, outstanding warrants, felony and misdemeanor, and trespassing. The total number of arrests was 104 people. Riverside PD noted that nearly all arrestees claimed homelessness. The chief reported that crime calls and emergency medical calls along Magnolia Avenue immediately and significantly decreased after the operation. The raids turned up more than drugs. For example, one motel room search discovered a woman wanted for a 2022 felony DUI crash and a man with an outstanding burglary warrant. Officers also found thousands of dollars in stolen merchandise in the room. City officials said the operation disrupted a high-volume drug hub and made the neighborhood safer in the short term.
So 85 people the Orange County Sheriff's Department and the Department of Justice arrested over a 3-month span. The so-called Operation Scarecrow targeted the Sereno Street Gang and Mexican Mafia members operating in Orange County. With the arrests, authorities say they've disrupted the criminal actions of the Mexican Mafia, which operates in jails and prisons. In 2016, longtime Orange County Mexican Mafia leader Peter Ojeda was sentenced to 15 years for racketeering and is said to have continued running criminal activity in the area.
Authorities said Operation Scarecrow was a 3-month gang investigation targeting Sereno Street gang subsets and an alleged criminal enterprise directed by the Mexican Mafia, with state and county teams working side by side to disrupt the group's control and trafficking activity. Officials said the case's spark traced back to a Christmas Day 2016 demise in San Juan Capistrano, which investigators described as the catalyst that expanded into one of the largest operations in OC Sheriff's history. When the operation wrapped, officials announced 85 arrests and major seizures. They also said the investigation turned up counterfeit money and credit card readers, and that 37 search warrants were served as the enforcement phase unfolded.
And still others in brokering sales to allied crews outside California.
The FBI and Inglewood PD investigated what was being produced and distributed out of the so-called convenience store. It's only a few blocks away from where the LA Rams' new stadium is being built.
On numerous occasions throughout the investigation, law enforcement officers saw OLC gang members participate in hand-to-hand drug sales in and around the Inglewood area.
This is exclusive video of federal agents processing the suspects they picked up late last night and early this morning. The agents' faces have been blurred to protect their identity. Search and arrest warrants were served in Inglewood, Hawthorne, and Los Angeles. More than 200 law enforcement agents and officers took part. These are the suspects they were after. The ones with their faces covered are in custody. 4 are still on the loose. According to the grand jury indictment, the suspects would take the drugs from this storefront and deliver them to places like the Social Security office in Inglewood, where they'd meet customers.
In August 2018, federal and local authorities executed a pre-dawn sweep that targeted the Osage Legend Crips, an Inglewood South Los Angeles set investigators said had evolved into a drug, manufacturing and distribution enterprise protected by violence. A federal grand jury charged roughly 15 defendants, 10, arrested during the sweep with conspiracy to manufacture and distribute drugs, maintaining a drug-involved premises, possessing firearms in furtherance of drug trafficking, and being felons in possession of firearms. At the center of the case was a small storefront on South Prairie Avenue that, according to the indictment, doubled as a cooking and packaging site where powder coke was converted, bundled for street sales, and dispatched to customers. Investigators said the Osage Legend Crips members coordinated deliveries to public sites, used coded communications and lookouts, and enforced their territory with intimidation and gunplay to protect drugs, proceeds, and routes from rivals. Agents seized firearms and narcotics tied to the operation and alleged the crew relied on a blend of retail-style distribution and classic gang tactics armed security, rapid car-to-hand drops, and the use of a seemingly legitimate business as cover. Prosecutors emphasized that the enterprise model, rather than isolated street deals, drove the charging strategy and exposed defendants to stiff federal penalties. On the lead narcotics conspiracy counts, defendants faced mandatory minimums of 10 years and up to life in federal prison, with additional consecutive time possible on firearm and furtherance charges.
Federal and local law enforcement fanned out across the city of San Bernardino in order to round up members of the West Side Verdugo street gang. Now, we're told the gang sweep targeted a total of 35 members, of which 24 were arrested during the raid. 10 are already in custody and 1 remains at large. According to the federal indictment, the violent street gang is responsible for the trafficking and distribution of drugs throughout Southern California on behalf of the Mexican mafia. The investigation into the gang began in 2017 after gang intelligence got wind of a conspiracy. Authorities tell us that the gang members were purposely getting arrested in order to smuggle drugs into the county and city jail via their body cavity. Today's operation, dubbed West Side Guillotine, was aimed at disrupting the gang's activity.
On April 25, 2019, federal and local authorities announced that 35 alleged members and associates of the West Side Verdugo Street Gang in San Bernardino were charged in a sweeping probe known as Operation West Side Guillotine. The gang, long tied to the Mexican mafia, was accused of running a large-scale narcotics operation that moved meth and H throughout the Inland Empire and into local jails. More than 250 law enforcement officers participated in coordinated early morning raids, arresting 24 of the suspects, while 10 others were already in state custody and 1 remained at large. Investigators said the group's operation stretched from July 2017 through April 2019 and included a disturbing smuggling tactic. Members intentionally getting arrested to sneak drugs into county jails by hiding narcotics, syringes, and packaging in body cavities. Once inside, the drugs were distributed among inmates and sold through outside contacts who sent proceeds back into gang-controlled accounts. Authorities seized more than 30 pounds of meth, along with H, weapons, and cash. The 35 defendants faced a combination of federal drug trafficking, firearms, identity theft, and money laundering charges, many of which carry potential life sentences. Prosecutors described the West Side Verdugo gang as one of San Bernardino's oldest and most entrenched street crews, acting as a local extension of the Mexican mafia's control over Southern California jails and neighborhoods. Officials said the goal of the operation was to dismantle a criminal network that had exerted influence over San Bernardino for nearly 50 years. Over roughly a year, San Bernardino police led a sweeping crackdown on the West Side Verdugo gang that produced 180 felony arrests, shut down 30 illegal gambling parlors, and seized 111 firearms along with nearly $300,000 in cash and hundreds of pounds of meth, Fendi, H, and Mary. What began as an inquiry into illicit gun sales quickly widened when detectives realized the crew was running a coordinated, conspiracy-style operation that stretched into Los Angeles and Orange counties, intertwining guns, narcotics, and high-end gambling machines imported on the black market. The case, nicknamed Operation Westside Jenga, culminated with 34 search warrants served in a single day, 31 arrests, and tables of assault weapons and handguns displayed at police headquarters. Investigators said the gambling sites, hidden in homes, warehouses, and shuttered businesses, were jointly operated with the Mexican mafia, generated tens of thousands of dollars per week, and were linked to multiple deletions and attempted deletions. Evidence from the probe also helped close 2 separate deletion cases and reportedly prevented several planned shootings and armed robberies. Unlike many large gang takedowns, authorities kept the prosecutions local rather than going federal under RICO. The San Bernardino County District Attorney filed charges against at least 45 defendants, stacking 57 firearm enhancements, 41 gang enhancements, and several third strike allegations, and indicated more filings were coming as cases were reviewed.
The AG's office says their investigation lasted a little over a year and shared this photo of the players allegedly involved in the ring. Sunday says there were several drug packaging sites in the city. Jimmy Torres is the alleged ringleader. He's not yet in custody. Police say he runs between Philadelphia and Puerto Rico. However, his son Matthew Torres was one of the 15 people arrested yesterday in Philadelphia. One person was picked up at a home in Levittown, Bucks County. Also seized several vehicles that investigators say were used for the illegal enterprise.
In Philadelphia, authorities announced the dismantling of a large-scale drug trafficking ring described as a significant criminal enterprise operating within the city. The investigation, carried out by a coalition of local, state, and federal agencies, led to multiple arrests and the seizure of substantial quantities of illegal drugs, including fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. Officials stated that the organization had been distributing narcotics across various neighborhoods, contributing to ongoing issues related to addiction and violent crime. Law enforcement used a combination of surveillance, undercover operations, and coordinated raids to build their case and bring down the network. Authorities emphasized that shutting down this operation represents a major step in reducing drug-related harm and restoring safety to affected communities.
Also tonight, we have new details of a major drug bust in Montgomery County. Millions of dollars worth of drugs and more than 24 weapons were seized during a multi-agency operation spanning from the Philadelphia region to Los Angeles, California.
This drug trafficking organization is believed to have been responsible for illegally trafficking more than 800 pounds of meth. That's since 2019.
Authorities arrested the organization's alleged 5 leaders, 29-year-old Tyrone Baker of East Lansdowne, 27-year-old Shaquem Johnson of Philadelphia, 31-year-old Joshua Quiles of King of Prussia, 21-year-old Jameer Winans of Exton, and 28-year-old Ricky Evans of Los Angeles. It all unraveled after 29-year-old Chase Smith of Upper Darby allegedly sold more than 2 pounds of methamphetamine to an undercover officer in Lower Marion Township.
This intensive investigation revealed that Baker, Quiles, Winans, Johnson, and others connected to their drug trafficking organization were acquiring large amounts of methane from a supplier, Ricky Evans, in Los Angeles, who was obtaining this meth from Mexico.
In the Philadelphia region, authorities dismantled a major drug trafficking operation following a year-long investigation that uncovered a network moving large quantities of meth across multiple states. Investigators revealed the organization had connections stretching from Los Angeles to Pennsylvania, using shipping services like UPS, FedEx, and the U.S. Postal Service to transport drugs. During coordinated raids, multiple suspects were arrested and authorities seized approximately 83 pounds of drugs, firearms, and more than $135,000 in cash. Officials say the group is believed to have trafficked hundreds of pounds of meth over several years.
Well, new at noon, a traffic stop on I-95 in Ridley Township turns into a drug bust. Take a look here. Pennsylvania State Police say they found 40 pounds of marijuana. Troopers initially pulled the car over last Thursday night for what they described as multiple traffic offenses. State Police K9 Ivan signaled that he smelled narcotics in the vehicle, and the driver was taken into custody.
In Ridley Township, A routine traffic stop on Interstate 95 led to a significant drug seizure after Pennsylvania State Police discovered approximately 40 pounds of Mary inside a vehicle. Troopers initially pulled the driver over for multiple traffic violations, but the situation escalated when a K-9 unit named Ivan alerted officers to the presence of narcotics. Following the alert, authorities conducted a search of the vehicle, uncovering the large quantity of Mary. The driver was taken into custody and is expected to face drug-related charges.
Arturo Avila, Alex Zaragoza, and Anthony Gonzalez, as well as Ramon Caro, each face several drug-related charges. They were caught with around 40,000 fentanyl pills, 11 pounds of meth, and $5,000 in cash.
In Philadelphia, federal and local authorities carried out one of the largest drug busts in recent history, targeting a major trafficking network operating in the Kensington area. The operation, led by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, resulted in the indictment of 33 individuals connected to the Weymouth Street drug trafficking organization, with most suspects taken into custody following coordinated early morning raids. Investigators revealed that the group had operated for nearly a decade, distributing large quantities of drugs through a structured, business-like system involving leaders, dealers, and lookouts.
But says after about 4 years of investigation, 10 people are being charged for their alleged involvement, 7 of those with felony drug charges.
General Dave Sunday says cocaine were all brought into the Johnstown area by the drug ring that they say has been operating since at least 2022. Officials say the investigation took several years because of their surveillance tactics of the drug ring.
In Johnstown, authorities dismantled a sophisticated drug trafficking network that had been operating between Philadelphia and Cambria County following a multi-year investigation. The case resulted in 10 individuals being charged, with several facing felony drug offenses tied to the distribution of Coca-Cola, H, and Fentanyl throughout the region. Officials identified Callel Henderson and Hayes Kelly as key leaders of the operation, which had been active since at least 2022. Investigators revealed that the group used tactics such as surveillance avoidance and spotters to detect law enforcement activity.
The streets of places like Arnold and New Kensington, Pennsylvania are quiet today after federal agents and state law enforcement officials descended on neighborhoods all over western Pennsylvania looking for and finding suspected illegal drugs and arresting those who allegedly dealt them.
More than 60 individuals have been charged federally, 57 here in the Western District of Pennsylvania, and 8 by the Western District of Washington. They learned here it was a street-level violent gang from Cleveland that had set up shop.
Agents say most of the drugs came via Arizona but originated in Mexico. Those arrested spanning from the suppliers at the very top to local dealers. All of those arrested face numerous felony drug and weapons charges.
In western Pennsylvania, federal and state authorities dismantled a large-scale drug trafficking operation as part of a years-long investigation known as Operation Lake Effect. The case began with a routine drug purchase but quickly expanded into a multi-agency effort involving wiretaps, surveillance, and coordinated raids across multiple neighborhoods, including Arnold and New Kensington. More than 60 individuals were charged, with 57 facing federal charges in Pennsylvania alone. Investigators seized massive quantities of narcotics, including hundreds of pounds of meth, Fentanyl lace pills, Coca-Cola, and Fentanyl powder, along with over $600,000 in cash, vehicles, and dozens of firearms. Authorities traced the operation's origins to a gang from Cleveland, with drug supplies linked to Arizona and ultimately Mexico, highlighting a vast and highly organized interstate trafficking network.
After months of investigation, a major drug trafficking operation has been broken up in Berks County.
This is just another example of the difference they are making in putting a stop to this drug trafficking war.
On Friday, county, state, and federal officials announced the arrest of 17 people during Operation Postal Storm. The suspects, led by Jonathan Pagan Vega, are accused of shipping cocaine and methamphetamines from Puerto Rico through the U.S. Postal Service. District Attorney John Adams estimates the group shipped roughly 3 kilograms per week into Berks County.
We were able to observe kilos being shipped. We have video from the post office in Puerto Rico.
In Berks County, Pennsylvania, authorities announced a major drug trafficking takedown known as Operation Postal Storm, an investigation that began in January 2025 after detectives identified suspicious packages containing kilogram quantities of Coca-Cola being shipped from Puerto Rico into the Redding area through the U.S. Postal Service. Investigators say the organization was also distributing meth, and the case was built through undercover drug purchases, surveillance, and court-authorized wiretaps. On October 20, 2025, law enforcement carried out coordinated raids at multiple locations in Redding, including homes and businesses, later expanding the operation with additional warrants. Officials said the investigation led to the arrests of 17 people, while 5 more suspects remained at large, and authorities seized bulk quantities of narcotics, 12 firearms, and cash.
In our state of addiction coverage, the Pennsylvania State Police says that it seized nearly $14 million in illegal drugs during the second quarter of 2023.
Across Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania State Police reported a major crackdown on illegal narcotics during the second quarter of 2023, seizing drugs with an estimated street value of nearly $14 million. The operation resulted in the confiscation of large quantities of substances, including Coca-Cola, meth, Fentanyl, and thousands of pounds of processed Mary, along with over 74,000 narcotic pills. Authorities also collected more than 1,200 pounds of prescription medications as part of ongoing enforcement efforts. Officials emphasized that these seizures reflect the widespread scale of drug trafficking across the state, as well as the continued demand for illicit substances.
According to the Attorney General's office, Jeff Krause and Melissa Woodling are facing separate charges for their roles. The investigation started when officers pulled over a car in Clearfield County and arrested the driver under suspicion of DUI. Woodling was the passenger of that car. Officers then searched the vehicle and found the drugs. It was that stop that led officers to discovering Krause was her supplier. He was found at the Relax Inn Motel near Bellwood and was taken into custody after being pulled over a short time after leaving his room.
In central Pennsylvania, authorities charged 2 individuals following a drug trafficking investigation that led to the seizure of nearly $50,000 worth of illegal substances across Blair and Clearfield counties. The suspects, Jeff Krause and Melissa Woodling, were arrested after a traffic stop in Clearfield County initially conducted for suspected DUI. During this stop, officers searched the vehicle and discovered drugs, leading to further investigation. Authorities later identified Krause as the alleged supplier and located him at a motel near Bellwood, where he was taken into custody. In Johnstown,
Attorney General Dave Sunday has announced that law enforcement has seized 41 pounds of fentanyl worth more than $6 million and disbanded a cross-state trafficking network based out of North Philadelphia. This week, 7 people were caught packaging the drugs and were arrested. Officers also seized $185,000 in suspected drug profits.
In Philadelphia, authorities dismantled a cross-state drug trafficking ring responsible for distributing fentanyl valued at approximately $6 million, marking a major breakthrough in efforts to combat opioid distribution in the region. Investigators revealed that the organization operated across state lines, coordinating the movement of large quantities of narcotics into North Philadelphia and surrounding areas. The operation led to multiple arrests and the seizure of significant amounts of fentanyl, a drug widely linked to overdose deaths. Law enforcement officials highlighted the complexity of the network, which involved coordinated roles among suppliers and distributors. They stressed that shutting down the ring removed a substantial source of dangerous drugs from the streets and represented a critical step in addressing the broader opioid crisis. In Allentown, a man was arrested as part of a broader series of raids led by the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office that resulted in the seizure of approximately 6 kilograms of fentanyl, along with 5 firearms. Officials say the operation targeted a drug trafficking network believed to be distributing large quantities of narcotics throughout the region.
Dante Griffin, 20-year-old Sidney Pack, and 23-year-old Richard Kelly, all facing federal racketeering charges. Prosecutors say the 3 young Hill District men were members of a violent street gang called 1100.
The gang has effectively been dismantled. We have taken out its leadership.
Federal court papers say the most prominent leader of the 1100 gang was Pittsburgh rapper Jimmy Wapo, whose real name was Trayvon Smart.
Out of the Hill District's housing projects and tight-knit blocks, a new generation of crews emerged in the 2010s. One of the most feared was 1100, founded around 2012. Made up mostly of young people from the 800 block of Memory Lane, The Lane, and the 300 block of Burroughs Street, The Rack. The crew's name simply came from the math. 800 plus 300 equal 1100. According to federal indictments, the crew originally formed after a split involving a H-drug theft. One side became 1100, while the other called itself the Wavy Boys, setting off a bitter war marked by shootings, armed robberies, and deadly retaliations. Prosecutors say this rivalry reached a turning point when the Wavy Boys deleted an 1100 member known as Lumber, sparking years of bloodshed across Allegheny County.
Jimmy Wapo, and yes, he released his latest single while here inside one of the cells at the Allegheny County Jail. We can't talk to 20-year-old Jimmy Wapo for this story because he's sitting inside the Allegheny County Jail. But that doesn't mean people all over the country aren't watching him.
Our total revenue stream has been $17,000 just alone in the last 16 months just off of YouTube.
$17,000 earned from ads playing during each of the 12 million views his music videos have received. His breakout hit Elm Street came out last summer with over 4 million views to date. Wapo's real name is Trayvon Smart, born and raised in the Hill District's Bedford dwellings. He's been shot more than 4 times, taking bullets to the stomach, arm, and leg. Currently, Smart is jailed on probation violations stemming from a trip to New York to meet with record labels, failing to meet with his probation officer, and some unpaid court fines. He was originally arrested on multiple drug charges in 2015.
As 1100 Street reputation grew, one figure emerged as both a rising rapper and alleged shot caller, Trayvon Jimmy Wapo Smart. Wapo exploded onto the Pittsburgh rap scene in 2016 with his hit Elm Street, racking up millions of views. He was closely affiliated with Wiz Khalifa's Taylor Gang, and industry insiders called him the next big thing out of Pittsburgh. But while Wapo's music projected a vision of hope amid hardship, his ties to the streets ran deep. Despite his fame, he remained connected to 1100, a fact not lost on law enforcement. By 2018, federal investigators described Wapo as a de facto leader of the gang. Though he was never officially charged, prosecutors claimed Wapo played a central role in encouraging violence, rewarding shooters with appearances in his videos, money, and weapons. What once served as artistic expression quickly turned into propaganda. Investigators allege 1100 used rap videos as tools for intimidation, boasting about robberies, naming enemies, and flashing illegal firearms. In federal court, members admitted that appearing in a Jimmy Wapo video was a badge of honor, often granted only to those who had put in work for the gang. These videos, now publicly available online, were described by prosecutors as evidence of a RICO conspiracy blending music with organized crime.
Here's a picture of 21-year-old Jimmy Wapo, posted on Instagram by Wiz Khalifa, a Pittsburgh rapper turned household name. Wiz wrote, "Rest up, bro, with a broken heart." Point Breeze native and musician Mac Miller took to Twitter, posting this picture with no words, but also just a broken heart. Here's what the crime scene looked like late Monday night on Wiley Avenue. 2 bullet holes pierced the driver's side window of this white Mazda SUV. Police say that shooter hit Wapo and another man from close range. Wapo died as soon as he got to the hospital, and the other victim is in stable condition.
Rapper Jimmy Wapo was laid to rest this morning. His given name is Trayvon Smart. Family and friends said their final goodbyes during a private burial at Wesley Center AME Zion Church in the city's Hill District.
On June 18, 2018, Jimmy Wapo was shot and met his demise in a drive-by in the Hill District. He was just 21 years old. The ambush happened while he was sitting in an SUV just blocks away from where he once performed. His deletion shocked fans and devastated a city that had seen him as its next rap star. Police never made any arrests. To this day, Wapo's demise remains unsolved, clouded by speculation and rumors tied to his alleged gang affiliations.
22-year-old Deontay Griffin, 20-year-old Sidney Pack, and 23-year-old Richard Kelly, all facing federal racketeering charges. Prosecutors say the three young Hill District men were members of a violent street gang called 1100. Federal court papers say the most prominent leader of the 1100 gang was Pittsburgh rapper Jimmy Wapo, whose real name was Trayvon Smart. Wapo was not charged in the new indictment. He was identified in the court papers by the initials TS.
He directed an attempted.
The 1100 gang, according to prosecutors, was responsible for the deaths of at least 3 rival gang members, including 20-year-old Christopher Richardson, who was shot in 2015.
Just weeks after the tragic death of Pittsburgh rapper Jimmy Wapo, federal prosecutors unsealed a sweeping RICO indictment targeting key members of the street gang known as 1100. On August 7, 2018, attorney Scott Brady announced that Deontay Griffin, Sidney Pack, and Richard "Rack-Boy" Kelly were among those charged in the racketeering conspiracy. Although not named directly, Wapo, identified in court documents only by his initials, was described as one of the gang's leaders. The indictment detailed numerous shootings and many targeting rival gang members, as well as armed home invasions and large-scale drug trafficking operations. According to prosecutors, 1100 funneled proceeds from robberies and narcotics sales into the purchase of firearms and to maintain their influence in the streets. The indictment also revealed that gang members were required to put in work to maintain their standing within the organization, often meaning they had to commit acts of violence, including shootings, to prove their loyalty and worth. By 2021, the key members of the 1100 gang indicted under the federal RICO conspiracy had all pleaded guilty and been sentenced in federal court.
The Drizzy gang allegedly trafficked firearms and narcotics in the Hill District and operated an open-air drug market on Watson Street.
Investigators say more arrests could be in the offing, and they're encouraging people to try to help law enforcement in any way they can.
For those of you living in the neighborhoods hardest hit by violence, I encourage you to reach out to us with any information that could be useful.
The Drizzy gang is a relatively new but dangerous crew based in Pittsburgh's Hill District. In June 2023, federal agents unsealed a 24-count indictment targeting a large-scale drug trafficking ring connected to the gang. Authorities allege the Drizzy gang ran an open-air drug market on Watson Street, distributing drugs throughout the East End and surrounding areas. Federal investigators say the gang used violence, including robberies and shootings, to maintain control of their territory. An FBI official described them as being responsible for extremely violent acts aimed at asserting dominance over the local drug trade. These acts, including several attempted deletions, were used to intimidate rivals and protect their operation. According to the indictment, a longtime supplier named Kevin Rucker funneled bulk quantities of drugs to Anthony Coker. Coker then distributed them to various street-level dealers, many of whom were identified as Drizzy gang members. The charges named 24 defendants in total, including Rucker, Coker, and several other key figures from the Hill District. The conspiracy allegedly ran from 2019 through 2023, with a major uptick in drug distribution during spring 2023. In addition to drug charges, several individuals were hit with firearm-related offenses due to prior felony convictions. Law enforcement also tied the group to gun trafficking and other forms of organized violence in the community.
A sound all too familiar for some people living in the Hazelwood neighborhood. Because its fortunes were tied to the steel industry, when the steel industry declined, unfortunately, Hazelwood did as well.
Police say the members of the Hazelwood mob had neighbors living in fear.
It's through intimidation, it's through violence, it's through that persistent presence.
We've had shootings in that area. I think just the gun violence and intimidation is enough to kind of hold the neighborhood hostage.
Police say they have arrested the leaders, members, drug suppliers, and associates, 24 people in all. Officers raided 10 places and found guns in some locations. Now there's 25 people facing charges in all. One person is still on the loose. Their ages are between 19 and 57 years old, with the majority living in Hazelwood.
The Hazelwood mob was a violent neighborhood-based gang operating in the Hazelwood section of Pittsburgh. In September 2021, federal authorities announced a sweeping indictment charging 25 individuals tied to the group with a variety of drug and weapons offenses. The bust came after a multi-month wiretap investigation that exposed the gang's operations and violent tactics. Federal agents described the Hazelwood mob as a group that had terrorized this neighborhood for years. According to the FBI, the crew was linked to a significant rise in violent crime, including deletions, retaliatory shootings, and widespread drug distribution throughout Hazelwood. The indictment focused on members suspected of overseeing drug corners and carrying out acts of retaliation against rivals and perceived threats.
The federal indictments follow a 5-month wiretap investigation headed by the U.S. Attorney's Office into trafficking and gun violence in the city of Pittsburgh, East Hills, Homewood, and Wilkinsburg. Investigators say the distribution spanned as far as Verona and Latrobe. Agents alleged the defendants named in the first indictment conspired to possess and distribute at minimum 400 grams of over the past 5 months. The second charges one man, a convicted felon, with firearm possession.
The people at the top would be procuring supplies of illegal drugs, typically from out-of-state suppliers, for distribution.
The Shot Boys were a feared and violent gang based in Pittsburgh's East End, with territory spanning Wilkinsburg, Homewood, and the East Hills. Known for their aggressive presence in the area, the gang's run came to an end in August 2020, when a major federal wiretap investigation led to multiple arrests. As part of the takedown, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed indictments against 26 individuals, charging them with drug trafficking and weapons violations. Authorities said the group had terrorized the community with unchecked violence and illegal activity for years. FBI officials linked the Shot Boys to a wave of deletions and shootings across the East End. The indictments revealed that members conspired to distribute large amounts of drugs throughout the area, maintaining a network that fueled both addiction and violence.
Today's takedown is the most recent victory in our fight to disrupt and dismantle violent drug gangs that operate in Western Pennsylvania.
31 people accused of being members of Pagan's Motorcycle Club and associates face charges of trafficking drugs through Western Pennsylvania. U.S. Attorney Scott Brady says Pagan's used violence to control across 5 counties. Search warrants led to the seizure of 12 guns, $28,000 in cash and jewelry.
The Pittsburgh chapter of the Pagan's Motorcycle Club, an outlaw 1% biker gang, was at the center of a sweeping federal investigation in 2020. The probe, which had begun 2 years earlier, led to the indictment of 30 members and associates on drug trafficking and firearm charges. Using wiretaps and coordinated raids on clubhouses, law enforcement uncovered a drug distribution network that had operated across Western Pennsylvania for decades. Federal prosecutors described the Pagans as a violent organization that maintained control over the trafficking of drugs. Among those charged were several high-ranking figures, including Bill Rana, known as Pittsburgh Billy, along with Eric Knuckles Arms and Jason Shaheed Evans. Investigators intercepted communications revealing the club's involvement in moving kilograms between members and to outside street-level dealers. In a separate but related case, Bill Rana pleaded guilty in 2023 to distributing large quantities of drugs. He was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison. At the time of his arrest, Rana was the Pagans' Pittsburgh sergeant at arms and had been caught purchasing over 1 kilogram, 140 grams, and illegally possessing ammunition as a convicted felon.
Corbett today announced the arrests. According to Corbett, Gerald Clemson was the center of it. He would bring the drugs from Mexico to Atlanta and then sell them to Mitch Mitchell and Stephen Wade, Pittsburgh residents who would bring them back here.
Mitch Mitchell and Wade also lived in Atlanta part-time and would travel to Atlanta on a monthly basis and obtain 10 to 15 kilos of each month.
Corbett says the rest of the people on this board were responsible for distribution. These individuals are now out of business, but Corbett says he knows there is always somebody ready to take their place.
In 2010, Pennsylvania State Police announced the results of a major narcotics bust known as Operation Hoodtown, which exposed a large-scale drug pipeline stretching from Pittsburgh's north side to Atlanta, Georgia. 17 individuals were charged in connection to a gang known as the Hoodtown Mafia, which had allegedly purchased more than $15 million worth of drugs from suppliers in Atlanta. The operation relied heavily on wiretaps and surveillance, ultimately revealing that the group had moved approximately 400 kilograms over several years. The gang was primarily based in the Brighton Heights neighborhood, but its leadership had deep ties to the South. Authorities identified Mitch Mitchell and Stephen Wade, both of whom split time between Pittsburgh and Atlanta, as major figures in the operation. Their network was reportedly linked to Mexican cartel sources, signaling how deeply entrenched the group was in national-level trafficking. One local figure, Linnell Hughes, was accused of being the head of the Hoodtown Mafia in Pittsburgh. Investigators seized H stamped with the label Big Smile, as well as firearms and large amounts of cash from his home, which they described as a stash house for the organization's drug operation. While several members of the ring were arrested, others remained fugitives at the time. Hustlers Don't Sleep was a drug trafficking organization that operated primarily in Pittsburgh's eastern suburbs, including Penn Hills, Wilkinsburg, and Monroeville. The group came under federal investigation around 2019, with prosecutors filing charges against approximately 18 individuals connected to the gang. According to federal court records and Justice Department press releases, HDS members were deeply involved in distributing throughout suburban neighborhoods, contributing to the region's growing opioid crisis. The Department of Justice emphasized that Hustlers Don't Sleep was not just a loose group of dealers that operated as a coordinated and structured drug ring. Investigators used wiretaps, undercover surveillance, and search warrants over an extended period to take down the organization. In court documents, the Hustlers Don't Sleep name was referred to as the gang's moniker and was central to their branding and communication network.
Across Pennsylvania, authorities announced charges against 27 individuals connected to a large-scale drug trafficking organization following an extensive, multi-agency investigation. Officials say the network was responsible for distributing significant quantities of narcotics, including H, Fentanyl, and Coca-Cola, across multiple communities within the state. The operation involved coordination between local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, who used surveillance, controlled purchases, and other investigative techniques to build the case. Prosecutors alleged that the organization operated as a structured network with suppliers, distributors, and street-level dealers working together to move drugs efficiently. In Philadelphia, a coordinated effort between the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office and local law enforcement led to the removal of approximately 11 pounds of Fentanyl from the streets of Kensington, an area heavily impacted by the opioid crisis. Officials say the operation targeted street-level drug trafficking and aimed to disrupt the supply of one of the most dangerous narcotics fueling overdose deaths. Investigators used surveillance and enforcement actions to identify individuals involved in distributing fentanyl throughout the neighborhood. These cases make one thing clear: drug trafficking in Pennsylvania is far more complex than it appears on the surface. What we're seeing isn't just isolated incidents, but a deeply connected system involving organized groups, coordinated distribution networks, and a constant flow of narcotics moving from state to state. Each investigation, whether it leads to a handful of arrests or dozens of indictments, reveals just how structured and persistent these operations really are. At the same time, These busts represent major wins for law enforcement, removing large quantities of dangerous drugs from the streets and disrupting networks that fuel addiction and violence in communities. But as quickly as one operation is shut down, others often emerge, showing just how difficult it is to completely stop the cycle. As authorities continue to track, investigate, and dismantle these networks, the reality remains this is an ongoing battle with no clear end in sight. If you want to stay informed on the real stories behind these investigations, make sure to stay locked in, because we'll continue breaking down the biggest cases happening across the country. In the Philadelphia area, authorities dismantled a multi-million-dollar drug trafficking organization following a coordinated investigation involving multiple law enforcement agencies. The operation led to several arrests and the seizure of large quantities of narcotics valued at approximately $4 million, along with multiple firearms. During the raid, officers were met with gunfire as they attempted to execute a search warrant, highlighting the dangerous nature of the operation, though no officers were injured. Officials say the case was the result of a months-long investigation targeting the network responsible for distributing drugs across the region, marking a significant step in disrupting a major criminal enterprise operating in
chain in 1A.
Operation City Crackdown was a year-long investigation in the city of Bartow that ended in the arrest of 32 people, 2 being key members of the drug trafficking network. Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd says Nathaniel Donald was the kingpin of Bartow. In total, he and Isaiah Donald were responsible for selling millions of drugs around the city.
They ignore the criminal justice system. They ignore society. They don't care if your children die, as long as they can wear their drip.
Thousands of grams of illegal drugs worth $150,000 were seized during the operation. Deputies say back in September, one of the drug suppliers high in the chain of command, Troy Walker of Bartow, sold marijuana and cocaine to a 65-year-old woman who later died. He was indicted by a grand jury for first-degree murder just this month. Sheriff Grady Judd, in true fashion, was not afraid to show off some of the bling they confiscated.
When people are walking around with $50,000 worth of jewelry around their neck, and they've sold millions of dollars worth of drugs in and around Bartow, they're a menace to society.
Polk County's Bartow takedown wasn't framed as a one-house bust. Deputies presented it as a year-long dismantling of a drug pipeline they say was operating out of Bartow and moving multiple drugs through a layered network. Investigators publicly identified Nathaniel Nate Donald, Brian B. Myrick, and Isaiah Bubba Donald as key figures, and pointed to repeat offender dynamics. The sheriff's office noted Myrick had been released from prison in 2021 after a cocaine trafficking case. The investigation linked the organization to a fatal drug case. Deputies said Troy Walker arranged a transaction involving Mary and Coca-Cola with 65-year-old Irene Anderson in September 2024. And that Anderson later died from acute Coca-Cola toxicity. PCSO said Walker was indicted by a grand jury for first-degree deletion in August 2025. The enforcement phase, PCSO said, included 8 search warrants in Polk County plus 1 in Orange County, and ended with 32 arrests. PCSO reported seizing $7,016 in cash, 4 firearms, 22 pounds of Mary, 26.72 grams of Fentanyl, 1.5 pounds of powder, half of pound of meth, 48 pills, 1.7 pounds of MDMA, 1.5 pounds of Keta, and about $46,500 in jewelry assets.
While they were searching a storage unit, deputies say they found this entire cart full of cash, more than $1 million.
Right now, these 4 suspects are behind bars facing a laundry list of charges. They were arrested during a huge drug bust.
This is great to see this.
Deputies say this all began back in May when officials went after Charlie Harrison Jr., known on the streets as Wank. Officials say Wank funneled large amounts of throughout Central Florida. In July, law enforcement executed search warrants around the state, including 2 in Lake County. During the raids, deputies and agents discovered $1 million in cash and 1 exotic luxury car. Georgina Arminkas, known as Pookie, on the streets. Trini Thomas Jr. and Chris Valsici were also arrested.
Lake County deputies were already framing narcotics enforcement as a pipeline problem. Not just small-time possession arrests, but supply lines feeding Central Florida to repeat dealers, stash locations, and mid-level distributors. In earlier coverage, deputies described raids driven by community tips that led to arrests tied to meth, H, and Fentanyl, with the sheriff's office portraying those arrests as part of a broader promise to crack down on dealers operating inside the county.
These are all pictures of the drugs. Deputies say the drugs removed in the operation have an estimated street value of $1 million.
Don't start to it, put your hands up! Come to the front door now!
A months-long roundup
Get your hand up now!
left dozens of suspected drug dealers in handcuffs. The sheriff calls it Operation Candyman.
You have active narcotic charges.
Targeting street and mid-level dealers. When the doors came down,
All the weed.
deputies found drugs, money, and weapons. Investigators say the drugs were stashed everywhere in storage rooms. In the end, 68 people were arrested, 50 charged with drug trafficking.
Down.
Look at this. Some were in Halloween costumes when they were taken into custody.
Who else is in the house? Just you guys?
Lee County Sheriff's deputies framed Operation Candyman Crackdown as a months-long bill that ended with a fast-moving sweep. 68 arrests total, with 50 suspects facing trafficking charges, after investigators said they targeted street and mid-level dealers and then hit multiple locations with search warrants. The sheriff's office also said the operation netted 26 firearms, about $90,000 in cash, and a Lincoln Navigator connected to the case.
Wednesday, in the early morning darkness, police SWAT teams fanned out across South Florida to round up alleged drug traffickers.
Occupants of 2641 Northwest 16th Fort. This is a Fort Lauderdale Police SWAT team. We have a search warrant. Come out with your hands up.
The case is nicknamed Operation Trackside. Authorities arrested 19 people and seized over 5 kilos of narcotics, 6 handguns, 2 semi-automatic rifles, over $450,000 in cash, 11 vehicles, and a boat. Police say the people they've arrested are not just low-level drug dealers. One by one, the alleged drug traffickers who were arrested in Operation Trackside went before a judge.
Okay, you Antonio Robinson, sir? You are significant operative in this.
Operation Trackside started the way a lot of big cases do, not with a headline raid, but with a tip. Boynton Beach police say the investigation began in July 2024 after they received a complaint, anonymous handwritten letter about drug activity. From there, detectives and federal partners built a 14-month case they say uncovered a trafficking organization moving Fentanyl and Coca-Cola across Palm Beach and Broward counties, pushing past street-level dealing into higher supply territory. By early September 2025, the operation hit its enforcement phase. Officials said detectives obtained 17 search warrants, and on September 3, multiple agencies simultaneously executed 15 of them. When it was over, police reported seizing 5,027 grams of narcotics, plus $452,026 in cash, 6 handguns, 2 semi-automatic rifles, 11 vehicles, and a boat. Authorities said 19 people were arrested at that time, and more arrests were expected.
These are just some of the key players accused in a multi-county drug trafficking ring stretching from West Palm Beach to Fort Lauderdale. At the center, according to deputies, is Robbie Augustin. He was allegedly caught on camera selling to an undercover officer 5 different times in CVS and Publix parking lots. Augustin is now locked up without bond. But wiretaps on Augustin's phone led investigators to a bigger player, Ari Joseph. Joseph had his first court appearance last week. His bond set at just over $1 million. He's accused of brokering a kilo with connections in Delray, Lake Worth, and Broward. And it was Oscar Sennett who allegedly helped fund that kilo.
A network allegedly moving various drugs across the county. The public details, which laid out an investigation built around undercover buys, surveillance, intercepted communications, and GPS-style tracking to map who was selling on the street and who was supplying from above. Investigators described Robbie Augustin, Al, as the main street-level Fentanyl dealer, alleging multiple undercover Fentanyl purchases, often in parking lot meetups. One deal cited in the reporting involved nearly 12 grams of Fentanyl that lab testing said was mixed with xylazine. Sold for $860. The same reporting says Augustine claimed he had a crew and access to larger supplies, and that he was being held without bond while facing multiple first-degree felony trafficking charges. Above that street layer, detectives described Ari Joseph as a bridge figure, an alleged mid to upper distributor using multiple phones to arrange larger deals and counterfeit pill sales, moving between Palm Beach and Broward, and sometimes using ride shares to mask travel. Investigators also alleged Billy Jacques various drugs, and that Jacques offered counterfeit pills for about $2 each while moving larger quantities of meth and Coca-Cola through the chain. The reporting further names Jensen Salomon as a local cocaine dealer allegedly selling ounces to Joseph.
Nice. Door's open. Because sheriff's our search warrant on my side, come to the door!
With a search warrant in hand, detectives searched 2 homes in Lehigh Acres Freeman often visits. Investigators say they found gold jewelry, more than $130,000, and equipment often used to package drugs.
A routine-looking traffic stop in Fort Myers turned into a much larger trafficking case when Lee County Sheriff's Office narcotics detectives stopped a vehicle on Marion Street and, according to investigators, found more than 2 kilograms of Coca-Cola and a firearm inside. LCSO said the driver, Jesse Lee Freeman, was arrested as part of what they described as an ongoing narcotics investigation being worked by the Tactical Narcotics Team and the Narcotics Unit. From there, detectives said the stop opened the door to the other side of the county. Using investigative work and probable cause developed during the probe, LCSO obtained residential search warrants for 2 locations in Lehigh Acres Freeman was known to frequent. During those searches, detectives reported seizing over 2.7 kilograms of gold jewelry, more than $130,000 in cash, and drug packaging equipment consistent with distribution.
Our local DEA office alerted Florida Highway Patrol about a semi-truck suspected of transporting drugs from the Mexico-Texas border into South Florida. FHP found the truck, stopped it for inspection. Troopers then discovered a trap door with duffel bags.
A tip from the DEA's West Palm Beach office set the whole thing in motion. Florida officials said agents flagged a semi-truck they believed was hauling narcotics from the Mexico-Texas border towards South Florida, and the Florida Highway Patrol Criminal Interdiction Unit moved to intercept it while it was traveling southbound on Florida's Turnpike. The stop happened on October 5, 2025, and authorities say it wasn't the kind of load you spot with a quick glance. During the inspection, troopers allegedly discovered a hidden compartment trapdoor containing duffel bags packed with Coca-Cola, ultimately reported as 173 kilograms, with estimates reported around 14.7 million and 17.3 million.
Well, detectives busted this drug ring that had been operating since at least January of this year, arresting everyone on their list, including a man responsible for a car crash that catapulted a car into a home in a neighborhood in St. Pete yesterday. It was all part of the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office's Operation Dirty Ink and included 24 arrests, and many of the people detectives arrested have extensive criminal histories.
These people who are constant recidivists are a big problem. The system is not working in that regard.
One of those people is Desmond Hargrove. Detectives hope to serve a search warrant at Hargrove's business off of Gandy Boulevard early yesterday morning, but he left unexpectedly. They tried to stop his car and Hargrove sped away, going about 100 miles per hour, Sheriff Gualtieri says, before crashing into a parked car, catapulting it into a 5-year-old's bedroom.
He, okay, not us, but Hargrove is the one that put people in harm's way. He's the one that caused that by fleeing from the cops, and we took great steps to avoid that.
Operation Dirty Ink played out like a slow burn investigation that suddenly went loud. Detectives say it began in January 2023 after they got information that Jacob Land was selling drugs out of a St. Petersburg tattoo shop, Star Status Inc., and his home. From there, investigators say they used undercover buys, electronic surveillance, and court-authorized wiretaps to identify suppliers, distributors, and crew roles, then moved, with arrests and searches across multiple locations. PCSO describes the network as a drug trafficking organization operating in Pinellas County and the Tampa Bay area, and they publicly claim the group had distributed roughly 400 kilograms of Coca-Cola, 50 kilograms of Fentanyl, and 20 pounds of meth during the period they were tracking it. On the enforcement day, they reported arresting 24 suspects and seizing 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola, 3 kilograms of Fentanyl, about $237,000 cash, and multiple firearms. As detectives prepared to arrest Desmond Hargrove, PCSO says he left unexpectedly. Deputies initiated a stop, and he allegedly fled, crashing into a home and sending a vehicle into a bedroom, reportedly a child's room, while the child wasn't home. PCSO said Hargrove was hospitalized and would be booked after release.
Over the last year, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office has taken down drug operations throughout the area, with their heaviest activity happening in Lake Worth Beach. The Sheriff's Office highlighted the operation seized enough fentanyl, which could have resulted in the death of over 800,000 people. The operation also seized other drugs and uncovered illegal firearms transactions, contributing to violent crimes in the area. Over the last 5 years, Palm Beach County had over 5,000 overdoses and over 1,000 deaths from those overdoses.
Operation Unplugged was pitched as a pipeline case, not a single raid. Deputies said they built it over about a year to unplug dealers from their supply and customer networks, especially in Lake Worth Beach, which officials described as a major hotspot in their investigation. PBSO, FDLE, and the state attorney's office said the operation produced 101 arrests, with 25 more arrests pending. Investigators reported seizing 1,724.97 grams of Fentanyl and 35 firearms, plus other drugs including and counterfeit prescription medications. They also tied the broader enforcement effort to elevated violence, citing impacts that included deletions, drive-by shootings, firearms violations, trafficking in stolen property, and gang-related violence. PBSO said their narcotics task force identified the 9th Avenue and South G Street area, G Block, as a hub for Fentanyl distribution and worked undercover buys that led to multiple arrests.
This was a joint operation involving multiple agencies like the DEA, the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, and the U.S. Marshals. West Palm Beach Police Chief Tony Araujo says detectives spent the past 24 months building a RICO case against what they describe as a long-standing drug enterprise between West Palm Beach and Belle Glade, as well as other areas of the county. Called Operation Old School, it led to 8 organizational leaders being charged with racketeering and more than 50 additional felonies. Alongside the 8 leaders, more than 25 street-level dealers were arrested as well, facing dozens of felonies.
Operation Old School was built like a slow burn dismantling, not a one-night raid. Investigators said the case started in June 2023 after a surge in Fentanyl overdose deaths, when detectives began mapping what they described as a long-running trafficking organization moving narcotics through West Palm Beach, Belle Glade, and the wider region. Police executed 13 simultaneous search warrants. Officials said the takedown produced 33 arrests total, 8 organizational leaders charged with racketeering conspiracy to commit racketeering plus 56 additional felonies, and 25 lower-level associates charged with 53 felony offenses tied to trafficking, sales, obstruction, and weapons violations. On the seizure side, police reported taking nearly $179,000 cash, 9 handguns, plus ammunition, and multiple vehicles, along with a wide 1,009 of drugs. Operation
11 guns, $43,000 in cash, and hundreds of grams of and other drugs, all seized in a series of 16 major narcotics busts today. It's all part of an operation that began in December. Kevin Ramboss says it's the biggest drug bust he's aware of in Collier County. Each of the 16 arrested are charged with one of those arrested was Kazimir Mutakowski. The raid on his house in Golden Gate Estates this morning brought a massive police response, including the bomb squad, when they found a suspicious device.
Operation Pyrite Express was presented as a pipeline case built over time, then hit all at once. Detectives said the investigation began in December 2014 and ran for nearly a year before the enforcement phase, when CCSO and partners moved in on multiple targets tied to several drug trafficking organizations operating across South Florida. Arrests were made in Collier, Lee, and Miami-Dade. Local reporting described the case as involving 3 organizations that investigators said were sharing drugs and business, a detail detectives framed as one reason the network was hard to dismantle. The original announcement was 16 arrests, but CCSO later updated that detectives arrested a 17th defendant and then an 18th, both charged with conspiracy to traffic heroin, with CCSO saying more arrests were expected. They said 19 defendants connected to the conspiracy had been located and sentenced, with combined penalties totaling 144 years in prison and $12.25 million in fines.
60 people had been arrested for selling drugs in Ocean Way. Too many faces to name them all. At least one face we've seen before, Louis Rickoff Jr., arrested for selling heroin back in January. Children were found living in feces and no power. The children were temporarily removed from the home. We went back to the house today and found someone was living there again, but we were not welcomed. According to police, meth was a major drug in this operation. On December 8th, we were there when 3 people were arrested after a meth lab was found in a trailer park. Now we know it was all connected. Some dealers selling drugs during the day in front of a convenience store, in a parking lot, or near a church. Police believe the 60 arrests will make Ocean Way safer.
Lockdown in O-Town was a targeted, street-level narcotics crackdown that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office announced after what officials described as months of undercover work in the Ocean Way area. JSO said the operation grew out of resident complaints and became a 4-month undercover investigation that started around October and ran into January. Deputies described undercover detectives essentially living the case, staying in hotels near Dunn Avenue, blending in long enough to make buys and identify repeat sellers. Investigators said they focused on 4 main zones: convenience stores along Main Street near Ocean Way, houses in Ocean Way, hotels near the airport, and the area around Dunn Avenue and Harts Road.
And a massive drug roundup in Volusia County. The sheriff's office arrested 12 people and took drugs and guns from a home in New Smyrna Beach. Officials say that home has been on their radar for a while.
Volusia County deputies described the New Smyrna Beach drug home bust as the end of a case that had been building since August 2022, when the East Volusia Narcotics Task Force and Crime Suppression Team said they started receiving repeated complaints about narcotics activity at 2127 Colonial Drive.
Tonight, these 4 suspects jailed after a big drug bust. Detectives say they raided a home in the 5300 block of Tremio Street in Naples early Friday morning. 35-year-old Christopher Valentine is facing drug and weapons charges. 26-year-old Savannah Santos, 53-year-old Sandra Babel, and 41-year-old Edwin Ramos were also arrested on various drug charges.
Collier County deputies described this 2019 case as a warrant-driven takedown in Naples that started with a targeted investigation and ended with a sweep at a home along the 5300 block of Trammell Street. According to the Collier County Sheriff's Office, detectives served a search warrant and said they recovered 3 guns along with a wide 1,009 of narcotics plus more than $21,000 in cash.
During a 3-month undercover drug buying operation, police arrested 20 of the 37 people on this board. The rest have warrants out for their arrest. Chief Mike Chitwood says these drug dealers are repeat offenders, some even arrested up to 50 times.
Operation No Nonsense was presented as a complaint-driven crackdown that built quietly for months before the warrants started dropping. Police said the operation started after citizens reported drug activity near churches, daycares, and residential streets, and detectives responded with undercover drive-up buys audio-video recorded targeting multiple neighborhoods across the city. By the time the department went public, officials said the 3-month investigation had generated charges against 37 suspects, with about 21 arrested at the announcement stage, and the rest still being sought on warrants.
Deputies say they teamed up with the DEA, ATF, and Palm Bay Police Department to confiscate 92,000 pounds of substance used to make a drone known as 7-OH, a drug that's 13 times stronger than morphine. Florida recently passed an emergency law banning it. Investigators say the suspect, 26-year-old Maxwell Horvath, also had materials to create large amounts of explosives, along with 3 dozen guns, including 2 submachine guns and thousands of rounds of ammo.
5 IEDs were located on this property.
In early December 2025, investigators in Palm Bay said they walked into what looked less like a small-time stash spot and more like an industrial operation. Brevard County Sheriff Wayne Ivey announced the arrest of Maxwell Horvath after a search warrant at a business tied to him identified in reporting as overseas organics turned up an enormous haul, about 92,000 pounds of a substance. Detectives said the seizure wasn't just drugs. They also reported recovering dozens of firearms, large quantities of ammunition, and multiple explosive devices, which is why officials described the scene as a major public safety threat, not simply a narcotics case.
These are the moments captured on deputy body-worn cameras of the takedowns of 17 people accused of trafficking throughout Central Florida. Called Operation Burn Baby Burn, officials say this investigation took a year of surveillance and undercover operations to build this case. This is what was seized. Orange County Sheriff John Mina says the imported dangerous drugs came from California, Mexico, and Puerto Rico. The suspects are facing charges for conspiracy and trafficking.
Operation Burn Baby Burn was framed as a multi-county pipeline case. Investigators said the organization was importing fentanyl from Mexico and California and cocaine from Puerto Rico, then distributing across Orange, Polk, Osceola, and Hillsborough counties. On the seizure side, officials reported recovering 6 pounds of fentanyl and 4 pounds of Coca-Cola valued at over $1.5 million plus $50,000 in cash and firearms.
A years-long investigation by the Broward Sheriff's Office and others, resulting in 24 arrests Tuesday. Investigators say the Allwoods gang operated primarily out of the Deerfield Beach area.
Our community was crying out to us, so we began an investigation into this identified street-level gang that was terrorizing the neighborhood.
Investigators say they seized 40 kilos of cocaine, 20 kilos of heroin and fentanyl, dangerous weapons, and over $800,000 in cash. Broward County Sheriff Gregory Toney says there's been an uptick of gang-related street-level crime as a result.
Sergeant Stephen Handress with the Broward County Sheriff's Office Gang Investigations Unit. So today we've concluded a multi-year investigation into the Allwoods gang. This particular gang had been involved in the distribution of large quantities of very dangerous narcotics.
The Allwoods gang, described by law enforcement as a violent and prolific drug network, operated for decades across northern Broward County and into southern Palm Beach. In 2022, a 5-year investigation known as Operation Playing for Keeps led to the arrest of dozens of alleged members and the dismantling of the gang's leadership. The probe began in 2017, following a sharp increase in fentanyl overdoses and shootings in Pompano Beach and Deerfield Beach. Authorities served multiple search warrants and ultimately indicted nearly 24 individuals on state RICO charges, including drug trafficking, racketeering, and conspiracy to commit deletions. Luxury vehicles and jewelry seized pushed the total value of recovered assets to more than $1 million. Florida Attorney General Ashley Moody reported that members of the Allwoods gang had been linked to hundreds of criminal cases, including drive-by shootings, robberies, and a fatal fentanyl overdose. In total, law enforcement arrested over 70 individuals associated with the gang and filed more than 100 related charges, delivering a major blow to the group's drug distribution network. The indicted suspects are currently awaiting trial. In April 2025, the Broward Sheriff's Office announced the results of a sweeping, multi-agency investigation into the violent street gang known as Sex Money Murder. The 3-year probe, led by the Gang Investigations Task Force, focused on senior-level sex money murder operatives believed to be coordinating gang activity across Florida. Detectives launched the effort after learning that 2 high-ranking sex money murder leaders were hiding out in Broward County. Between March and April 2025, authorities executed a major warrant roundup that resulted in the arrest of 10 individuals on racketeering and related charges. 4 of those arrested were residents of Broward County, hailing from Pembroke Pines, Lauderhill, and Dania Beach. According to investigators, the gang was engaged in a range of serious crimes, including trafficking firearms and drugs, running financial fraud operations, orchestrating gang activity, and conspiring to commit. In one chilling discovery, authorities uncovered a deletion list naming intended targets. Law enforcement intervened before any of the plans could take place, potentially saving lives. All 10 suspects are now facing federal RICO indictments, although no convictions or plea agreements have been announced to date. This crackdown marks a major statewide effort, with working in coordination with other sheriff's offices and federal partners to take down sex money murder leadership and dismantle their criminal network.
Drugs, money, and guns. The lyrics of this rap video were more than just for show. They depicted a lifestyle. These music videos shared with us by the U.S. Attorney's Office that helped land these 4 men behind bars: Cortez Hogabook, Javante Harris, Christian Brown, and Tory McLaurin. The U.S. Attorney's Office, Middle District of Florida, says the 4 were all members of Bag Talk Entertainment, dubbed BTE. Investigators say the group peddled drugs out of homes around Pinellas County.
The government used what these defendants put on social media, what they put in the rap videos, against them to prove that these defendants were drug traffickers. I'm whipping that bowl and give me a rush.
Investigators say the group rapped about making and selling drugs, even putting drug paraphernalia on display. Attorney Anthony Rickman isn't affiliated with this case, but he says the videos gave the feds a look into what was going on inside several so-called stash locations in St. Pete.
They were able to identify the locations of the drugs, where the drugs were housed when they went into those houses. They were able to identify the players, but also the locations.
Through the music videos and the help of confidential informants, in 2022, agents say Harris had makeshift business cards with a phone number tracing back to Hogabook. After the years-long investigation, Hogabook, known as Traffic, was the 4th BTE member to be sentenced. He pleaded guilty last year.
None of them actually went to trial because of the amount of evidence the government had, really the amount of evidence that they gave the government through their own rap videos.
A 4th man sentenced to prison after music videos lead to drug trafficking bust. Federal investigators say 4 St. Petersburg men have now received long prison sentences after a years-long drug trafficking investigation uncovered a coordinated operation running coke, fentanyl, and meth through multiple residential stash houses across Pinellas County. Prosecutors say the case broke open in an unusual way through the group's own music videos. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, the men were part of Bag Talk Entertainment, or BTE, a self-styled rap group that investigators say blended entertainment with real-world drug distribution. Instead of using fictional imagery or exaggerated lyrics, federal agents found that the firearms, cash, drug paraphernalia, and even the houses shown in the videos were the same locations used for trafficking. Prosecutors said the videos were not artistic expression, they were evidence. The final defendant to be sentenced was Hogabook, who received 25 years and 10 months in federal prison, one of the longest terms in the case. His co-defendants Tory McLaurin, Christian Brown, and Javante Harris had already received sentences ranging from 19 to 25 years. Investigators say BTE's downfall began when their music videos, posted publicly on social media platforms, displayed real drugs, real weapons, and the interiors of homes that later turned out to be active stash locations. Agents were able to match details from the videos, including kitchen layouts, wall colors, and exterior features to houses used during buys made by confidential informants. One attorney familiar with the case explained that federal prosecutors essentially built a roadmap to the drug operation using the defendant's own creative content. Port St. Lucie police said a SWAT-backed search warrant hit a home in the 2300 block of Southwest Kent Circle, targeting Jonathan Doo-Doo Walker, described by police as a convicted felon and gang member. Investigators said Walker tried to destroy evidence attempting to flush drugs and pour bleach on them, but police said it didn't work. Police reported seizing a large amount of suspected drugs, plus a handgun, ammunition, a hydraulic press, described as drug manufacturing equipment, and more than $5,000 in cash.
Crackdown happening in Miami Gardens, leading to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members, but authorities are still working to track down these 5 men and women. This is all in connection, we should tell you, with the local Zone 3 gang, which has been linked to a lot of drug trafficking in our area. In this bust, agents seized more than 40 firearms, 200 rounds of ammunition, a lot of cash, and other powerful
In Miami Gardens, a joint operation and the Miami Gardens Police Department led to the arrest of 17 suspected gang members connected to what investigators described as ongoing gang activity in the area, commonly referred to as Zone 3. According to the report in the video you linked, authorities say the arrests were the result of a coordinated investigation aimed at disrupting violent crime and removing high-risk suspects from the streets.
They moved in overnight. Miami-Dade police raiding an apartment complex, taking down one of the most dangerous gangs in South Florida. Called
Yellow Tape Gang. That says it all. When do you see a yellow tape up? Aside from today, right? Typically in a crime scene, when somebody's been shot, somebody's been harmed, when there's been a robbery.
Morning's operation culminated a 6-month investigation. Their target, a known hotspot for illegal activity. Manor apartment complex at 10875 Southwest 216th Street in Southwest Miami-Dade served as a hub for the gang to conduct their drug deals and other felonies. Police conducted this morning's raid armed with dozens of warrants. In all, 5 guns were seized and 25 subjects were arrested.
Early Wednesday morning, multiple South Florida law enforcement agencies teamed up in a coordinated raid targeting the Yellow Tape Street Gang, police said. Investigators described the group as a major problem in the area, and the operation ended with 25 arrests. Authorities said the suspects face a wide range of charges from drug and firearms offenses to serious violent crime counts, including deletion as part of what officials framed as a major disruption of the gang's activity. Police indicated the roundup was the result of a larger investigation and emphasized that the arrests were intended to reduce ongoing violence and drug trafficking tied to the group. Additional case details, including which suspects face which specific counts and whether the prosecution will proceed at the state or federal level, are expected to be clarified through court filings and upcoming hearings.
38 faces, 38 arrests, 38 men and women accused by Miami-Dade police of taking part in a series of drug crimes. It is 5 o'clock in the morning, and this is not the wake-up call Jaquan Thomas was expecting. A rifle pointed at his front door.
Police department, open the door.
7 News alongside the U.S. Marshals, and they're about to storm inside Thomas's North Miami Beach apartment.
Everybody knows their position.
Meanwhile, all at the same time, other teams of marshals with the help of ATF and the state attorney's office were busting other known drug dealers and gang members on the north side of Miami-Dade County. They call it Operation Smoke. The 38 suspects pictured here were brought here to the Miami-Dade Northside Station where they were booked.
In Operation Smoke, April 23, 2019, U.S. Marshals teamed up with Miami-Dade Police, Northside District, with help from ATF and the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office, to hit multiple locations across northwest Miami-Dade in a pre-dawn series of raids aimed at knocking down drug-driven gun violence. Authorities said the operation grew out of an effort to reduce shootings, but as detectives worked the case, they identified repeat narcotics sale locations and alleged links between those drug spots, gang activity, and recent violence in the area. By the end of the sweep, officials said they had arrested nearly 40 people, reported as 38 in the TV coverage, served 14 search warrants, and seized 19 firearms along with large amounts of drugs and cash. One arrest highlighted on camera involved Jaquan Thomas at a North Miami Beach apartment, where officials said investigators had previously found an assault rifle, ammunition, cash, and about 20 pounds of Mary during an earlier search tied to the broader investigation. During the arrest, a U.S. Marshals official claimed Thomas was in a bathroom, and they believed he may have been trying to destroy evidence as officers moved in. Officials said everyone taken into custody during the morning raids was transported to Northside Station for booking, and they framed the crackdown as a direct response to crews they said had been driving crime in the district for years, while emphasizing the cases would still move through court light. any other prosecution.
Detectives were able to arrest at least 20 subjects involved in this ring. This investigation also resulted in the disruption of a to hire case that detectives also learned through with this ongoing investigation.
Police told me there is very little information they can disclose about for hire, and they plan to make more arrests. They say the wave of arrests happened simultaneously in Little Havana, Flagami, and Coralway areas. The investigation started as far back as 2024. Police says they seized more than 22 kilograms of cocaine.
Federal prosecutors in Miami say a sweeping drug trafficking case just expanded with a superseding indictment charging 24 defendants in what they describe as a large, violent drug distribution network operating across Miami-Dade and South Florida. Investigators allege the group moved multi-kilogram loads of drugs, trafficked cash and firearms, and posed a serious public safety threat. Authorities say the investigation also uncovered a separate deletion for hire plot tied to Fort Myers, where court records allege 2 of the defendants discussed a paid deletion for up to $30,000, a plan that prosecutors say was interrupted when the FBI and partners moved in during a meeting in Naples. In the broader probe, officials report multiple seizures, including kilograms of cocaine, along with large amounts of cash and firearms recovered from different residences. The case is still in the court phase, but prosecutors say the charges carry major prison exposure, including possible life sentences for some defendants if convicted. Florida federal prosecutors said a grand jury returned 5 separate indictments that charged 29 people in a multi-agency operation targeting the Latin Kings in Miami-Dade and across South Florida. Authorities said 23 of those charged were alleged Latin Kings members or associates, and the cases included accusations ranging from racketeering, RICO, and drug distribution to robbery, fraud, kidnapping, and deletion, with prosecutors describing it as a leadership-focused takedown aimed at dismantling structure, money, and enforcement on the street. Investigators also highlighted several alleged high-ranking roles in the organization. Reporting identified Christopher Isabel, King Nano, as a top figure in Florida, and listed other alleged leadership positions such as Bobby Tejada, King Rico, as a regional officer, Luis Rivera, King Tato, tied to North Miami operations, and Juan Alvarez, King Juanmo, along with Lazaro Castellon, King Speedy or King Laz, tied to South Miami operations, plus additional leadership in Broward and Palm Beach that was also swept into the indictments.
Gangs are a cancer in a community, and we're going to cut these cancers out.
Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw and State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg announced the arrest of 9 people, including a 17-year-old who they say is a suspect in a in St. Lucie County. The arrests turned up guns, cash, and drugs and follow a reported year-long investigation of the Sama gang. Sheriff's Office says the gang, which was previously named the Haitian Boys, has operated in Palm Beach County from Lake Park to West Palm Beach since 2011 and is made up of adults and juveniles. The Sheriff's Office claims the gang is involved in more than 50 shootings and numerous criminal and violent acts throughout the county.
Authorities in Palm Beach County have allegedly arrested nearly 30 known gang members since October. In a dramatic sweep dubbed Operation No Face No Case, 9 alleged members of the Sama gang, operating across West Palm Beach, Riviera Beach, and Lake Park, were apprehended. As one official put it, gangs are a cancer in the community, and they're determined to cut these cancers out.
Police tonight say they've crippled one of West Palm Beach's largest organized crime rings, making 19 arrests following an investigation that took a year and a half to complete. Ari Height joins us live from the West Palm Beach Police Department. He has more on how investigators say they broke up the 4th Street gang. Ari?
And Todd, just to give you an idea of how prevalent the drug sales were in that neighborhood, the police chief here says he got a phone call from somebody this morning in that neighborhood, not to say that he was witnessing a drug deal, but to say he wasn't witnessing a drug deal. Now think about that for a second. Somebody called police to report that there wasn't a crime in their neighborhood. That right there in a nutshell, that was the idea behind Operation Goodfella. To 19 arrests of people who law enforcement say were part of what's known as the 4th Street Gang, selling drugs near the intersection of 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue.
This was so brazen
that you could see this with the naked eye from the courthouse. That's how close it was to us.
These individuals, they have been operating in this city long ago. I mean, I'm going to go back, say, 15 years.
Ehrenberg says a 16-year-old shot another teen in the face because the victim was disrespectful. The shooter is one of the 19 now in custody, part of what police call a, quote, work in progress. And
what they would do is they would recruit people who had clean records so that they could buy guns for them, and then they would sit in the alleyways in broad daylight to protect the drug trafficking business with their firearms.
In a dramatic crackdown that sounds straight out of a crime thriller, authorities have allegedly tied 19 individuals, including a teenager, to a sprawling racketeering investigation linked to a notorious West Palm Beach gang. On February 6, SWAT teams allegedly arrested 18 suspected members of the so-called 4th Street gang during coordinated raids, with one suspect still allegedly on the run. Dubbed Operation Goodfellas, the 18-month investigation allegedly targeted brazen, open-air drug deals and criminal activities along 4th Street and Tamarind Avenue. During a press conference, Mayor Keith James, Police Chief Frank Adderley, and State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg revealed that these suspects are allegedly charged with racketeering, drug sales, weapons violations, and even attempted first-degree deletion. Ehrenberg described the drug deals as so overt that they were allegedly visible from the courthouse window. "We're not fooling around," he warned. Among the arrests is a 16-year-old who is allegedly being tried as an adult after allegedly shooting a juvenile for challenging an elder gang member. Police have also seized about 30 firearms, along with vehicles and cash, in what they claim is an effort to eliminate the open drug trade in the city. 30 guns, including assault-style rifles, are now off the streets and will not be used to delete people, said Mayor James, while Chief Adderley warned that 19 people tied to an organized crime ring will allegedly no longer terrorize neighborhoods. The 4th Street gang is alleged to have been active since the late 1990s. Court records allege that the gang has violent rivalries with at least 3 other local criminal organizations, often dragging innocent civilians into the crossfire. Their criminal exploits are allegedly even flaunted on social media, with members posting videos, bulletins, and music clips under the banner of their own label, Entrepreneur Entertainment. According to a probable cause affidavit, the gang allegedly dissolved after its leader's death in 2015, only to be reformed following a series of deletions between 2015 and 2017. Their alleged operations are centered in an alley between 3rd and 4th Streets, adjacent to Tamarind and Douglas Avenues, where they allegedly conduct narcotic sales while openly displaying firearms to intimidate rivals. Assistant State Attorney Diva O'Brien noted that the suspects allegedly trafficked a range of drugs. Authorities claim that this operation has allegedly decimated the 4th Street gang, sending a clear message that such criminal enterprises will be met with the full force of the law.
This was a part of a long-term investigation into a gang and also into narcotics. And those men now in jail, if found guilty, they could be headed to prison. Ian Brightman, the leader of a gang organization. Sheriff T.K. Waters explained during a news conference today that the gang members terrorized their Jacksonville community since 2019.
K4T was responsible for repeated acts of violence in this community, including multiple homicides.
JSO's focus was on Brightman and the 6 primary members of his organization. Brightman was arrested in January after a targeted traffic stop. His driver jumped out of the van armed with a knife and was shot and killed by JSO. Brightman's 8-year-old son was with him in the van. He was turned.
Jacksonville Sheriff T.K. Waters, in collaboration with the State Attorney's Office, and ATF, announced the successful outcome of Operation Bright Lights, a 2-month investigation that led to the arrest of the leader and 7 members of the K4T gang. The primary target of this operation was K4T leader Brian Brightman, whose gang has been implicated in multiple acts of violence throughout Jacksonville since 2019. The sheriff reported that K4T was involved in numerous incidents and engaged in narcotics trafficking to fund its activities, distributing significant quantities of drugs across the city. The goal of Operation Bright Lights was to dismantle the organization by removing its leadership, and Sheriff Waters believes that the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office succeeded in this objective. One of the firearms recovered was linked through ballistics evidence to a 2021 incident, highlighting the gang's connection to various crimes. During the investigation, the leader of K4T, Brian Brightman, was apprehended in a targeted traffic stop in Ocean Way. His driver, Eric Thornton, was fatally shot by a Jacksonville officer after brandishing a knife. Brightman's 8-year-old son was present in the vehicle at the time of the arrest. According to Sheriff Waters, the K4T gang had approximately 40 members and was distributing large quantities of drugs. The firearms recovered during the operation were linked to several crime scenes. One Glock pistol was connected to 4 separate incidents, while a rifle was associated with 2 crime scenes from the previous falls.
Well, they're calling this Operation Checkmate, as in game over, and the sheriff says it is game over for a number of alleged high-level drug traffickers operating in southern Hillsborough County.
6-figure cars, 6-figure chains, 6-figure cash. Investigators say this was all part of a day in the life of 2 high-ranking Latin King gang members recently busted.
Expensive cars, jewelry, and firearms were a part of everyday life for 2 high-ranking members of the Latin Kings who were recently arrested during a 3-month narcotics operation in Hillsborough County. According to Sheriff Chad Chronister, detectives and D agents seized over $800,000 worth of drugs, along with 15 firearms, cash, and stolen property after executing search warrants at 5 locations in Wamama last Thursday. The sheriff identified the 2 men leading the local operation as Omar Bravo, the state's top drug supplier, and Fidencio Robles, one of the top 5 Latin Kings members in Florida. The stash houses were reportedly used by at least 19 other dealers to distribute significant quantities of drugs, generating hundreds of thousands of dollars in monthly revenue. During a press conference on Monday, Sheriff Chronister was joined by State Attorney General Ashley Moody, who cited border security issues as a contributing factor to the gang's ability to operate in Florida. "We know the lack of security at the southern border has only fueled the growth of these gangs that have infiltrated our state," said Attorney General Ashley Moody. Investigators also discovered the Latin Kings' operational manual, detailing the gang's leadership structure and locations, which Sheriff Chronister said is one of only a few known copies in existence. The sheriff added that the seized firearms are being tested to determine if they are linked to other crimes in Hillsborough County.
18,956 grams. That's how much could have made it onto Grand Rapids streets if a man wasn't arrested in Illinois. Court documents say Jose Rodarte Garcia was traveling on I-55 in Will County, Illinois, when he was pulled over for a cracked windshield on September 20th. After some conversation, the deputy who pulled him over was prompted to search Rodarte Garcia's van. The deputy's K-9, Edo, gave a positive alert for narcotics. After a search of the van, 15 tinfoil packages of were found behind a panel. Court documents say Rodarte Garcia was making a trip to Grand Rapids after picking up the van the previous day in Mexico under the direction of his wife's cousin. He had allegedly been doing this for 3 months, making trips to cities, making thousands of dollars with each trip.
On September 20th, Illinois deputies say a routine traffic stop near Joliet turned into a major Coca-Cola seizure tied to a suspected delivery run headed for Grand Rapids. According to court documents, a Will County Sheriff's deputy stopped a red Ford Econoline on northbound I-55 because the windshield had a large crack that allegedly ran across the driver's view. The driver, Jose Rodarte Garcia, acknowledged the damage, and while the deputy was preparing a warning, their conversation led the deputy to ask for permission to search the van, which Rodarte Garcia allegedly agreed to. A K-9 named Edo then alerted for the presence of narcotics, giving deputies probable cause to dig deeper. Investigators say they found a hidden stash behind an interior panel. 15 foil-wrapped packages containing vacuum-sealed white powder that field tested positive for Coca-Cola, totaling 18,956 grams. Rodarte Garcia allegedly told the deputy he was directed by his wife's cousin to pick up the van and drive it to Grand Rapids, and that this wasn't his first trip. In the version described in the documents, he would drive to whatever city he was told, stay at a hotel, then leave the keys inside the van after calling the cousin. Later, the van would be returned to him, loaded with parcels. He allegedly said he'd been doing this for about 3 months, that the van had come from Mexico the day before, and that he typically made $1,000 to $2,000 per trip. Prosecutors charged Rodarte Garcia with controlled substance trafficking and possession of a controlled substance with intent to deliver in Illinois.
The bust are a result of 3 major investigations. Cocaine with a street value of $116,000 was seized, $86,000 worth of thousands in cannabis, and also some illegal pills. Also seized was $130,000 in cash. The illegal operations were all tied to gangs.
Chicago police have made 25 arrests just ahead of Labor Day weekend and have recovered illegal narcotics, guns, and 9 cars. Chicago police say they made 25 arrests ahead of Labor Day weekend after 3 major, months-long investigations targeting what they described as gang-linked open-air drug operations impacting Little Village, Pilsen, and Austin. The enforcement effort involved multiple CPD units and focused on shutting down crews police say were driving drug sales, weapons activity, and the conflicts that come with it. According to police, the takedowns led to major seizures. About $116,000 worth of Coca-Cola, $86,000 worth of H, plus thousands more in Mary and illegal pills. Investigators also reported recovering about $130,000 in cash, 9 vehicles, and several firearms tied to the investigations. Police said the arrests came from coordinated undercover work and surveillance, and that the cases resulted in charges like manufacture delivery of controlled substances and drug conspiracy. CPD Superintendent David Brown said the goal was to put anyone engaged in illicit activity on notice, and police also noted the operations led to a deletion suspect arrest, plus 2 additional arrests connected to a separate shooting case, based on what police said at the time.
Illinois State Police stopped a truck on Interstate 80 and made one of the biggest drug busts in state history. Troopers stopped a Volvo truck tractor semi-trailer in Henry County. That's in the western part of the state. Inside that truck, they found more than 1,100 pounds of cocaine, with an estimated street value of more than $40 million. The 2 people inside that truck, 27-year-old Vanshpreet Singh and 36-year-old Manpreet Singh, both residents of Canada, were arrested for possession of cocaine.
On November 29, 2024, an Illinois State Police trooper stopped and inspected a Volvo truck tractor semi-trailer on I-80 eastbound in Henry County. During the commercial vehicle inspection, police say the trooper noticed numerous indicators of criminal activity, which led to a search that turned up about 1,146 pounds of suspected Coca-Cola. ISP estimated the street value at more than $40 million. ISP's Black Hawk Area Task Force arrested Vanshpreet Singh and Manpreet Singh, both listed as being from Ontario, Canada, and charged them with Class X felonies.
The Illinois State Police says 55-year-old Jose Gillian was being charged with multiple charges, including trafficking. This all stems from a traffic stop on January 18th when a trooper stopped a truck on I-80 in Henry County. A search of the truck revealed many packages of cocaine weighing over 10 kilograms.
Illinois State Police say the case against Jose Gillian started with a traffic stop on Interstate 80, eastbound, in Henry County on January 18, 2025, near East 1600th Street. According to a press release summarized by local reporting, troopers conducted a probable cause search of a semi-tractor trailer, allegedly discovered 10,000 grams, 10 kilos, of Coca-Cola, and arrested Gillian, who is described as a 55-year-old from Ontario, California. Police said he was charged with possession.
A total of 25 people were arrested this week in 3 separate takedowns, police say. These are some of the mugshots of those individuals who were charged with manufacturing and delivery of a controlled substance and or drug conspiracy. All this the result of multiple months-long investigations and dangerous undercover
Chicago police say they've arrested more than 24 people in connection with alleged open-air drug markets operating on the west side, including activity tied to the Pilsen and Austin areas. Authorities said the takedowns came from multiple months-long investigations that included undercover work, and that officers recovered large quantities of drugs, along with cash, and also seized guns and vehicles during the enforcement phase. Police say 25 people were taken into custody across 3 separate takedowns in the same week, and that many of the defendants are facing felony charges such as manufacture delivery of a controlled substance and drug conspiracy. Rockford police say they made 25 arrests over the past few months as part of a months-long violence and drug initiative that began in late March targeting people they describe as violent offenders and drug traffickers. Working with other law enforcement partners, investigators reported seizing a large haul of evidence during the operation, including more than 200 grams of Coca-Cola, about 125 grams of H, roughly 10 pounds of Mary, around $50,000 in cash, 6 guns, 9 vehicles, and 1 residence. Police said the most recent arrest happened last week, and they framed the initiative as a focused push to disrupt repeat violence and drug distribution in the city. Lake County, Illinois investigators say an undercover narcotics probe led to the arrest of Anthony Love, 43, of Zion, after deputies served a search warrant in the 2300 block of Elm Avenue. Authorities say they moved in after developing information he was selling drugs, and during the search they reported recovering an AK-47 Draco-style pistol, multiple types of narcotics, cash, and alleged trafficking items like scales/packaging materials. In totals released by authorities and local reporting, investigators said they seized over 420 grams of H, over 110 grams of Coca-Cola, about 70 grams of meth, over 40 grams of oxy, mushrooms, and more than $7,000 in cash. Belvidere Boone County Metro narcotics officers say a several-month investigation into a suspected drug house ended when they served a search warrant in the 300 block of East Jackson Street in Belvidere. Investigators said the case started after complaints and tips from area residents about heavy vehicle and foot traffic at the home, and the warrant service resulted in the seizure of Coca-Cola, about 4 pounds of Mary, and cash. Police said 4 men were arrested and taken to the Boone County Jail pending court. Rockford police say a major narcotics investigation described at the time as one of the biggest drug seizures in recent city history resulted in an estimated $8.6 million worth of suspected Coca-Cola, meth, and Fentanyl being recovered, along with firearms and cash. Authorities also emphasized the case was built through multi-agency cooperation, with investigators sharing intel and coordinating searches and arrests. Police later announced that Rafael Ruiz, who they said was wanted in connection with the case, turned himself in on December 12th. He was charged with possession with intent to deliver a controlled substance and 2 counts of unlawful possession of a weapon by a felon, according to the information you provided. A second suspect, Luis Ruiz, had been arrested earlier and was reported as facing delivery of a controlled substance and multiple counts of possession with intent to deliver. A 41-year-old Rockford man, Kevin Booz, was arrested Wednesday after the Winnebago County Sheriff's Office said it investigated suspected narcotics sales tied to the 500 block of 11th Street. Deputies reported taking Booz into custody during what they described as a suspected drug transaction in the 1400 block of 5th Avenue, then following up with an operation at a residence in the 1400 block of 15th Avenue, where they said they found substantial quantities. Springfield police say their proactive crime unit served a search warrant at a home in the 1100 block of North Wheeler Avenue and arrested Octavian Williams on Tuesday after locating him before the warrant was executed. Police reported finding about 5.61 grams of drugs on him, and during the search of the residence they said they recovered about 669.24 grams of Coca-Cola, 13,848 in cash, and 2 digital scales. Williams was booked on multiple felony counts, including manufactured delivery of 900 grams of Coca-Cola, possession of 400 to 900 grams of Coca-Cola, and delivery-related charges within 500 feet of a church and within 500 feet of a school, according to us.
Connected to Washington Square Park.
Federal prosecutors have filed charges against 19 people, accusing them of running an open-air drug market.
Well, Stephen, Natasha, 19 suspected heroin and fentanyl dealers from 2 different alleged criminal organizations have been arrested for deadly drugs they sold in and around Washington Square Park. The feds say the indictments are an attempt to hold drug dealers responsible for the overdose deaths they caused. One of the victims, the feds say, was the grandson of famous Hollywood actor Robert De Niro. Now, feds say the two criminal organizations, one a subset of the Bloods gang and the other run by a man who allegedly had been selling drugs in Washington Square Park for 25 years. The defendants have...
Federal authorities in Manhattan unsealed charges against 19 people they say were running around the clock, open-air drug market in and around Washington Square Park, Greenwich Village, since at least 2020. The DEA and NYPD said the group allegedly sold opioids and other drugs operating all day, every day, and coordinating in overlapping teams to maintain control of the area. Prosecutors allege the conspiracy was tied to at least 2 fatal overdoses in 2024 and 18-year-old, described as a recent high school graduate who came to NYC for a prestigious internship, and a 43-year-old unhoused man who frequently bought drugs in the area. Officials also said first responders and NYPD medical personnel have answered 65+ apparent overdose calls in the Washington Square Park area over recent years, one of the reasons they framed the park as an epicenter in the city's overdose crisis. The DE press release names Maliak Lug, Aka Scarface, as part of a Macballer subset of the Bloods and identifies John Levigny, Aka Johnny, as another central figure, with news coverage describing 2 main teams, a Bloods-linked group and a Levigny-led group, that allegedly coordinated territory and warned each other about police presence. Authorities said at least 14 defendants were arrested immediately around the unsealing.
Federal prosecutors and the FBI say they've shut down what they're calling an open-air drug market at a NYCHA complex in Harlem. 12 people were taken into custody. Investigators say the group ran its operation for years out of the Johnson houses, just a few blocks from Central Park. They say deals happened in the lobby and other public areas of the building, while empty apartments were used to store drugs and guns.
Federal prosecutors, the FBI, and NYPD say an indictment charges 12 people with running a drug trafficking conspiracy from at least 2022 through 2025. Using a building and its courtyard at the Johnson houses as an open-air market where customers allegedly came into the building to buy drugs. Prosecutors say the group allegedly worked out of lobbies, courtyards, stairwells, and even a children's playground, using stash apartments and utility boxes in stairwells to store drugs, paraphernalia, and guns. The DOJ release says 8 defendants were arrested. During the coordinated arrest searches, prosecutors said agents recovered firearms and narcotics, including 5 guns, 2 long guns, from a stash apartment, plus additional firearms ammunition from other locations and suspected narcotics and packaging mixing materials.
Drug bust in a Bronx apartment. Police recovered more than 26 pounds of and $3 million. Investigators say they arrested a major narcotics distributor in the Norwood section. They say he concealed the drugs and cash inside furniture. Got to be big furniture with hidden trap compartments. The 60-year-old suspect faces numerous drug charges.
On March 22, 2024, New York officials announced a major Bronx narcotics case after a 2-month investigation led to the seizure of about 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola and over $3 million in cash from an apartment in the Norwood section of the Bronx. Prosecutors said the money and drugs weren't sitting out in the open. They were packed into hidden trap compartments built into furniture, including dressers, nightstands, and a coffee table. Authorities said the defendant, Juan Rondon, was arrested on March 20, 2024 after investigators watched him enter and exit 3,405 Gates Place carrying a bag, then return again. They stopped him in the building lobby and alleged he had a quantity of cocaine and keys to apartment 2A. With a court-authorized search and help from a New York State Police K-9 unit, they said they found bundled cash labeled with dates spanning several years, at least 10 luxury watches, including Rolex and Cartier, and that the coffee table held approximately 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola along with some of the cash. Officials noted the apartment appeared nondescript, with no obvious fortified locks or security setup, despite the scale of what was inside.
Yeah, that's right. You can see the gates of this smoke shop down. Investigators say what was happening inside there was a pretty wild setup. They say it's connected to an apartment above here by a secret chute used to move illegal products without anyone noticing. This citizen video shows the scene Thursday. The sheriff, task force, Homeland Security, and NYPD taped off the sidewalk in front of the shop, K-9 units were out here as well as they executed 2 search warrants at the same time. Officials say this was all part of an ongoing investigation into illegal cannabis sales and deceptive practices at the shop and the apartment above it. The sheriff's office also releasing these photos of some of what they recovered. You can see brightly packaged edibles, vapes, some cannabis flowers, and THC concentrates. In total, they say they seized more than 1,000 pounds of products worth about $1.7 million, along with $20,000 in cash.
On November 13, 2025, NYC Sheriff Joint Compliance Task Force, alongside Homeland Security Investigations, executed search warrants in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn after investigators said a smoke shop was using a hidden connective chute, a concealed opening between the store and an upstairs apartment, to move and stash illegal cannabis products out of sight. Authorities said the warrants hit both the smoke shop and a second-story apartment used as storage, and the secret chute setup was the key feature that made this raid stand out in the city's broader crackdown. Officials reported seizing about 1,096.6 pounds of illicit cannabis and related products estimated at $1.7 million plus $20,320 in cash. The sheriff's office itemized the haul as including large quantities of cannabis flower, THC concentrate, THC edibles, THC vapes, and untaxed cigarettes. 3 people were arrested and charged with criminal trespass, criminal possession of cannabis, and criminal possession of a controlled substance, while FDNY Fire Prevention and the Department of Buildings issued violations and a partial vacate order tied to conditions found during the operation. This raid was also framed as part of Operation Padlock to protect NYC's ongoing effort to seal unlicensed smoke shops. City and media reporting has described hundreds to well over 1,000 shops being sealed since the initiative launched.
A police source says authorities took at least 1 man into custody after they found drugs in the apartment building at 780 Garden Street in the Belmont section of the Bronx, which also houses multiple daycare centers. Charges against the man are pending. According to the fire department, authorities initially responded to a report of a fentanyl spill. We saw first responders wearing hazmat suits. Police found 12 kilograms, or nearly 26.5 pounds of in an apartment in the building, according to News 12. Exposure to even a minuscule amount can be deadly.
On December 10 to 11, 2024, a Fendi investigation in the Belmont section of the Bronx turned urgent because the stash was allegedly stored inside 780 Garden Street, a residential building that also housed 2 daycare centers. Investigators said they recovered over 12 kilograms of suspected Fendi, more than 26 pounds, in total, with at least 7 kilograms coming from a first-floor apartment, and that children in a daycare down the hall were evacuated as a precaution during the search. Prosecutors said ZX Cruz was arrested and arraigned in Manhattan criminal court, where a judge ordered him remanded. The complaint alleged a 2-month undercover investigation in which Cruz made multiple large Fendi sales to an undercover officer. A sale of about 225 grams for $4,000, a sale of about 1 kilogram for $18,000, and a sale of 4 kilograms for $72,000, after which he was arrested. During the apartment search, officials said Fendi powder was disturbed and released into the air, triggering a safety response. The first floor was evacuated, the daycare was alerted, and FDNY EMS and hazmat responded while officers were evaluated for possible exposure. Prosecutors charged Cruz with operating as a major trafficker, criminal sale of a controlled substance in the first degree, and criminal possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, plus additional possession counts.
We believe that these drugs that ended up here in Long Island are coming from the Mexican cartels.
Plus, at the home of Miguel Torres in Wyandanch, at least 3 kilos of suspected fentanyl. Torres found sleeping in his bedroom with a loaded handgun. Investigators tracking the drugs from the Bronx to the suspects in western Suffolk allegedly dealing from Bayshore, Lindenhurst, West Islip, and Wyandanch. But the drug trade reached all the way out to the East End.
Police and prosecutors say the case was built by Suffolk's East End Drug Task Force working with the New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, NYPD, the city's special narcotics prosecutor, and a U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force. targeting a supply chain they said ran from the Bronx into Suffolk County. According to the DA's press release, investigators focused on John Collado, Luigi Peralta, Anthony Dominguez, Jurgenis Paulino, David Priest, and Michael Torres, alleging they conspired to distribute Fenty and Coca-Cola in Suffolk County. Prosecutors say a key part of the investigation involved undercover buys. They allege 13 sales to undercover officers, totaling 7,441 Fenty pills made to look like Oxy M30 pills and 2.8 kilograms of Coca-Cola, with an estimated street value over $245,000 for the purchased drugs. The DA says the investigation was conducted between April 2025 and October 2025.
At first glance, this is what DEA agents saw when they stopped a tractor-trailer in Brooklyn. Boxes and boxes full of papayas. But they say that's not the only thing the semi was carrying.
How much is all of this worth?
So this is, in totality, approximately $1 million.
Special agent in charge of the DEA's New York division says the smugglers sawed these holes in the wooden pallet. Agents say they've traced the drugs from where they were discovered in Brooklyn all the way down to Mexico, where the Sinaloa drug cartel operates, the same one formerly run by the now infamous Joaquin El Chapo Guzman,
which is one of the two most dominant cartels.
In Brooklyn in early December 2025, DEA agents said they made one of the biggest drug seizures New York City has seen in recent history, after stopping and searching a tractor-trailer that looked like a papaya delivery. When agents opened it, they found the load wasn't just produce. Officials said the drugs were hidden inside modified wooden pallets beneath the boxes, a concealment method DEA leadership called unusually ingenious compared with what they'd been seeing lately. Authorities publicly described the haul as about 300 pounds of meth valued in the reporting at about $1 million and said they traced the shipment's origins back toward Sinaloa, Mexico, pointing to cartel-linked supply lines feeding the Northeast. Investigators also said loaded firearms were recovered in connection with the seizure. The driver was arrested and, according to the report, is facing federal narcotics and weapons charges. While agents believe the shipment was intended for distribution across the wider tri-state Northeast market.
Down a sophisticated drug trafficking operation across from a school.
Yeah, police say it was so large it had the potential of supplying drug networks throughout the entire Northeast.
Here in the Soundview section of the Bronx, where authorities say this man, Guandancio Perez, was the mastermind behind a sophisticated drug operation inside this pizzeria. Had you ever been in there for food?
Yeah, I got me a couple of slices out of there.
The small, now shuttered business is at 553 Soundview Avenue. 42 kilos. Workers allegedly stored that near the counter for easy sales and samples for customers. All of this right next to a community center and across the street from an elementary school, PS 69. Perez allegedly ran the operation inside Mozzarella Pizza with his wife Zulima and this man from Connecticut, Alexander Samboy. Police maintained Thursday morning they spotted the couple transferring a large bag from a car and into the pizzeria. Samboy shows up and leaves in a car with a backpack.
This is New York, baby. Anything possible, but it's sad by the school. But anything is possible.
A Bronx pizzeria in Soundview Mozzarella Pizza on Soundview Avenue, across from PS 69, became the center of a major narcotics case after investigators said it was being used as a stash and distribution spot, not just a restaurant. Authorities announced the bust, saying they recovered 100+ pounds of suspected narcotics with an estimated street value around $4 million, including large quantities of suspected Coca-Cola plus other drugs, along with cash and equipment used to package drugs. Investigators described a surveillance-driven takedown. They said they watched Gaudencio Rosendo Perez, Zulema Cardenas Espinoza, and Alexander Samboy moving items in and out of the pizzeria, then stopped Samboy's vehicle and allegedly recovered 5 kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola. After that, authorities executed search warrants at the pizzeria and said they found about 42 kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola in the basement, approximately 1 kilogram of other drugs, around 1,000 glassine envelopes containing suspected drugs, and a kilo press, additional suspected packaging. and about $40,000 in cash.
After the takedown of a massive drug ring, it involved 3 interconnected groups responsible for sourcing and selling across 7 counties. The investigation first began nearly 3 years ago, centered around Michael Danzy and his brother, Terrence Rags. From there, authorities say they traced this drug peddling web to a second operation involving resellers who lived on a small section of Avenue D in Rochester.
They all lived within a few yards of each other, making Avenue D a major drug hub.
On June 13, 2023, New York Attorney General Letitia James announced a major narcotics takedown across the Rochester-Finger Lakes region, saying investigators had arrested 48 people and filed 177 charges tied to a trafficking network operating in Monroe, Wayne, Cayuga, Ontario, Orleans, Seneca, and Yates counties. According to the Attorney General's Organized Crime Task Force, the case began in Wayne County and expanded as investigators identified what they described as 3 interconnected groups moving large quantities of drugs through the region, including a Wayne County-centered supply stream and a Rochester distribution hub. Officials said the investigation relied on extensive surveillance and wiretaps and resulted in the seizure of more than 10 kilograms of Fentanyl, more than 10 kilograms of Coca-Cola, additional narcotics, over $440,000 in cash, and 19 firearms, including ghost guns, with authorities valuing the overall haul at more than $9 million. In a later update, the Attorney General's office reported that by September 2025, 47 people connected to the broader investigation had been convicted and sentenced, with penalties ranging from probation to lengthy prison terms, including a 25-year sentence for Michael Danzy.
A major crackdown on what authorities describe as a $1 million drug and gun trafficking ring. Several men were arrested following a 1.5-year-long investigation resulting in numerous drug and gun seizures in Brooklyn, Queens, and Nassau County. The arrests stem from long-standing violence and drug sales in and around Rufus King Park in Jamaica. Officials say the accused leader of this drug and gun ring, identified as Adrian Escobar,
This Queens $1 million drug plus gun trafficking ring case was announced June 13, 2023 by the Queens DA and NYPD, centered on alleged violence and open-air drug sales around Rufus King Park in Jamaica, 103rd Precinct area. Prosecutors said a 1.5-year investigation used wiretaps plus dozens of undercover buys, including about 40 drug purchases and 5 handgun buys from at least one defendant before search warrants and arrests. According to the Queens DA's press release, 8 men were charged: Adrian Escobar, King Mango, Junior Escobar, Jose Escobar, Juan Escobar, Manuel Gomez, Jonathan Fernandez, Joseph Fernandez, and Jonathan Suarez. The DA said 3 defendants were charged as major traffickers, and the indictments included a mix of high-level narcotics counts, conspiracy counts, and firearms-related charges.
This bust was 3 years in the making, and officials say was carried out in 3 Washington Heights apartments on Wadsworth and Audubon Avenues. The DEA says trap doors were built into the apartment walls to conceal the stash, nestled between unsuspecting neighbors. There, agents also seized an industrial-scale pill press machine,
pressing hundreds of thousands of pills for distribution throughout the New York City area, but throughout the Northeast.
The DEA's New York division announced what it described as a multi-million-dollar drug bust tied to an alleged operation producing counterfeit pills in Manhattan's Washington Heights. According to officials quoted in the CBS report, agents seized more than 40 pounds of meth, along with Coca-Cola and Fentanyl, which the DEA said were being used as ingredients to manufacture pills that were advertised online as MDMA. Special Agent in charge Frank Tarantino said the powders recovered were enough to make roughly 120,000 fatal pills, and warned that what many people think of as MDMA has shifted in recent years. He said the product they're seeing can be meth laced with Fentanyl. The report also says the pills were designed to appeal to younger buyers, including tablets described as resembling marshmallow shapes like those in Lucky Charms. Investigators said the stash was hidden inside a crowded apartment building near Wadsworth Avenue and Audubon Avenue, where drugs were allegedly stored behind trapdoors built into the walls of 3 apartments. Agents also seized an industrial-scale pill press machine, which officials said could be used to press hundreds of thousands of pills for distribution across NYC and the Northeast. The DEA said the investigation was 3 years in the making.
Investigators in New York State execute a massive drug bust, seizing 11 kilos. The drug bust happened in a neighborhood in Ardsley, north of New York City. The Drug Enforcement Agency executed a search warrant on that home on Friday. That's when they found all of those drugs. Neighbors say they would see a lot of cars coming and going at that house, but no one had any idea they were living next to a drug den.
I think they came into a quiet neighborhood and just figured this might be a safe place for them, but I guess not. Shocking. It's shocking and kind of scary and awful all at the same time.
At this point, 5 people have been arrested. Neighbors say 3 of them lived in that
In
home.
early March 2019, federal and local agents raided a quiet residential home in Ardsley, Westchester County, that they described as a Fendi and H mill, a processing and packaging location rather than a street corner deal. Authorities said they seized 5 kilograms of Fenty and 6 kilograms of H, and a DEA official emphasized the Fendi alone was potent enough to be lethal at a massive scale. Investigators said the search turned up more than just bulk drugs. Reporting described cutting agents, grinders, baggies, and other packaging materials, plus furniture with hidden compartments used to conceal powdered substances. Authorities announced 5 arrests: Braulio Mata, Jose Garcia, Ramon Aracena Alf, Diana Duarte Hernandez, and Yarly Mendoza de Lorbe. Follow-up reporting said the charges varied by defendant. Several were described as facing conspiracy and possession charges, while others faced possession, and one was also reported as charged with resisting arrest.
38-year-old Michael Harper of Corning and 28-year-old Anthony Medina of Painted Post are charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute controlled substances. According to federal prosecutors, both Harper and Medina got shipments of kilos of that they then distributed across western and central New York through contacts in Rochester and Syracuse. Authorities say the men used programs like Signal to send pictures and negotiate drug deals.
Federal and New York State authorities were talking about an 18-month investigation into a New York City-based drug trafficking organization that prosecutors said moved bulk drugs from the West, including California, to NYC, then out to upstate New York. The enforcement phase hit on June 12, 2025, when agents executed 24 searches across New York and New Jersey, made arrests, including in Georgia and Pennsylvania, and seized almost 250 kilograms of Coca-Cola, Fendi pills, other drugs paraphernalia, a firearm, and more than $1 million in cash. Officials said that was on top of earlier seizures during the same probe, totaling 240-plus kilos of Coca-Cola, 185 pounds of meth, and almost 700 pounds of Mary, which is why some outlets summarized it as one of the biggest NYC-linked drug rings in decades. What made this case stand out wasn't just the weight, it was the alleged logistics pipeline. Court documents and reporting describe shipments moved cross-country using trucking warehouses and legit-looking freight loads. One major example described in reporting: law enforcement stopped a tractor-trailer in NYC and found 240 kilograms of Coca-Cola hidden inside chest freezers, plus 686 pounds of Mary in boxes. Investigators say they captured large volumes of text, encrypted chats, tracked stash locations, and followed how bulk loads were broken down into smaller deliveries to upstate dealers. In late March 2017, the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office announced a sweeping takedown of what prosecutors described as a Brooklyn-based drug distribution network that allegedly moved Dryax. The DA said a 357-count indictment charged 34 people, accusing them of operating a structured ring that sold narcotics across New York City, reached into some upstate New York counties, and connected to Phoenix, Arizona, during the period June 2016 through March 2017. Prosecutors laid out what they said was a clear hierarchy. Jerome Horton allegedly ran the Brooklyn distribution side, with Willie Billingsley directly beneath him, and a layer of redistributors who bought and resold drugs in amounts ranging from 5 to 800 grams. On the supply end, the DA alleged that Nigel Maloney, based in Phoenix, mailed Agent Coca-Cola to Warren Poland in Jamaica, Queens, who then supplied Billingsley for Horton's Brooklyn operation. When demand outpaced that pipeline, investigators said the group allegedly turned to secondary suppliers, naming Joseph Raffoni and Christian Cruz as sources for drugs received in bulk through the mail. On Wednesday, March 15, 2017, authorities said they carried out coordinated early morning raids in the Bronx that led to the arrest of about 40 people described in news coverage as suspected gang members, with charges that included drug trafficking, gun, and robbery offenses, and initial court appearances set for federal court in Lower Manhattan. Investigators said the alleged drug dealing involved Coca-Cola and H and was concentrated mainly in the Bronx, and prosecutors tied one alleged transaction to the December 11, 2016 demise of Jose Morales, also known as Benny White, near East 175th Street. According to the SDNY release, the East 175th and Monroe group involved 15 defendants, while the Weeks Avenue and East 176th each group involved 34 defendants. The indictments alleged conspiracies to distribute, plus firearms offenses. On March 12, 2024, members of the New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, Group T43, were conducting surveillance at 550 West 54th Street in advance of a court-authorized search of apartment 27F. Investigators said they watched Giovanni Salas leave the apartment, took him into custody in the lobby, and recovered a wallet containing identification for Sergio Betancourt Peralta plus a key that allegedly opened the apartment door. Agents entered and searched the apartment, arrested Peralta inside, and recovered roughly 30 pounds of meth and 4 kilograms of coca packed inside a suitcase in a bedroom closet. They also seized about $27,880 in cash from a backpack and reported recovering Peralta's Mexican passport and an expired Visa border crossing card, along with Salas's Mexican voter registration, Colorado driver's license, and U.S. passport. Authorities estimated the narcotics' value at over $1.1 million and said the case was handled with the NYC Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor, alongside the DEA, NYPD, and New York State Police. In court, both men initially faced New York felony charges of criminal possession of a controlled substance and were arraigned in Manhattan criminal court. Report states that both defendants ultimately pled guilty to criminal possession of a controlled substance in the third degree and were sentenced to 4 years in prison, and it adds that investigators also recovered 2 vacuum sealing machines along with...
It's the early morning hours of November 1st, 2019. A man walks out of his home in Northwest Charlotte. Moments later, an FBI task force waiting outside closes in as he runs back into the house. From Gastonia Police, this is Task Force Officer Clarence Belton. These are his task force partners, and this is CMPD Officer Heather Loveridge and her partner. They're not on the task force, but according to court filings, they've been called in for perimeter support. The task force has a search warrant as part of a drug investigation. What's about to happen after this man runs inside has become the subject of controversy and a lawsuit that spent years slogging its way through federal court. Belton and his partner, just off screen, are about to use a battering ram to take down the door. When they do, court filings say a woman is standing there, just off screen, with a gun pointed at them. Belton and his partners shoot. Belton feels his arm go numb, his gun drops, and he collapses and will later testify that he crawled and stumbled out of the garage while continuing to take fire. They say it was 14 times. Loveridge would testify in court. She had heard the shots fired in the doorway, saw no officers left in the garage, and thought Belton was the suspect. Belton was the only black officer on the task force, and the suspect, Loveridge had been told, was also black. Belton survived, but with permanent injuries. The task force has a search warrant as part of a drug
unsealed a
investigation.
court video from
What's
a
about
Charlotte
to
drug
happen
bust
after this
revealing
man runs
dangers in
inside
search
has
warrant
become the subject
execution.
of controversy
The
and a
investigation
lawsuit that
highlighted
spent
procedural
years
risks and
slogging
law
its way through
enforcement
federal
dangers
court.
during warrant
I've got
service.
45 years of law
The
enforcement
case remains
experience.
under
This is Dr.
investigation
Roy
by the
Taylor,
department.
who I asked.
Well, Siobhan, according to one of those former members, he told me that until about 4 years ago, it was an active church. But he said that's when the new pastor came in. Well, that pastor is no longer in the pulpit, and on Sunday he was taken to the county lockup. Southside Baptist Church is where Mike Lambeth celebrated two of the biggest days of his life.
That's where I got saved, and also got married there. And I loved all the people there, you know, and it's just meant a lot to me.
On Sunday, deputies with the Davidson County Sheriff's Office raided the church and the fellowship hall that sits behind it. They say they found large amounts of marijuana, dozens of vape pens, THC wax, and psychedelic mushrooms, enough for trafficking charges against the pastor, Josh Price, and his son, Matthew.
This guy had met him one time, and our spirits didn't bear witness at all, so I did not think he was a pastor. And I told a lot of the members there, I said, y'all better watch out for him.
Lambeth says when Price first came to Southside, he told members to leave and not come back. Then he closed the church, but not because of the pandemic.
In 2023, sheriff's deputies executed a search warrant at a Baptist church in North Carolina and arrested a pastor and his son. 12 pounds of Mary were seized from church property. The case shocked the community, a drug operation being run from a religious institution. Both suspects faced drug distribution charges for operating out of the church.
Hardened drug dealers, many of them current or former students who were operating out of fraternity houses. Most of them, they tell us, were at UNC. They apparently used encrypted cell phone apps to communicate, and Venmo and PayPal and the like to rake in more than $1 million in drug money. Here's CNBC's Scott Cohn.
To hear federal authorities tell it, the drug ring offered a supermarket of illegal substances at 3 of North Carolina's largest universities. But beyond the sheer size of the operation, prosecutors say it was shockingly brazen. The drugs openly for sale inside fraternity houses, as well as on campus and in town, paid for with cash and financial apps including Venmo and PayPal. Neither company charged with wrongdoing. 21 people are charged, all in their 20s and nearly all from North Carolina.
In December 2020, the DEA and federal prosecutors charged 21 individuals in a coordinated drug operation targeting North Carolina's major universities UNC, Duke, and NC State. These weren't casual users. Federal prosecutors called them hardened drug dealers, operating sophisticated frat house distribution networks. The operation revealed how organized trafficking networks infiltrate college campuses and coordinate campus-to-campus drug sales. Federal charges carry sentences of 5 to 40-plus years, and these cases were still pending at publication.
These 4 men who police say were trafficking thousands of dollars worth of all behind bars and those drugs off the streets.
I really don't even know what's going on here, but so I got to reduce my bond.
Rudolph Springer Jr. is facing multiple drug charges, and he's accused of assaulting a police officer. Prosecutors say Springer Jr. and 3 others were under surveillance as part of an ongoing drug investigation. Police tried to pull him over Tuesday night right here on Capitol Boulevard. Prosecutors say he tried to run from officers who found roughly $50,000 worth of cocaine in his car.
You've got a lot going on here. This could send you to prison for decades.
The 3 other men were arrested at this home on Old Williams Road. According to warrants, Julio Santos Aguilar used the home to keep and sell. Alan Piguet Ventura and Bertie Castellanos Rodriguez sold and then delivered the drugs to Springer Jr.
In February 2020, Raleigh police announced the seizure of Coca-Cola estimated to have a street value of approximately $50,000. The recovery represented a sizable quantity of narcotics potentially intended for distribution in the Raleigh area.
It's a neighborhood where you wouldn't expect anything out of the ordinary. Lawns on Castle Pines Drive are well kept. A number of neighbors are retired, and several tell us they know the man who lived in this house, at least in passing. They say Christopher Smith always said hello and even offered to help some older neighbors with yard work. Then 2 weeks ago, neighbors tell us dozens of police showed up to this house. According to federal court documents, officers found nearly 10 pounds of various other drugs, 2 guns, and more than $236,000 in cash. Documents the FBI, Fayetteville Police, and Raleigh Police are investigating a drug trafficking organization that includes Smith and other members. But no one we spoke to ever suspected anything strange at this house.
Raleigh police executed a search warrant and discovered 25 pounds of various drugs mixed together, along with hundreds of thousands in cash. The sheer volume, a quarter pound of mixed narcotics, and massive cash haul indicates this was a major distribution operation. The mixed drug composition suggests a full-service trafficking operation serving multiple drug markets.
I understand Mr. Allen is innocent until proven otherwise, although I do see several previous convictions of a similar nature.
Durham deputies pulled Allen's car over for a traffic stop earlier this week, and with the help of a canine officer, they found 4.8 kilos, a large sum of cash, a firearm, and various paraphernalia used in the packaging of narcotics. The district attorney's office says Allen has 8 prior convictions, with the majority related to selling and trafficking drugs.
In July 2025, a major Fentanyl drug bust in Durham County resulted in the arrest of a Raleigh resident. The defendant made his first court appearance, beginning a federal prosecution for trafficking lethal fentanyl quantities.
Kim Bauer says on her evening walks down Flaherty Avenue, she never paid much attention to the 2 men, often sitting on this porch. The county sheriff's office arrested Daniel Hawkins and Benjamin Lumpkin in what it's calling is one of its largest single-day drug busts, saying the duo were running a lab inside this home, making the hallucinogenic drug DMT, then inserting it into vape pens. The street value of that bust, nearly $4 million.
In November 2019, police executed a search warrant at a Wake Forest residence and seized $4 million in drugs and assets. 2 people were arrested. The $4 million seizure indicates a major distribution hub. This wasn't street-level dealing. This was a significant trafficking operation operating from a residential location in a suburban area.
Take a look at this hotel, and as you mentioned, Evan, the FBI and police raided this hotel for prostitution and drugs. Take a look at this video from earlier. It all unfolded around 8:30 this morning near the Charlotte Garden Inn Suites between Graham Street and Sugar Creek Road. Guests say they heard flashbangs shortly after the building went on lockdown. And we also saw multiple people in handcuffs and arrested as officers moved in and around this property here. The investigation closed parts of the road and caused backups.
In May 2026, a joint FBI and Charlotte police operation shut down a drug and prostitution ring operating out of a North Charlotte hotel on Reagan Drive. The operation was so significant that law enforcement closed roads between Graham and Sugar Creek for hours. Multiple arrests were made, indicating a coordinated criminal enterprise. Federal involvement suggests organized criminal activity beyond street-level trafficking.
Department of Public Safety agents started monitoring the PRD Mini-Mart on Church Street months ago, after Greensboro police reported seeing criminals selling drugs on a regular basis. On Friday, Johnny Pettigrew and Reginald Washington were each charged with 13 counts of drug-related charges. The owner of PRD, Pravin Bunn, and 2 employees were arrested. Authorities say they knew the drug deals were going on and did nothing to stop them.
In November 2019, authorities conducted a drug bust at a convenience store on Church Street in Greensboro. Investigators indicated the bust could lead to additional arrests, suggesting a larger network connected to the retail location.
The Down East Drug Task Force was formed to combat the issue. It's made of officers from Northampton, Hertford, and Bertie. For the past 10 months, they've had their eyes on 22-year-old Dion Flood.
I wouldn't call him a kingpin, but I would say that the amount of drugs that he had, he would be a high-level drug dealer.
Friday night, officers busted his Rich Square home. Side talked with Flood, but he didn't have much to say about his arrest. Flood is out on bond. Though he's not doing much talking, officers say the arrest alone speaks volumes. We're told.
In 2017, 22-year-old Dion Flood was arrested with 78 bricks of heroin mixed with Coca-Cola. Officers also recovered multiple firearms. The massive volume of H-78 individual brick units combined with firearms suggests a major trafficking operation with violence potential. This was a high-level dealer with serious distribution capabilities.
Now, we just took this video about a half an hour ago. Deputies brought out two of these men and walked them to a van in handcuffs, taking them to Swain County. Because the jail here is at capacity, Macon and Clay County jails are also being used to house some of those arrested tonight. The arrests are for men and women charged with possessing, dealing, and trafficking prescription pills. Some were also charged with dealing meth. Investigators tell me some of the people arrested actually apologized for dealing the prescription drugs and other drugs. Evidence photos show pill bottles connected to illegal prescription sales.
County Sheriff Mickey Anderson announced the largest drug bust in county history in March 2014. 21 arrests across prescription drug trafficking. The sheriff emphasized the severity. This was the biggest operation his county had ever seen. Prescription drug trafficking remains a significant crisis in rural North Carolina communities, and this bust represented a major victory against organized pill distribution networks.
Tonight, 30 people are under arrest accused of illegal drug distribution in Onslow County. A year ago, complaints were made to authorities about drugs being sold in the area. The Onslow County Sheriff's Office and other agencies began Operation Iron Rooster. After enough probable cause, last Friday, several teams took 30 people into custody. Suspects ranging in age from 18 years old to 61 years old. Charges including possession with intent to manufacture and sell drugs. Sheriff Hans Miller says illegal distribution is not in one central location. Suspects arrested range from Sneed's Ferry to Holly Ridge to Jacksonville.
In October 2019, Onslow County law enforcement executed one of the largest drug operations in the region. 30 people were arrested in a coordinated sweep, with 12 additional suspects still wanted. The operation targeted a large trafficking network that had been distributing drugs across the county. Wanted suspects remained at large, suggesting the network had deeper connections than initially exposed. This was a multi-agency response to organized trafficking.
These are the pictures of just some of the defendants facing state and tribal drug charges for drug activity in and around the Cherokee Reservation.
We've made over 70 arrests.
Police Chief Ben Reed says the investigation took 2 years and several jurisdictions, including federal authorities, who've arrested 7 more on charges of possession and distribution of controlled substances. This drug bust took the cooperation of nearby counties, including Jackson, Graham, Haywood, and Swain.
When Cherokee Police Chief Ben Reed announced the results of his 2-year drug investigation, the numbers were staggering: 70 arrests. This mountain community had been hit by a significant trafficking operation, and law enforcement's response was massive and sustained. The investigation involved multiple agencies working together over 2 years to dismantle the drug network operating in the Cherokee area. It's one of the largest coordinated operations documented in the state.
Robert Williams is facing 6 different felony charges, accused of storing and selling drugs out of a North Carolina home. Court documents reveal those charges include trafficking. Assistant Special Agent in charge with the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation, Stephen Norman, says incidents like these are why the SBI created the Northeastern Drug Task Force.
People that engage in drug sales and drug trafficking don't have to stop at the county line, and now neither do we.
Authorities say investigators recovered more than 1,000 grams of meth and a stolen gun during their search at Williams' property. Special Agent Norman believes this mission alone saved multiple lives.
In February 2026, the newly organized Northeastern Drug Task Force and the Perquimans County Sheriff's Office executed a search warrant at the Suela Beach Road residence of 53-year-old Robert Jr. Williams. Investigators reported recovering more than 1,000 grams of meth, over 700 grams of fentanyl, and a stolen firearm. Williams was arrested and charged with trafficking meth, trafficking fentanyl, possessing a stolen firearm, and possessing a firearm as a convicted felon. He was transported to the Albemarle District Jail and initially held without bond. The operation was one of the first major cases announced by the Multi-County Task Force, which combines personnel and intelligence from several sheriff's offices, municipal police departments, prosecutors, and the North Carolina State Bureau of Investigation. Williams is presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
News in Forsyth County, 3 people are in custody this afternoon and charged in a massive drug bust.
While serving a search warrant, investigators say they seized 70 pounds of coke and a firearm from a building on West 32nd Street earlier this week. The package was found in the wheels of a trailer. Detectives say the narcotics are worth more than $1.5 million. Timothy Davis, Torres Mickens, and Brandon Jolly are all accused of trafficking the coke.
In April 2026, Winston-Salem investigators announced one of the city's most significant recent Coca-Cola seizures after executing a search warrant at a building on West 32nd Street. Detectives reported finding approximately 70 pounds of packaged Coca-Cola concealed inside the wheels of a trailer, an unusual hiding method that suggested the shipment had been prepared for transportation or distribution. Authorities estimated the Coca-Cola value at more than $1.5 million and also recovered a firearm during the search. 3 suspects identified in reporting as Timothy Davis, Torres Mickens, and Brandon Jolly were arrested and accused of trafficking cocaine, while Davis also faced a firearms-related charge. The seizure represented a major interruption of a suspected Coca-Cola supply entering or moving through the Winston-Salem area, although the defendants remain presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
After several months of investigations, ALE agents executed search warrants at 2 homes. One happened on East Martin Street in downtown Raleigh. The other bust across the city at Ridgewood Apartments on Raven Ridge Road. People ranging in age from 21 to 37 have been arrested. They've been charged on more than 100 felonies combined. Arrest warrants show some of the suspects work together, even selling to undercover agents or near school.
Carolina alcohol law enforcement conducted a drug bust in Raleigh in August 2025, arresting 8 individuals. ALE's role in narcotics enforcement demonstrates state-level coordination on drug trafficking.
Looking around this area of Aurelian Springs, you will see more cotton fields than you will homes. But according to the DEA, at least one of those homes was full of cocaine and cash. Early this morning, multiple agencies arrested 2 people after a raid at a home here in the Aurelian Springs area that yielded 80 kilos of and $2 million in cash. Neighbors say they saw a large police presence near a double wide, but law enforcement won't confirm that's where the raid took place or what they were doing there. In Springs, you will
In
see
July
more cotton
2019,
fields than you will
Halifax County
homes.
Sheriff's
But according
Office
to the
announced
DEA,
what was
at least
described
one
as
of
the
those homes was
largest
full
drug
of
bust in
cocaine
county
and
history.
cash.
The
Early this
seizure was
morning, multiple
significant
agencies
enough to be
arrested 2
called a
people after a
record-setting
raid at a
operation.
home here in the Aurelian Springs
Rural
area
Eastern North
that yielded
Carolina
80
law
kilos
enforcement
of
scored a
cocaine
major
and $2
victory
million
against
in
trafficking.
cash.
Charlotte natives who were getting large amounts of time. I hate to report, but the situation hasn't improved in 20 years. And I don't know what it's going to take to get Raleigh to take crime seriously in North Carolina. I have no influence over them except to stand here in South Carolina and complain that their problems are washing over the border into my community.
In a press conference today, deputies say the investigation started in February following complaints surrounding drug activity and violent crime in Clover, South Carolina. Deputies say they discovered an illegal drug operation was being run through a barber shop and convenience store on Kings Mountain Street. Deputies also claim to have seized a wide range of narcotics.
The York County Multi-Jurisdictional Drug Enforcement Unit spent 6 months building a case against a trafficking network operating in their county. In September 2025, they finally moved. 10 suspects were arrested. 63 criminal charges were filed. The investigation revealed a sophisticated operation moving significant quantities of narcotics across the jurisdiction. This wasn't a street-level bust. This was the result of methodical, long-term surveillance and coordination between multiple agencies. Each arrest came with multiple charges, indicating the depth of the conspiracy they uncovered. Federal-level cooperation and state resources made this takedown
Several
possible.
agencies say they have served more than 30 state warrants, seized drugs, guns, and arrested several suspects accused of various crimes.
An undercover sting operation in Vance County in September 2025 resulted in multiple arrests and drug busts. Coordinated law enforcement used undercover tactics to infiltrate and dismantle trafficking operations.
5 people are in custody after a raid early this morning. All of them are facing charges involving possession and sale of cocaine. Sheriff says there was something different about how the alleged dealers were doing their job, taking orders by phone.
Search warrants were served on 2 trailers as well as 1 home. A SWAT team moved in around 5 o'clock this morning, and the officials are telling us that the 4 suspects were arrested without any incident. Investigators also tell us this was the focal point where all the dealing originated, but that the problem went beyond the trailer park.
We had several complaints from the community, as well as up and down 1923, of people seeing what they thought were hand-to-hand drug deals and parking lots going on from time to time, and investigations led us here.
Buncombe County Sheriff executed search warrants at 4 homes in Allentown Mobile Home Park in August 2012, resulting in 4 arrests. Drugs and weapons charges were filed against the suspects. Coordinated multi-location warrants shut down the operation.
These 6 men are behind bars tonight, accused of running an elaborate drug trafficking operation in Mecklenburg and Iredell counties. From Chopper 9, you could see this luxury home in Statesville, complete with a pool and a trampoline. In August and October 2018, feds say more than 1,800 grams of meth were delivered from it. The person who lived there was Oscar Rangel Gutierrez, an alleged high-level cartel member. Chopper 9 also flew over this huge home in Troutman. According to the indictment, it's owned by Oscar's parents. Agents say a credible informant told the Troutman Police Department in 2014 that large amounts of were being stored at this address. Court documents say Oscar and the 5 other suspects were in the country illegally. Agents say Oscar transports 30 kilograms of cocaine and an unspecified large quantity of meth in a 1-month period from Texas to Georgia and North Carolina. According to court documents, an apartment in this complex in Hidden Valley, this home in Dorita, and this house in East Charlotte are all tied to the investigation. Agents say Oscar and Regulo Rangel Gutierrez stored drug proceeds at the house while they went to a nightclub. She can't believe her neighbors are potentially involved.
In February 2019, federal authorities identified 6 individuals in North Carolina with cartel connections who had entered the country illegally. Joint DEA and immigration enforcement action targeted international drug trafficking presence. These weren't local dealers, these were cartel representatives operating in the state.
Agents with the Department of Public Safety's Alcohol Law Enforcement Division arrested 11 people at Club Escapades. Residents who live nearby say they're glad. ALE agent John Pace says the nearly dozen arrested faced drug possession and sale charges. Pace says the year-long investigation that started when Asheville police told the agency that drugs were being sold in the club paid off big. And of the drugs involved, Pace says it's prescription pill use that's on the rise the most.
A year-long investigation culminated in November 2013 when law enforcement raided a West Asheville nightclub and arrested 11 people. Cocaine and Mary charges were filed. The venue-based operation served as a distribution hub for multiple drug types.
Federal and local agents raiding this home in Wake Forest Wednesday, part of a massive drug trafficking operation.
It's incredibly important to get these types of drugs off the streets.
17 people aged 20 to 66. Arrest Major Cameron Lilliquist from the Wake County Sheriff's Office says it's the culmination of a year-long investigation targeting a criminal organization distributing drugs across Wake and surrounding counties.
In February 2025, a major Wake County drug bust resulted in 17 arrests. All defendants appeared virtually in court, indicating significant coordinated enforcement. The multi-suspect operation disrupted a trafficking network.
One by one, men and women arrested on various drug charges were brought here to the Duplin County Jail. It's part of Operation Just the Beginning. Multiple law enforcement agencies across Duplin and Wayne counties, including the SBI, decided time was up for drug dealers. The organizations worked together to seize thousands of dollars worth of drugs. In Phase 1, deputies arrested 40 suspects with numerous charges, including trafficking, selling, and manufacturing drugs. Law enforcement officials spent 5 months undercover buying drugs like these seized today throughout the counties. 25% of today's arrest came from Warsaw.
To a younger person or getting
In
someone
January
addicted,
2017,
that's the goal.
a large-scale
Phase
drug
1,
sting
deputies arrested
operation
40
in Duplin
suspects
County
with
resulted
numerous
in dozens
charges,
of
including
arrests.
trafficking,
The
selling, and
multi-target
manufacturing
coordinated
drugs.
enforcement
From marijuana
operation
to
dismantled a
methamphetamine
trafficking
to crack
network
cocaine,
across
powder
the county.
cocaine.
4 people in Asheville are now being charged after a drug bust. We have this picture of what officers say they seized right here. Asheville police say they went to a home and seized all of this. It's almost $8,000 $1,000 in cash, multiple guns, marijuana, a fentanyl press, which the DEA says is used to press the drug into pills. Well, officers arrested these three: Deontay Gardner, Lawrence Gardner, and Rasheed Grant, along with Damian Smith Jr. All four now face drug charges.
August 2025. Information from a separate drug investigation conducted by the Washington County Sheriff's Office in Virginia led Asheville police to obtain a search warrant for a residence on Ascension Drive. Before officers entered the home, they stopped a vehicle leaving the property and allegedly found passenger Deontay Sincere Gardner carrying approximately 16.6 grams of Fentanyl. During the residential search, investigators reported recovering $7,611 in cash, 4 handguns, including one reported stolen approximately 202 grams of Mary, and a press believed to have been used in connection with Fentanyl. Police arrested Gardner, Lawrence Sincere Gardner, Rasheed Jahad Grant, and Damian Keir Smith Jr. on various drug-related allegations. Grant also faced an accusation of possessing a stolen firearm. A juvenile temporarily detained at the residence was released to a parent. The adult defendants remain presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
New at 5, an alleged drug ring is busted, taking a heap of illegal drugs and guns off the streets. This happened in Tabor City after a long investigation. The men on your screen all arrested in the bust. The Columbus County Sheriff's Office says the men were involved in drug sales in both North and South Carolina. Deputies.
In April 2026, the Columbus County Sheriff's Office concluded a months-long undercover investigation into alleged narcotics distribution in Tabor City, surrounding North Carolina communities and parts of South Carolina. Surveillance and undercover operations led investigators to execute a search warrant at a residence on Pine Circle Road in the Green Acres community. Deputies reported recovering various drugs and other controlled substances. Donald Lee Veering was charged with 15 offenses, including multiple counts of trafficking drugs, selling a Schedule II substance, and possessing several drugs with intent to distribute. He received a $100,000 secured bond. Jesmaine Lamont Strickland was served with separate indictments involving Mary possession and driving offenses, while Audriana Watson was arrested on 2 failure to appear allegations. Authorities said the broader narcotics investigation remained active.
Now to Western North Carolina, where police charged 2 people in a drug trafficking investigation. This is Tyvon Sanuk and Alexander Jackson. Woodfin police charged them with trafficking by possession, trafficking by manufacturing, and possession with intent to manufacture, sell, or deliver meth. Now police shared these photos of what was seized. It includes.
In October 2025, information supplied by the Cherokee Indian Police Department led the Woodfin Police Department to investigate 2 people suspected of trafficking Fentanyl in western North Carolina. Officers executed a drug search warrant on October 16th and reported seizing approximately 57 grams of Fentanyl and 20.3 grams of meth. Tyvon Sanuk and Alexandria Jackson were both charged with trafficking Fentanyl by possession, trafficking Fentanyl by manufacturing, and possessing meth with intent to manufacture, sell, or deliver it. The cooperation between the 2 departments showed how narcotics investigations can cross jurisdictional boundaries when suspects, suppliers, or evidence are connected to multiple communities. The charges remain allegations, and both defendants are presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
Raid at the Garden Inn off Reagan Drive when the feds and CMPD moved in, arresting 10 people who they say used the hotel as a farmer's market for drugs. In total, Operation Spring Cleaning led to 110 illegal guns seized, 56 people facing federal charges, and 157 wanted fugitives caught.
In June 2026, federal prosecutors announced the results of Operation Spring Cleaning, a 3-month enforcement surge conducted across the Western District of North Carolina. The coordinated operation targeted alleged violent offenders, armed felons, narcotics traffickers, and fugitives operating throughout the Charlotte region and surrounding communities. Authorities reported that 56 defendants were federally charged, while 157 fugitives were apprehended on state and federal allegations. Investigators also seized more than 254 kilograms, approximately 560 pounds of illegal drugs, including over 22 kilograms, or 48.5 pounds, of Fentanyl, along with Coca-Cola, meth, and other substances. Law enforcement agencies recovered 110 firearms that authorities described as illegally possessed. The operation involved federal, state, and local agencies and was launched partly to disrupt anticipated increases in violent crime and drug activity before the summer months. All defendants remain presumed innocent unless proven guilty in court.
Tonight, dozens of suspected gang members, some of them accused of murder, are behind bars tonight. 73 suspected blood gang members charged today in one of the largest federal indictments ever in our area.
This 162-page indictment details the largest known takedown in North Carolina to date. And today, the CMPD Chief Kurt Putney said the city should see a reduction in crime because of it.
Police say these are the faces of thieves and drug dealers living here in our community. 73 of 83 Bloods gang members from across the state taken into custody Thursday. Bang, Glock, and Cutthroat, just a few of the street names some are known by.
In May of 2017, Charlotte became the stage for one of the largest gang indictments in North Carolina history. At dawn, federal agents, CMPD officers, and U.S. Marshals stormed neighborhoods across the city and beyond. By the time the sun rose, 83 alleged members of the United Blood Nation, specifically the 9 trade gangsters, said had been indicted and arrested. The sweeping federal case pulled back the curtain on nearly a decade of violence and organized crime, stretching from 2009 all the way to 2017. The 163-page indictment read like a catalog of bloodshed and hustling. Members were charged with racketeering, deletion, attempted deletion, armed robbery, drug trafficking, gun running, bank fraud, wire fraud, and aggravated identity theft. Prosecutors tied the gang to at least 6 deletions and several more attempted deletions across North Carolina. Victims included rivals, suspected informants, and even fellow gang members caught up in internal disputes. Among those named were Lamont Murder Mo Lloyd, Taekwon Savage Powell, and Shaman Rugui Goins, each linked to deadly shootings between 2010 and 2016. But the indictment revealed more than street violence. It exposed the gang's financial playbook. Beyond drugs and guns, the 9 trade gangsters were running schemes involving counterfeit checks, stolen identities, and electronic fraud. Stolen money helped finance weapons, narcotics purchases, and even travel to expand the Bloods' influence into Charlotte and beyond. At the top of the pyramid was Pedro Magu Gutierrez, the so-called godfather of the United Blood Nation. Even while locked up in New York, Gutierrez was accused of issuing orders through trusted lieutenants. Prosecutors named James, Frank White Baxton, and Cynthia Lady Bent Gilmore as key figures in the leadership chain. Gilmore, who acted as a messenger between North Carolina and New York, was later sentenced to 19 years in federal prison for her role. Trials and pleas over the following years locked in long sentences for many of the accused. In 2019, 4 UBN members were convicted by a federal jury of racketeering conspiracy. Others took plea deals that carried sentences ranging from 4 years to over 15. The UBN indictment was more than just another gang case. It laid bare how an organization born in New York prisons had expanded into Charlotte's neighborhoods, combining traditional street violence with sophisticated financial crimes. And it showed the extraordinary lengths law enforcement was willing to go to shut it down.
Hundreds of local and federal police swooped down on Hidden Valley, arresting dozens of gang members on drug and gun charges. That was the scene more than a year ago. Today, 3 of the group's ringleaders sentenced under new, tougher guidelines. Crime Tracker reporter Glenn Counts is live from our mobile newsroom out at the federal courthouse tonight. Glenn?
Well, Sonia, the Kings have terrorized the Hidden Valley community ever since the early 90s. Today, the ringleaders appeared here at a federal courthouse and went before a federal judge to learn their fate. Roscoe Abel was the leader of the Kings. Do you believe that?
No, I don't.
Emmanuel Keller was his violent sidekick.
My grandson is not
capable of the things they said.
Abel, Keller, and Jameer Lowry are the leaders of the Hidden Valley Kings. They are also going to prison for a very long time. Abel for 20 years, Keller 24, and Lowry 10. Their families still support them.
In 2013, Charlotte made legal history when a Mecklenburg County judge issued a sweeping injunction against the Hidden Valley Kings, one of the city's most notorious street gangs. This marked the first time North Carolina used a new state law that allowed courts to restrict gang members' movements and associations in an effort to curb violence. The injunction named more than 24 alleged members of the Hidden Valley Kings, many of them young men between their teens and early 20s. Under the order, those identified were barred from gathering in public with one another, from possessing firearms, or even being in the company of someone carrying drugs or weapons. The only exceptions were limited to essential spaces like school, church, or work. For authorities, the move was about cutting off the gang's ability to regroup on the streets. CMPD and prosecutors argued that when the Hidden Valley Kings members gathered, crimes often followed, whether drug dealing, shootings, or armed robberies. By legally separating them, officials hoped to weaken the gang's grip on the Hidden Valley neighborhood, a community that had long struggled with violence and the Hidden Valley Kings' reputation for intimidation. The results came quickly. In early 2014, 2 alleged members were the first to be convicted of violating the injunction. Prosecutors said the 2 were spotted together in public, and under the law, that alone was a crime. Horton pleaded guilty, while Newton went to trial and was convicted. Both men received misdemeanor convictions, were ordered to pay $180 in court costs, and were required by a judge to either stay in school or remain employed. Not long after, 4 more Hidden Valley Kings members were arrested for similar violations, including being seen together in groups despite the injunction's restrictions. CMPD and the district attorney's office saw this as a sign that the tool could be effective not by locking gang members away for decades, but by creating constant legal pressure and limiting their ability to operate freely in their own territory. The injunction, however, was not permanent. It was only valid for 1 year, meaning the city would need to return to court to renew it. Still, the precedent had been set. For the first time, Charlotte was using the law not just to punish gang members for crimes already committed, but to disrupt the very structure of a gang before further violence could occur.
Suspected gang members, affiliates are off the streets of Charlotte tonight. Nearly 30 people were arrested as part of a 5-week nationwide roundup called Project Shadowfire. Immigration agents worked with local law enforcement on this. They made more than 1,100 arrests across the country. 915 of the suspects were members of gangs like MS-13 or the Bloods.
In early 2016, federal agents launched Project Shadowfire, a sweeping nationwide crackdown on violent gangs that reached deep into Charlotte. The 5-week operation was led by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement's Homeland Security investigations, with support from local police departments across the country. By the time it ended, more than 1,100 people had been arrested nationwide, including 915 identified as members or associates of gangs such as MS-13, the Bloods, Serenos, and Nortenos. The charges range from drug trafficking and weapons violations to human smuggling, racketeering, and violent assaults. Charlotte was one of dozens of cities targeted. Locally, nearly 30 suspected gang members and affiliates were arrested in Mecklenburg County. Authorities said many of them were tied to national networks, including the Bloods, and had connections to drug and gun trafficking. Their arrests underscored how Charlotte's gang problems were part of a much larger web of organized crime stretching across state lines and into international networks. The raids weren't just about arrests, they also produced major seizures. Nationwide, investigators recovered 20 kilograms of narcotics, more than 150 firearms, and over $70,000 in cash. Officials highlighted these numbers as proof that the operation had struck at the heart of criminal enterprises that fed violence in cities like Charlotte.
U.S. Attorney General Michael Mukasey visited Charlotte to announce a major crackdown on Ms. 13 gang members across North Carolina. The operation resulted in the arrests of 26 alleged members who now face a total of 55 criminal charges, including 4 counts. Mukasey's presence underscored the significance of the raids, which took place in several locations throughout the state. One of the raids occurred in a quiet, working-class neighborhood off Scalabark Road at the Southgate apartment complex. Ms. 13 members are considered some of the most violent gang members in Charlotte. Many of those arrested had prior records and had been released in the past. However, with federal authorities now handling the case, convictions could lead to sentences of 20 years or even life in prison. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, CMPD, and the FBI executed arrest warrants at Southgate early Tuesday morning, catching suspects off guard by raiding their homes before 5 o'clock. Shortly after, additional arrests were made at Victoria Lake Apartments on the east side of the city and off Margaret Wallace Road. Law enforcement spent hours tracking down remaining suspects as part of the coordinated operation. Attorney General Mukasey stated that the indictment alleges that 26 defendants engaged in criminal activity to protect and expand Ms. 13's power, territory, reputation, and profits. The charges against the gang members include 4 deletions between Charlotte and Greensboro, large-scale drug trafficking, armed robberies, and other violent crimes. Court documents describe a pattern of brutal initiation rituals, territorial disputes, and violent confrontations at clubs and other locations. Within Ms. 13, gang members often gain status by demonstrating extreme violence, which allowed them to move up the ranks. However, with 26 arrests now completed and more expected, authorities believe they have dealt a significant blow to the gang's operations. Ms. 13's presence in Charlotte has been well documented in the past. Gang-related graffiti was found at the Southgate Apartments near Scalabark Road, signaling the gang's influence in the area. For context, Ms. 13, short for La Mara Salvatrucha, originated in the 1980s as a merger of 2 violent groups from El Salvador. The gang was formed by Salvadoran immigrants in the United States and has since expanded into countries such as Honduras, Guatemala, and Mexico.
Prosecutors tell me they believe the streets of Raleigh are safer tonight after they got convictions of 2 gang leaders who they say terrorized downtown Raleigh for parts of 2 decades. Prosecutors identified 37-year-old Demetrius Respect Divine, pictured on the right side of your screen, as the godfather of the black mob gangsters, and believe that 31-year-old Brandon B. Easy Mangum was one of the top generals in the blood set that they called well organized and focused on selling drugs, running guns, and prostitution, and that they wouldn't hesitate to kill rival gang members in their territory. Even with this conviction, they believe the gang still poses a risk to society.
I think you saw that they are. They came into the courtroom, they tried to intimidate witnesses, they tried to intimidate the court, so I think they're very much still a threat to Raleigh, and we're going to keep working at it.
10 alleged members of the black mob gangsters Donald G. family, a Raleigh area Bloods gang, have been indicted on federal charges related to racketeering, murder, drug trafficking, and witness tampering. District Court for the Eastern District of North Carolina outlines the gang's violent activities, including murders committed under orders from senior leadership. Authorities describe BMGDGF as a structured criminal enterprise operating in Raleigh since the early 2000s, using violence, extortion, and drug sales to maintain control. Among those charged are gang leaders Demetrius Regas Divine, aka Respect, and Dontius Demond Divine, aka Scooch and Bucci. The indictment details 2 deletions, one in 2008 and another in 2009, carried out by gang members to enforce control and eliminate rivals. Authorities say the gang regularly held meetings, collected dues, and used violence against members who failed to comply. Funds were used for drugs, weapons, and financial support for jailed members. The gang also required non-members selling drugs in their territory to pay dues or face violent consequences. Following a 2-week trial in 2019, Divine was convicted on multiple charges, including racketeering, murder, and conspiracy to distribute drugs. He was sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms plus 20 years, with a recommendation for placement in the Supermax federal prison in Colorado. Prosecutors described him as the undisputed leader of a ruthless gang that terrorized Raleigh for nearly 2 decades.
Federal prosecutors in the Eastern District of North Carolina announced that 2 gang members from the Raleigh area have received lengthy prison terms for trafficking large quantities of fentanyl and attempting to intimidate witnesses. Axel Flash Rodriguez, a member of the Bloods gang in Raleigh, pleaded guilty on April 25, 2024 to conspiracy to traffic Fendi. The evidence showed that Rodriguez used his Instagram account to advertise K-Packs, slang for 1,000 pill lots of Fendi pills, and arranged sales of counterfeit Oxy and Perk-style pills laced with Fendi between March and May 2023. One undercover purchase produced blue pills marked M30 that tested positive for Fendi. In April 2023, Rodriguez was seen buying approximately 8,000 pills in one transaction, and a confidential informant observed multiple firearms in his vehicle and stash locations. While in custody awaiting sentencing, Rodriguez directed a photograph to be posted of a person he believed might testify, together with images of sealed court documents and a rat, which triggered an obstruction of justice enhancement. On October 2, 2024, Rodriguez was sentenced to 144 months, 12 years in federal prison. Officials noted that these cases were part of a broader organized crime and drug enforcement task force investigation that targeted major drug trafficking organizations operating via social media and online networks. The U.S. attorney stated, "Drug traffickers have learned they don't need to stand on street corners when they can reach kids on their smartphones." Fendi continues to ravage communities. In North Carolina alone, official data show there were 167 Fendi-related deaths in June of the year preceding the sentencing. In eastern North Carolina, law enforcement officials announced that William Santana Deshaun Wilson, a high-ranking member of the Blood Street Gang network, was sentenced to 234 months in federal prison, 19 years and 6 months after pleading guilty in June 2022 to possession with intent to distribute 40 grams or more of Fendi and aiding and abetting. He also admitted to overseeing a trafficking organization that distributed large amounts of various drugs and around Craven County. Investigators say Wilson ran several trap houses, drug stash houses, in the Gracie Farms mobile home community in Craven County. On January 13, 2019, deputies responded to shots fired at one of Wilson's stash locations. When they arrived, responding to a 911 call, they discovered the body of Corianna Cox, who met her demise in a drive-by or shooting into the trailer, likely during a robbery attempt. Prior to law enforcement showing up, Wilson reportedly called someone inside and told them to get rid of the narcotics and weapons inside the residence. Investigators later discovered 46 grams of fentanyl inside the trailer. The investigation revealed Wilson had traveled regularly between New Jersey and eastern North Carolina from 2014 to 2020 to bring in drugs. For example, in May 2019, while he was already jailed on a probation violation, Wilson used a recorded jail phone call to arrange for someone to pick up H in New Jersey for distribution in the region. A Granville County traffic stop that followed intercepted about 80 grams of H in a car bound for eastern North Carolina. Wilson was arrested in Greenville in April 2019 after using a false identity, possessing over 30,000 cash, and trying to evade capture. At sentencing on October 16, 2023, a federal judge accepted the plea agreement and applied both upward and downward variances under the U.S. sentencing guidelines to arrive at the 234-month term. Wilson appealed the sentence on limited grounds, but the Fourth Circuit upheld his conviction and term.
The streets of Raleigh are safer tonight after they got convictions of 2 gang leaders who they say terrorized downtown Raleigh for parts of 2 decades. Prosecutors identified 37-year-old Demetrius Respect Divine, pictured on the right side of your screen, as the godfather of the black mob gangsters, and believe that 31-year-old Brandon B. Easy Mangum was one of the top generals in the blood set that they called well organized and focused on selling drugs, running guns, and prostitution, and that they wouldn't hesitate to kill rival gang members in their territory. Even with this conviction, they believe the gang still poses a risk to society.
I think you saw that they are. They came into the courtroom, they tried to intimidate witnesses, they tried to intimidate the court, so I think they're very much still a threat to Raleigh, and we're going to keep working at it.
Demetrius R. Divine, also known as Respect, a former leader in the Bloods gang, who has been sentenced to 4 consecutive life terms, plus an additional 20 years behind bars. This shocking case has captivated attention after Divine, 37, from Garner, NC, was convicted on multiple federal charges, including conspiracy to participate in racketeering, RICO, deletion in aid of racketeering, deletion with a firearm, drug trafficking, and conspiracy to commit witness tampering. Judge James C. Deaver III handed down this massive sentence and recommended that Divine serve his time at the Supermax Federal Prison in Colorado, the nation's most secure prison. Divine, who led the Gangsta Killer Bloods, GKB, before forming the Black Mob Gangstas, BMG, and the Donald G. Family, DGF, ran a violent criminal operation in Raleigh, NC. According to court documents and trial testimony, Divine and his co-defendant, Brandon Jowan Mangum, aka B-Easy, were involved in a range of violent crimes, including deletion, attempted deletion, and assaults. The BMG/DGF gang maintained control over their territory in the Haywood Street area of Raleigh through fear and violence, terrorizing both gang members and innocent civilians alike. This 2-week trial, which concluded in October 2019, laid bare the brutal tactics Divine used to solidify his position as the godfather of the gang. From ordering deletions to organizing large-scale drug trafficking, Divine's reign of terror lasted for 2 decades. Prosecutors presented chilling evidence of his role as the leader of a violent criminal organization that dominated the streets and went to extreme lengths to maintain power. U.S. Attorney Robert Higdon didn't mince words when describing the impact of Divine's criminal activities, noting that these gangs had operated virtually unchecked for years, terrorizing communities just miles from the federal courthouse. Divine's life sentences now serve as a clear message to those involved in gang-related violence that the consequences of such actions are severe and justice will be served.
These federal warrants not only are for these suspected gang members' phone, but they highlight a deadly history of the STK gang, not only here in Wake County, but all across the nation, with crimes here in Wake County dating back 6 years. This is 24-year-old Donta Bush. 4 days ago, Bush, who lives in Wake County, was indicted on 5 federal charges. The FBI and Raleigh police believe Bush is in a leadership role with the STK gang, or Shoot to Kill. The FBI says he and others have been committing violent crimes, including murder, dating back to at least 2019. Raleigh police and the FBI state, as a result of this ongoing investigation into the STK gang, many of those identified have been arrested and charged for crimes including firearm violations, federal drug distribution violations, armed robbery, shootings. Bush is currently in jail under a federal hold. Bush was recently indicted on a kidnapping charge that happened in Raleigh in January of this year. Warrants state the victim was forced into one of the suspect vehicles at gunpoint and transported to Wendell. The suspects bound the victim's hands and feet with duct tape and placed a plastic bag over his head. Victim 1 was shot in the hip by the driver. After being shot, the victim successfully opened the door and jumped from the moving car. Warrants also state Bush's gang is connected to a murder in Raleigh. In February of 2021, Steve Martin was shot in Raleigh as a result of an attempted drug-related burglary. 4 suspects, all members of Bush's organization, were arrested and charged with. Bush has also been charged in Georgia for stealing a car and taking police on a chase. Raleigh police also found 7 guns and 2 assault rifles inside a stolen vehicle he was driving.
We're diving into the shocking case of Donta Bush Jr., a 24-year-old who has been indicted on a series of serious federal charges. Bush faces 5 counts, including conspiracy to kidnap, interference with commerce by robbery, and discharging a firearm during a violent crime, all tied to his alleged leadership role in the dangerous STK gang. Authorities have connected Bush to a string of crimes dating back to 2019, with the FBI and Raleigh Police Department revealing disturbing details of his involvement. One of the most chilling incidents occurred in January 2024, when Bush and other suspects allegedly kidnapped a man at gunpoint. The victim was bound with duct tape, had a plastic bag placed over his head, and was shot in the hip before managing to escape by jumping from a moving vehicle. Miraculously, the victim survived, but this case has raised serious concerns about gang violence in the Raleigh area. Bush is also facing charges for car thefts in both North Carolina and Georgia, where he led police on a dangerous chase. With a total of 9 firearms, including assault rifles, found in a stolen vehicle linked to him, the authorities are treating this case as a major breakthrough in their fight against gang-related crime.
The national leader of the Pagan Motorcycle Club was sentenced to 75 years in prison. At age 49, officials say that means Christopher Baker will spend the rest of his life behind bars. Baker, who lived and ran the Pagans from Raleigh, was convicted last year of drug trafficking, firearm, and money laundering charges. The Pagans are regarded by law enforcement as an outlaw motorcycle gang.
Covert operations and surveillance, as well as federal wiretaps to collect evidence up and down the eastern seaboard and right here in eastern North Carolina. Christopher Baker was a prolific trafficker, trafficking over 260 kilos of highly pure with nearly 100% purity. Of those 260 odd kilos that he trafficked in the 2 years before his arrest, there's a photograph to my right of 5 kilograms of crystal on the back of a Honda that was part of this operation.
Christopher Lamar Baker, a national leader of the infamous Pagan Motorcycle Club, who has just been sentenced to 75 years in federal prison. Baker, 49, of Raleigh, was taken down by Operation Diamond Ice, a massive multi-agency operation aimed at dismantling outlaw motorcycle gangs across the country. His crimes included drug trafficking, firearms violations, and money laundering, all part of his violent reign as a key player in the Pagans' criminal empire. Baker wasn't just any member of the Pagan Motorcycle Club. He was part of the 13, the group of top national leaders who controlled the gang's drug trade and illegal weapons trafficking. Over the course of a 15-month investigation, federal agents discovered that Baker had trafficked nearly 600 pounds across the East Coast, with weapons and drugs coming from suppliers in the Atlanta area. He would have Pagan members drive him from North Carolina to Atlanta to pick up his stock, then distribute the drugs and firearms across the region. But Baker wasn't just a drug dealer, he was also a violent enforcer. Known for brutal punishments, he ordered a Pagan pledge's fingers to be cut off with a table saw for allegedly stealing from another member. He even ordered the deletion of someone who sold him fake drugs. Fortunately, law enforcement intervened, placing the target in protective custody before the hit could be carried out. The Pagan Motorcycle Club is one of the most notorious outlaw biker gangs worldwide, and their violent reputation was on full display earlier this year when a member, Jonas Barrett Padilla, was deleted by members of a rival gang in Raleigh. Baker's rise through the ranks from Raleigh chapter president to national leader illustrates the dangerous influence these organizations can wield. Despite the arrest of Baker and several other members, authorities say the Pagans are far from finished. Although Operation Diamond Ice led to the seizure of 46 firearms, including illegal machine guns, and the arrest of 12 Pagans, the organization's structure allows for lower-ranking members to step into leadership roles. Law enforcement officials warn that the battle against these violent gangs isn't over yet.
Green of Eden has been sentenced to 14 years in federal prison for drug trafficking. Prosecutors identified Green as a leader of the local Grape Street Crips set and said he worked with co-conspirators to move kilogram-level quantities of coke into Eden and the greater Pitt County area for street-level distribution. The case was prosecuted in the Eastern District of North Carolina, and officials said the prison term reflects the scale of the operation and Green's leadership role within the gang. In addition to the prison sentence, Green will face a term of supervised release after incarceration. Federal officials emphasize that the conviction is part of an ongoing effort to disrupt gang-driven drug networks in eastern North Carolina.
Yeah, well, I had the opportunity to talk with someone who literally lives just a couple of doors away from where this arrest happened. He said he never expected to see anything like this happen in his neighborhood. Take a look at this video from yesterday showing Wake County Sheriff's deputies' office outside a home on Manderley Drive in the Princeton Manor community of Knightdale. The Sheriff's Office says deputies arrested Mordibo Smith and Melita Nolan as part of an ongoing drug trafficking investigation. Both are charged with multiple felonies. People who live in this typically quiet neighborhood were shocked to see such a heavy police presence.
You never expect something like that to happen, and especially like literally 2 doors down. Like, I don't even know how to really comprehend that. I was like, you know, everyone in the neighborhood's so friendly, so kind, and to think that something like that is happening 2 doors down from your house, you just would never expect.
In May 2025, the Wake County Sheriff's Office arrested Mordibo Al Smith, 45, and Melita Brittany Nolan, 36, following an ongoing drug investigation at a home in Knightdale's Princeton Manor neighborhood. Investigators alleged that Smith possessed more than 800 grams of coke, while Nolan was accused of possessing more than 400 grams. Both were charged with felony coke trafficking and possessing approximately 135 grams of Mary with intent to sell or distribute. Deputies also reported recovering diazepam, commonly sold under the brand name Valium, and codeine pills, leading to additional possession charges. Smith received a reported bond of $1 million, while Nolan's bond was set at $750,000. The value of the residence attracted public attention, but ownership or residence in an expensive home does not itself establish criminal activity. Both defendants are presumed innocent unless convicted.
Over in Alamance County, deputies are cracking down on drugs in the community. Traffic stops led to an arrest in the town of Green-Level. Officials say the strike team pulled over a car and a K-9 alerted them to the odor of narcotics. Deputies then arrested 48-year-old Justin Allen Seeley of Mebane, charging him with possession. Next, a joint operation led to 2 more arrests in Green-Level. With help from strike teams in Orange and Durham counties, deputies executed a search warrant at a home and found narcotics and firearms inside. Deputies arrested and charged 40-year-old Joel Somerset and 42-year-old Quentin McAdoo with multiple felonies, including drug trafficking charges. The men had a combined $300,000 bond. Finally, Alamance County Sheriff's deputies say another traffic stop in Green-Level led to the arrest of this man. Deputies pulled over 28-year-old Rodney Harvey, was saying he was speeding. That's when they say the K-9 officer went off again, alerting to more narcotics found inside the car.
In September 2025, the Alamance County Sheriff's Office announced several narcotics operations that resulted in multiple arrests across the county. One of the larger actions involved the sheriff's strike force working with law enforcement personnel from Durham and Orange counties to execute an unannounced search in Green-Level. Investigators reported recovering coke, additional illegal drugs, and firearms during the operation. Joel Ivan Somerset and Quinton Lemax McAdoo were identified as 2 of the suspects taken into custody. McAdoo faced allegations including trafficking cocaine and maintaining a vehicle or dwelling for the sale or delivery of controlled substances. The enforcement activity was part of a broader series of 3 reported drug busts, although available public reporting does not provide a complete combined list of every substance, suspect, and charge associated with all 3 cases.
In western North Carolina, the arrest of a man with multiple warrants out led to nearly 100 grams of illegal drugs being taken off the black market. The Buncombe County Sheriff's Office says their illegal gun reduction and narcotics team arrested Nazay Mayweather on a warrant in Black Mountain last week.
In November 2025, the Buncombe County Sheriff's Office's illegal gun reduction and narcotics team participated in a multi-agency operation that began with the arrest of a wanted suspect in Black Mountain. Authorities identified one of the suspects as a person with outstanding warrants and reported that the investigation led to the recovery of nearly 100 grams of illegal drugs. Deputies said the seized substances included fentanyl, coke, and Mary, along with more than $1,000 in cash believed to be connected to narcotics activity. A second person, identified in reporting as Mahogany Brewer, was also arrested in connection with the recovered drugs. Public reporting provided limited information about the exact quantity attributed to each substance and the complete list of charges against both defendants, but authorities described the amounts as reaching trafficking levels. Both suspects are presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
Well, new tonight from Lawrence County, where one man is wanted and two others are in custody following a drug bust. Deputies are searching for Anthony Macy right now. You see, here's a picture of him on your screen. Sheriff's Office searched a home in Gray Court this week and seized meth, marijuana, multiple guns. Macy is now wanted on multiple charges, including trafficking meth. If you see him or know where he might be, you're asked to call the Sheriff's Office. Two other suspects, Christopher Young and Markel Simmons, were already taken into custody. They both face drug
charges. In May
charges.
2026, the Lawrence County Sheriff's Office in South Carolina announced that it was searching for Anthony Dennis Massey following an extensive narcotics investigation in the Gray Court area. Deputies executed a search warrant at a residence on Willis Court and reported recovering meth, Mary, and several firearms. Markel Donchu Simmons was arrested on an allegation of possessing Mary with intent to distribute, while Christopher Dontonia Young was charged with possessing methamphetamine with intent to distribute. Massey was wanted on allegations of trafficking meth and 2 counts of possessing a weapon during the commission of a violent crime.
The haul like candy, but CMPD says these pills could. Officers confiscated so-called rainbow and other drugs in a traffic stop recently, underscoring the prevalence of this dangerous substance out on our streets.
It's taken on the name Rainbow Fentanyl due to its multicolored appearance. Drug Enforcement Administration officials say the bright colors are a deliberate effort by drug traffickers to fuel addiction, particularly among young adults.
Police conducted a routine traffic stop in September 2023 and discovered something alarming. Rainbow Fenty, colorful Fenty pills designed to appeal to younger users along with H. The driver had a South Carolina fugitive warrant. This stop revealed interstate trafficking, with South Carolina criminals operating drug distribution in North Carolina. In December 2020, police executed a search warrant at a North Carolina home and found 27 pounds of Fenty. This massive Fenty seizure, one of the largest documented, indicates an operation trafficking lethal quantities of opioids. Fenty at this scale delete thousands. One police officer can overdose from touching contaminated Fenty. This bust prevented catastrophic overdose deaths. In August 2023, WRAL's investigation into undercover Fenty operations in Nash County revealed federal agents and informants conducting raids against Fenty distribution networks. The operation addressed the rising Fenty death crisis devastating North Carolina. Undercover tactics and informant networks were essential to disrupting these operations. CBS 17's investigative report revealed criminals using rural central North Carolina backroads for drug distribution. Traffickers moved their operations away from urban enforcement to remote areas. This highlights the expansion of trafficking into less policed rural regions.
So there you have it, 9 states, hundreds of arrests, billions in drugs intercepted, and a system that keeps adapting no matter how hard law enforcement pushes back. What we've seen across California, Texas, Florida, New York, Illinois, Pennsylvania, Ohio, North Carolina, and Arizona tells us one thing. The drug trade isn't a street corner problem anymore. It's organized, it's violent, and it's moving faster than most people realize. The message from law enforcement is clear. If you're thinking about getting involved in this trade, whether you're moving pills, cooking meth, or running money, understand what's waiting for you. Federal charges, prison time, your life interrupted, your family left behind. For the rest of America, this is happening in your backyard. These networks are in your communities. And the only way this ends is if people wake up to the scale of it. If you know something, report it. If you're struggling with addiction, there's help. And if you're young and watching this thinking it looks profitable, it's not. The only people who actually win in the drug trade are the ones who get out before they get caught. Thanks for watching. Hit that subscribe button for more deep dives into America's biggest crime investigations. And let us know in the comments which state's cases shock you the most.